they will be able to hear.
Okay, doke.
I could turn that off though if you want.
I'm gonna say words. I'm gonna say words.
I'm gonna say the gamer words. No, Susan, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Susan, no. And here comes the notification on the computer making noises where I should not have.
All right, let me finish spamming this stuff. Alrighty. Sorry about his life. The ad is done.
Look there as well.
Yeah, I got your stream up as well.
I was watching some this one channel called Ahoy. He does like a bunch of different videos, but I think he mostly does videos guns. They've been creating video games, and it's really interesting stuff. But what's funny about it is I open up. I was just watching that like 30 minutes ago. I open up, the YouTube website, and the first video I see is the AK-47. It's just
Nice.
a silhouette of the AK-47 plastered on there, and big red silhouette in big bold letters. The AK-47.
Okay. All right. I can close you. Did my tweet go out? My tweet didn't go out.
Yeah.
Alrighty. I am. You're unmuted. I'm unmuted. All right, let's get started.
All right. Well, to anyone watching, welcome to. This is my first collab. This is not your first collab. You've been collabing
No,
with people before. But yeah, for anyone watching, my name is Gruff Donaar. And Red.
I be RedFlashDrive. Hi.
And we are very professional streamers with illustrious careers.
Incredibly, yes.
And the next step in both of our illustrious careers, of course, is to discuss Sonic Frontiers at length.
Pretty much.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Well,
we got a lot to say. How do we want to start this? Like,
well, I think the best thing to do is, we already got like, small talk out of the way. I guess we could just jump right into it.
Yeah, pretty much, I guess.
I think the best thing to do would just start with what were your general thoughts of the game?
My general thoughts of the game. Hey, Cece, how's it going?
Hello.
Right, you have played Frontiers. I was like, you should leave because we're gonna spoil the crap out of stuff. But I forgot you have played Frontiers.
If you haven't seen the spoiler tag in my title, and I see it's in Red's title as well, we're going to spoil the entire game. So
pretty
much. If that at all bothers you, leave now. But yeah.
You have not beaten it? Okay, so you're fine for right now, but we are gonna talk about more stuff later. Just giving you a warning. You have been warned. So yeah, what I do, so on Twitter, what I've been doing this entire year, any games, movies, or TV shows I've been watching, I literally go on Twitter and do like a quick review on it. And today I went on a whole Sonic tirade of all the Sonic games I played this year.
I saw that,
I played all the classic Sonic games on Origins. So that was fun. But we're not talking about those today. We're talking about Frontiers and how I initially felt about Frontiers when I fully beat it. I did enjoy it. I thought it was a lot of fun. Game looks incredible, sounds incredible. The music is really good, especially in certain moments and parts. The controls were a lot to, not saying a lot, but different. Because, you know, the last Boost Sonic game I played was Forces. And I playing through that was a lot of fun and idiocy. Because I'm playing through Frontiers and I'm doing some stuff, and and my muscle memory is to let go of the button because this is an automated section. I don't have to hold the button, and then I stop moving, and I'm like, oh, I actually have to do stuff. It's so weird having to actually do stuff in a game, in a Sonic and a recent Sonic game. But just at the surface level, before we fully dive in, I felt like the game was a really good step in the right direction with some stumbles here and there, but I still thoroughly enjoyed myself. How about you?
Yeah, so for oh, and by the way, anyone in chat, let me know if you I'm playing some music from the game. Let me know if you can hear it well or if it's too soft or anything. But anyway,
actually, yeah, let's stop this lo-fi and play this lo-fi. The freaking big lo-fi.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, keep going.
Yeah, there we go. But the I guess start from the top. I would recommend this game to Sonic fans. It feels like a game for Sonic fans, in that you will come away with this hopeful for the future. That was me. I came away from this game hopeful for the future for the first time in 20 years.
That is a
and
exactly, honestly, yeah.
yeah.
And I did turn Gruff up. Hopefully they're louder.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And but that being said, I think so. Sonic Team, they're in a really weird place where this kind of sounds mean, but I don't really think of them as video game developers. I think of them as like recyclers because they recycle a lot, and I'm not even talking about the cyberspace levels. Like, not even the cyberspace levels. Talking about strictly game mechanics. Holy cow! They do not want to let go of their game mechanics. They're holding on to it so tight. I played the game once with just vanilla, no mods, no nothing, as the game comes out, and then I played the game a second time with momentum modded in, and this game was not designed for momentum. Momentum breaks the game, which kind of stinks because the result of the game being much easier to control is the game is broken. That's not good. But to sort of stop myself from rambling, the story-wise, character-wise, themes, they're pretty good to great. Gameplay-wise, I think I never want to see this again. I think it's awful.
Really? Okay.
I will say, when I first started playing the open world, I was honestly pleasantly surprised at how fun it was, but playing 3 more islands of just that and also playing it a second time really
okay. Yeah.
It really spells out in my mind how little there is. But I guess that's my blurb. Story, gameplay, and story, themes, characterization, those are pretty good to great, whereas gameplay is serviceable to god awful. And I do mean serviceable. Like, I choose that word specifically because I wouldn't even call this decent. Decent, at least has a connotation of some sort of satisfaction. I was not satisfied by the gameplay of Frontiers, or at least the main gameplay.
Hey, okay.
Um, but yeah, that's my blurb.
Yeah. With the gameplay with me, it's still it's not perfect. No game is perfect, and it's in this game it's like understandable. But in terms of like the gameplay, like specifically the movements for Sonic in this game,
Hmm.
Adventure and Adventure 2 still reign supreme.
Absolutely.
Adventure and Adventure 2 still reign supreme for how to control Sonic. But
Hey, Adept.
oh yo, what's up, Adept? I do feel like that this game is the best movement we've had for Sonic in a long time.
Yeah, it definitely
I
is.
truly feel that.
Which is kind of sad if you think about it.
It is kind of sad. And let me add another note. The best movement that we've had for Sonic in a long time in the overworld.
Yes.
In the overworld. Cyberspace is another thing entirely.
A lot of people say the best movement, or the last time we had like great movement in a Sonic game, was Sonic Generations. I wholeheartedly disagree with those people. Sonic Generations is in a weird spot in my recollection because I have it loaded on my Steam Deck and on my PC because every like at least once a month or so I start hearing people saying how much they love Generations, and I feel like I'm an insane person. I'm like, I didn't like Generations. I mean, it was okay, but it wasn't like amazing. So then I tell myself, well, maybe I'll go back and play it. Maybe I just need to play it one more time, and then I play it again, and I'm reminded, oh yeah, I've already played this, and I know what it's like. I don't understand what these people are saying. I don't get it. Because I guess if we're gonna talk about gameplay, we could talk about like what our ideal version of Sonic is. And not just point to a game, just like Sonic Adventure 2. Like Sonic Adventure 2 is my favorite, but I'm not just gonna say, oh, just make it like Sonic Adventure 2.
Just make it like SA2.
Yeah,
Yeah, I get that.
But I want to like get into like what is Sonic. I talked about this on my Part Zero Frontier stream.
Mm.
Whereas like Sonic is a platformer with speed in the mix. So like you should play to the strengths of platforming and also some racing elements because speed is like mainly used in I guess racing. To really give it the general statement.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I completely understand that. With older game, I say older, with recent games, they handle Sonic in the sense of you still have that. Corbin, we're talking about 3D Sonics right now. We're not talking about 2D.
Yeah, sweet. Well, yeah. Man, I haven't played Sonic 3 and Knuckles in years. Like, the last time I played Sonic 3 and Knuckles, I was at Texan's house playing on a GameCube on a CRT TV, and the GameCube was a Sonic Riders themed GameCube.
What?
Yeah, that's how long it's been.
That's sick. That is sick. Oh my god. Oh man. But yeah, in terms of okay, so in terms of recent 3D games, they only care about speed, which one hand makes sense. It's Sonic. That's literally what Sonic's about.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, they fumble around when it comes to just basic movement and controls and stuff. Like you talked about Generations. In terms of boost Sonic gameplay, I know you hate Generations, but I think for boost Sonic gameplay, Generation nails it. I think it's really good, but it's still not the best. It's just small, simple things that you can do in the past games, like just turning normally, is still kind of a chore with Sonic. And when it comes to super tight platforming, that's when things kind of rear its head. Generations still had those issues, but it wasn't as prevalent and annoying. And again, we're talking about Boost 3D Sonic. We're not talking about classic Sonic in Generations because that's a whole other thing.
Yeah, like that's the thing that sticks out to me when I play Generations, especially is when you boost, you do be boosting, but when you want to just turn right, it feels like I'm playing Resident Evil 1. Like it is horrendous. God. It is so
Holy
bad.
Crap.
I feel like Sonic's on treads. He handles worse than a Toyota Corolla with no wheels.
Jokes on all of you. I still never played SA2. You need to fix that, Corbin.
Corbin, here, hold this. Hold this. There.
Oh my
god. For people watching my streams, I typed L in the chat. Hold that.
Oh my god, dude. What the hell?
But
speaking of which, actually, let me say this real quick. Gruff is currently streaming this discussion as well. I can't do a proper shout out because Gruff is a YouTube streamer, not a Twitch streamer, but y'all please go check him out and sub up to him, please.
Yeah, we're on the different sides of the galaxy streaming right now. And for anyone who's watching my stream, I do have Red's Twitch link down in the description. It should be the first link there. Go ahead and check out his channel. His is it still called Twitch channel? It is. Yeah, channels.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I was on Twitch, bro. Go ahead and follow his channel. He's streaming fairly often, more often than me, because he actually has a functioning streamer setup. Meanwhile, I'm over here.
The stream setup ain't that bad, dude. Come on.
No, man. You don't understand. Let me boot up Task Manager right now. Let's see what percentage we're at. I'm at 100% CPU usage. 97%. I'm hovering at 97% CPU usage right now. I'm not even doing anything.
Oh my god.
I'm struggling.
Snap, dude, that's crazy.
Oh man. Yeah, go ahead and check out Red. He is a functioning streamer, unlike me. And yeah. But what's it called? What else was I gonna say? Oh yeah, Generations. A lot of people keep saying they should have just went with Generations moveset with this game. And I want to agree with them just because this Frontiers feels very sticky. Like, you know when you walk somewhere, you accidentally step on something sticky and you have that awful sound when you walk around.
Oh, yeah.
That's what this game feels like the whole time. When you're boosting, you're constantly magnetized to the floor. Unless you hit a small pebble, in which you will go flying to Alpha Centauri. You will go so far, well, depending on what angle you launch yourself in, and it is never on purpose. Although sometimes you get fortunate, and you're very fortunate, and you like launch yourself in a very fortuitous angle, but you never do it on purpose.
Yeah.
The movement is very strange in this game. I don't want to keep on talking forever. I don't know if you have anything to say about the movement, like your experience with it.
So the movement, for the overworld movement, for the most part, again, it's the best moving Sonic we've had in a while. Open world controls is fine to me, but the cyber levels, we'll get to cyber. Trust me, we'll get to cyberspace in a moment. we'll get there soon. Real quick. Okay, Corbin, that's bait. Sonic and the Dark Brotherhood is the best Sonic RPG. Oh, it's the best RPG game because there's only one.
Bro, Sonic and the... That's true. He's technically right. He's technically
right.
Dude, Sonic and the Dark Brotherhood. At that time, we had Bungie putting out legendary, mythical bangers like Mass Effect, and then they just go out of the bathroom, come out with Dark Brotherhood. Like, what did they do?
Yeah.
What were they cooking? Like, what happened? we have we have Commander Shepard in
Oh, you said
huge.
Bungie. You said Bungie was BioWare, but still, the
Oh yeah,
statement
oh
still
yeah,
stands.
Bungie. Wait, now I'm getting confused.
BioWare. It was BioWare.
BioWare.
Yeah.
So BioWare, they had like Mass Effect, such an amazing trilogy with just expansive worlds and lore, characters, and branching stories, and then they had Dark Brotherhood. What the heck happened? What happened?
It's the best video game made.
Oh my goodness. But anyways, back to Frontiers.
Yeah, the Frontiers with the overworld stuff. One thing that surprised me, I personally didn't mess with any of the settings, but the fact that they
Yeah.
give you settings to work with to control Sonic as well as you want him to, that's kind of crazy and very unheard of. That's very mod like. Like someone would mod that thing in.
Yeah.
But it's base stuff. And again, I didn't derp with it. I probably should have, but the fact that that's in there is pretty freaking crazy.
Yeah, I didn't. I
So
found myself not playing with that a lot either. Like, I strangely was very okay with the base settings. I did play with my brother a little bit, and he played with it. He turned Sonic's starting speed all the way down, so that there's much more of a wind up when he starts running.
okay.
I wouldn't recommend it because for some reason, Sonic Team made it to where even basic steps are impossible to get up if you are at a standing position and you just want to take a step. If it's too high, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's really
Um,
interesting that they have that in there.
Very interesting. Like, let me see. I'm looking at the stuff right now. Starting speed, initial boost speed, turning speed, boost turning speed, top speed, steering sensitivity, acceleration, bounce height, and then the camera stuff. Yeah, like this is all very nice. And while we talk, I'll probably jump around with these settings and actually like see what it all does in junk. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
but like just controlling Sonic in the overworld. Again, we'll get to cyberspace in a moment. Just
Yeah.
controlling Sonic in the overworld honestly feels nice. Like I can make circles like this and it'll be great. Like you can't do this in boost games, at least not this fluently. So
Oh
it's
yeah.
very nice.
It's impossible to do that. Sonic turn 360 degrees challenge impossible. It is so hard to do that specifically in uh any other Sonic game. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I will say this though. I think I'm weird. Dang, you really do be turning, huh? um, I'm weird in that I'm okay with the open world controls, but like I don't know, man. There's something I really think the momentum really hampers it for me. What about the momentum
Really?
mod? We'll talk about the momentum mod in a sec because we do want to talk about the
Yeah.
base game first.
And Gruff will talk about that one the most because they dudes actually played it and I haven't. So
Yes. um, the first. Oh, one cool thing we can say right now. How long did it take you to beat the game the first time? Or I guess
actually,
you only played it
that's
once, right?
I only played once. It took me. I took up around a little bit after the game. I'd say about 25 hours and 15 minutes to fully 100% platinum. I do have the platinum for this game, so that's how long it took for me to fully beat the game.
So I can't open the game right now. I do remember it took me 22 hours to get all the achievements, and completely beat the game.
Mm-hmm.
The second time I played, which was with the momentum mod, and so the first time, I guess I should say this right off the gate. The first time I played it, I 100%ed everything, made sure to get all the side stories, mapped everything. I played every cyberspace level. I stopped trying to get all the cyberspace level keys because that was annoying. I just couldn't be bothered.
Really? Oh wow. Okay.
and and so doing everything, including all the achievements, even after I'd beaten the game, took me 22 hours. Now, the second time I played it with the momentum mod, which breaks the game in ways we'll get into later, it took me about 11 or 12 hours, so half the time, to beat Sonic Frontiers. And that was just me just barreling straight through it. Which is with the mod that breaks the game. So if I didn't have that mod, it would have taken me longer. But not... No, it would have taken me about an hour or two more. That's a decent amount of time for the game.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah, still going about movement. I think I'm... Because the thing is, the movement in the open world is okay, except for when you jump. Oh my god. Like, still not talking about momentum. When you jump, if you want to reorient yourself, good luck. You are going to have a bad time.
My god.
When you want to jump in, let's say you jump and you jumped a little bit too much to the left, so you want to go to the right. It's hard to describe. Someone needs to make a mod to give Sonic a shadow directly underneath him. Because holy cow, I can never figure out where I am in space, in time and space with him.
You know what I was thinking about? I was thinking back to, like, what game was it? Crash 4. Some unsung dev in Crash 4 gave you, not only showed you where your shadow is, but they put a little circle under where you're gonna land, which is like the stupid simplest but like nicest way of like helping people out in 3D platformers.
What a chat.
It's honestly kind of crazy. It's what it's chat. Pretty much. Yeah, like sheesh. Because I'm on the spring right here, right?
Yeah.
And I go left, but if I want to try to go right, it's like it takes for dude doesn't even go right.
He like turns right and it takes like a full several seconds for him to like, yeah. It's really weird.
Oh, I don't want to deal with those wolves. Yeah, it's just these small things in the overworld where they kind of add up.
Yeah.
Where again, I still think the controls for the most part are really good, but there's just these small things that make it annoying. Like, is this a climbable wall? It's a climbable wall. I'm gonna be straight up. I hate climbable walls in this freaking game. I really do.
Oh, dude, they're awful. I don't like them either. So like, I watched like 3 people stream this game. No, 4 people stream this game. All of them, including everyone I've talked to, has issues with the climbable walls. And I myself, I don't have that much of a problem. I'm someone who doesn't really care about jank in a game, because almost all jank in a game has, or I would say 100% of jank in a game has a solution. That's why it's called jank and not a game-breaking glitch.
Yeah.
So once you figure out a way to get around it, like, that's pretty much the end of it for me. I'm like, cool, moving on. But even for me, I would not be remiss if they either refined the climbable walls or just got rid of them entirely, because there's no reason for them to be there.
They're really... Like, I kind of... Like, even from a story standpoint, it doesn't really say anything. It's just like, oh, Sonic can climb walls now. Okay, how can he do it?
I imagine it's like...
He talked to his friend Spider-Man or something. I don't know. He can just do it now.
I imagine it's supposed to be like the Ancients technology or something, but it's in other Sonic games too, and it's never addressed.
Yeah.
It's just... It's a... Man, I really think the reason why they're in the game is for 2 reasons. 1, Sonic Team has used them in other games, so they're here because they needed the assets. 2, because they don't have momentum in the game, so they need to have some way to affix Sonic to a wall.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I get that. Also, hey Seika, how's it going?
Hello. Like...
And you saw Quaxley's evolution? Ain't it nice?
Man,
Like,
I'm watching
yeah,
you run up this hill.
I'm actually trying to go to one of the towers because one of the towers in this freaking thing is annoying. It's because each
Oh,
tower here has like its own.
is it the
Yeah, it's the
side-scrolling
freaking one
one?
that's like all freaking like climbing up the walls and junk.
Oh, it's side-scrolling, isn't it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's not
and
side
oh no
scrolling
no,
one.
is it the
It's one
one?
that's purely based on climbing walls.
It goes in like right angles over and over again, right? And you have to get to the jump pad or the boost pad or
Yeah,
something.
pretty much.
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Is this the one? No, this one. No, it's the one past this one. Because yeah, the freaking because the climbing wall stuff, it's fine in short spurts, but when you mess with the entire thing, you have the entire thing set on the wall climbing, it gets annoying and I hate it.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is the one.
dude, I'm watching you play this, and you just ran over a ramp, uh, in the world. You were boosting, going top speed, and then you just flop off of the ramp.
Yeah, and this part, like right here, like always scared the crap out of me because
Yes.
sometimes I would actually run normally off
And they
the
just
wall.
had to put spikes.
They just had to put spikes right there. So literally, like the third time I'm climbing up on this island, I freaking just slowly inch my way over. Whoops.
You
And
just
then I
jump
fall
on
right
top
there.
of it.
Yeah, I just jump on top of it.
Yeah, dude. That's what I did. I just jumped on top of it. I was like, I'm not doing this. I just.
It's so freaking annoying. Whoops, and I screwed up again. But yeah.
I think there's some. I think the reason why it's so hard is because I think there's some. What's the word? There's some trickery afoot with with the camera and the controls, because the camera it's got like a kind of Dutch angle going. It's really crooked, but
Yeah.
the game expects you to perform as if it's not crooked, as if your controls are not affected, but they totally are. And the camera, holy cow.
Yeah, the camera is, especially in that spot right there, because it expects you to be on the wall. But since you ain't on the wall, it's just literally just fighting. You're fighting the camera over and over. And we're doing good, Sega. We're just bashing Sonic Frontiers right now.
Yes, we will get along to praising Frontiers, but first, beatings will continue until morale improves.
Pretty much.
But
like
I guess
right here.
I guess while we're talking about the towers, other than the walls, I really enjoyed the towers. I thought
the
that
towers
whole
were actually really nice. Like the way that they handled the towers, actually, where each tower had its own, like one was combat based, one was more on rails, one was 2D. That's actually not a bad way. I really liked that.
Yeah. And like, to me, it wasn't even like, I didn't even notice that they had their own themes the first time I played it. The first time I noticed was when a streamer pointed it out. And I thought, oh, that's pretty neat. But one thing that struck me about the towers is that I liked them despite them being full of camera movement. That's like not the player's camera movement. Despite them being full of that and 2D sections, I still really liked them. Which is funny because I normally don't care for modern 2D sections in Sonic. I like 2D, but not modern 2D.
I completely get that. I actually completely get that. Yeah.
It feels like it can't choose what it wants to be. Like it can't figure it out. I think the thing that really... Because this is going to be a theme for the whole game. The thing that really carries Frontiers over the hill, quality-wise, is its... presentation and story. Holy cow! If this game, if this game had a Forces level story, I think we would hate it. I think,
yeah.
If this game had a Forces level story, but I think we would all think the open zone. They call it open zone. It's basically open.
Yeah,
world.
they call it open zone.
It's open world though.
I don't like. Yes, it's more open, but I see it more of a like Odyssey type thing where yeah, you have more open areas and junk like that where you can somewhat progress in your own way, but there's still like an end goal and stuff like that. Whereas like I know a lot of people have said, "Oh, it's Sonic Breath of the Wild,"
Oh, I hate
but
that.
like, but with this game, you still know how to like how things go and how everything's gonna happen and stuff like that. Whereas Breath of the Wild, literally, you do a tutorial for about an hour, and the game is like, have fun.
Yeah.
You want to fight Ganon with a ladle? Fight Ganon with a ladle.
Oh my
You want to
goodness, dude.
save the freaking princess properly? Then can go to the divine beasts and junk.
Oh man, I'm gonna get roasted by Adept in chat right for into this, but and I guess real quick, yes, I would recommend this as a wish list spot. If you're a Sonic fan, if the person making the wish list is a Sonic fan, it's a good game.
Oh gosh, dang it, Starfall.
Oh man, Starfall. Oh, Starfall.
I'm gonna just leave this island.
So the while I remember right now, to get the momentum mod when I've played it, it has you need to get like the hedge. It's called the hedge mod manager, and the hedge mod manager has like default mods already made for Sonic Frontiers. Like if anyone has ever used the SA2 mod manager, it's exactly like that. There's like mods that come with the mod manager, and then other mods you can download in the manager. It's like that.
Oh, okay.
One of the default mods that comes with the mod manager is turn off Starfall.
Okay, so literally the freaking here's another Zelda comparison. It's literally the Blood Moons. Like the thing, like Starfall happens and all the enemies are reset and all the guardians are reset. So having like extra incentive for these events is not bad. The thing is, just move this roulette at the bottom left of the screen, top right of the screen, something. Not like right here where like 40% of your view, it's not 40%, but it's enough to obstruct your view if you're trying to fight a guardian or something.
Why does it need to be so big?
Exactly.
You could just put it in the top right. So, quick comparison, there's this game on the Nintendo Wii called The Conduit. If anyone remembers that game, good on you. That's one of my favorite games, and it's very okay in terms of its actual quality. But one thing I love about that game is it's the only game I've ever seen do this. You could move all of the HUD elements literally anywhere you want. There's a what's it called? In the options menu, it's to, like, move your HUD settings, and the first time I saw that, I thought, oh, is there like preset HUD? No, you can take the Wii Remote pointer and just drag and drop wherever you want. You can also make the mod completely 100% invisible if you want. It's so amazing and flexible. I love that, and that came out, when did that come out? One sec. The Conduit
I heard about the Conduit. Yeah, I've heard of it, but I haven't played it.
That came out in 2008. 14 years ago.
I'm old.
Like, holy cow, dude. There are kids who were born there and they're in high school now when that game came out.
Don't.
There are kids in high school learning about how mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell right now who were born when that game came out. But yeah, something like that. I wish that was in more games, especially here with the slot machine. It's so
freaking
cumbersome.
huge.
Like,
how did they literally not think they looked at this? They were looked at this while it was happening and was fighting, let's say, Azura, which I'm about to go over here right now. Freaking, yeah, this is fine. There's no issue with this. We don't have to move it to like the bottom left of the screen or something.
Dude, I was watching a streamer and he was climbing the towers while this slot machine was up, and it was so much harder. Like, I felt afraid while watching his stream. It was wild. But anyway, what were we talking before? or all that.
Yeah, because the Starfall literally just happened. We're like, oh, we gotta talk about this junk.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I think we were talking about the towers. Oh yeah. So how the story and characters carry this game. So I think one thing that really made the towers so fun and engaging was the story and the holy cow, the music at the towers. I need this album. I need the physical CD on my shelf.
Yeah, like honestly, it was pretty freaking. It's honestly kind of crazy. I am legit waiting for for the freaking soundtrack to come out because
Absolutely.
honestly, it's. I will be honest. I get my music through other means most of the time, but this is I want this entire soundtrack because holy crap, it's so freaking good.
I need like physical media. I always love getting physical media,
Yeah.
especially music. Music is so fickle, and whether you own it, like I need this on, dude.
Yeah.
But that's what I think puts the towers one step above like all the other 2D sections and everything that I don't like. When I encounter it in the towers, it's okay because another thing I think is I just thought of this. One thing that puts it completely above everything else is the fact that the stakes, and I'm not not the stakes of the story, the stakes of if you fall, you are going all the way down. There's no checkpoint. You are going to do this all the way through in one go, and you're gonna like it.
Some towers are nice, and they give you the little
rope. Yeah, the little
yeah. But for the most part, yeah, if you fall off a tower, then you're screwed.
Oh man, and the music makes it so much more tense, man. Who did they get to design the towers? They need to get that person to just do the rest of.
Yeah, because the towers were legit, really not. Again, they were a nice change of pace, from the rest of the islands, but it was also just, yeah, the way they handled the towers were so good and intricate, and I was invested. Like I finished the third island one night, and I was like, okay, I think I gotta go to bed. I'll wait for this cutscene to finish off, and then the freaking thing's like, shut off the 6 towers, and the music slowly builds, and I'm like, I don't think I can go to bed yet.
The same thing happened to me. I was like, I have to do this, like, because you see it's also, there's some kind of like there's a, what's the word I'm looking for? There's like a deceptiveness to it because you see, oh, it's just 6 platforming sections. How hard could it be? Oh,
and
brother!
Like they're not like champions. They're not like Champions Road or anything, but they do test your knowledge about the game's mechanics and junk, which is scary. Honestly, yeah.
Because
oh man,
they're not like Herculean efforts, but they are difficult in their own way, which I really enjoy. I remember, so I guess while I'm thinking about it, or do you think we should? Well, let's keep on talking. Okay, let me get my thoughts in a row. So this game, Sonic Frontiers, there are cyberspace levels, open zone, and some short sections that are like one-offs, and the boss battles. We'll get into that later. The open world is where you'll be spending most of your time collecting things, and one thing I specifically remember this. I made a tweet, and I can actually pull it up if I want to look for it. Let me actually, because I'm curious when I posted this, because I think I posted it like a day or two before the game actually came out, and it's actually kind of funny. And I was just thinking to myself, wait a minute, what's up with the marketing for this game? What? Because
marketing was
I'm looking it up right now.
Marketing was something else.
Oh yeah, here it is. So when did I post? I posted this the day before it came out. Holy cow! Okay, so for anyone who was paying attention to the marketing and paying attention to the community, everyone had this like fear of the open world because all the marketing made the open world look completely barren with nothing to do and nothing to strive for.
Yeah.
Like if you go to my Part Zero stream discussing the game, my number one fear of the game is the platforming stuff, which is kind of like I was kind of right in everything how it plays and everything. But my next thing was, what the heck is this open world gonna be? Because when the cyberspace levels were revealed, everyone thought, oh, that's gonna be like the main part of the game. But then they said, no, the main part of the game is actually gonna be the open world. And everyone collectively said, huh? Because we all were looking at the open world and we're thinking, what the heck? There's nothing there. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? There's nothing there. And I literally put out a tweet the day before thinking, because the only stuff that we had seen that meant anything was the IGN footage, which was terrible. I don't know why. I think Sega is the one who made that decision to use IGN to advertise their game. Because Sega consistently is out of touch with everything. But holy cow, they did a terrible job. Because in the IGN playthrough, you could see them collecting stuff, but they don't tell you anything.
Yes.
It's like, I see this thing, I was like, oh, is that like a fruit? Okay. Like one of the seeds of power, which is how you upgrade your attack stats, looks like a heart. And everyone thought, is Sonic gonna have a health bar in this game? When they should have just been transparent and said, oh, this is defense, this is attack, these are collectibles. And everyone would have been... There would have been more anticipation for the game, I feel like, because literally the day before I thought, well, what if it's a collectathon? That would fill out all the empty spaces in the open world. That would make the open world mean something. Like, they should have advertised it as an open world from the very beginning, or as a collectathon from the very beginning.
Actually, yeah, that also would have probably been more well received.
Like, holy cow! When I fully understood the breadth of all the content that's in the open world, I just had this moment of like, what were they thinking? What were they thinking? What were they thinking with the marketing campaign? That marketing campaign was awful.
It did not do well. Like, when the game first got announced and they said that they got Ian Flynn to write it, I was optimistic and excited, but I was being calm because I didn't want another Forces situation where I was the only one excited for it. I get it the night it comes out and I freaking hate it.
Oh man.
And then they show the IGN stuff and I'm just kind of sitting there like,
dang, huh? You're just sitting there like, dang, that's crazy, bro.
kind of like Dante, what the hell is this?
Yeah. Like,
I need to put that on my soundboard actually.
Oh man.
But yeah, it's just it was not a good first impression.
It wasn't.
The freaking combat they showed like the next day, I was slightly more interested, but like what was where's the bubble enemy? Where's the freaking bubble enemy? I think I already killed it though. Because the freaking bubble enemies where you have to like attack over and over again, it just showed them just mashing the homing attack button over and over.
The biblically accurate angels.
Actually, yeah. Okay, yeah, here's one. The freaking biblically accurate angels are like freaking like that's a funny way of putting it. because they're just shown attacking it over and over with the homing attack and no other like things. Like I think they do show later that they're using like the kick move or the freaking or this one. It wasn't this one. They mainly showed the kick move, which was nice. But for more than half the trailer, I just saw them attacking this one dude for over 30 to 45 seconds. I'm like, yeah, that's not gonna be fun.
Oh, dude. Going back to that footage and seeing them take like minutes to kill one enemy is infuriating. These enemies aren't like... These aren't like the big ol' hammer dudes from Sonic Heroes. They're really not.
Oh, yeah, they're not. They are not.
Like, whenever I encounter the biblically accurate angel, I just hold L. And it's dead. It's gone. Erased. Reduced to atoms.
Reduced.
One might say. The combat, I'm still... So when I first saw the combat, I saw it and I was like, this looks incredibly simple. And like I saw it, and they're not showing like inputs or anything when they show the combat. They just say, you'll be able to do this incredible attack, Sonic Boom, and it's just like Sonic shooting lasers and stuff. And I'm like, okay, it's flashy, but like, how is it like to play? And when I first saw that footage, I thought that you were gonna do a button press, like a single button press, or at the very most a combo, and you would just sit back while watching Sonic do this move. Kind of like in Tekken, when you grab someone, you sit back while they do the animation. It's a lot faster in Tekken, but, you know, same principle.
Right.
I was only a step off. So, with the Sonic Boom attack, for example, the one where Sonic shoots lasers at the biblically accurate angel, you hit it at least once to get a combo going, and then you hold L, and he shoots the lasers until the enemy is destroyed. That's it. It's not as simple as I thought it was gonna be, but it's not that far off.
Yeah, well, this obviously ain't no Devil May Cry or Bayonetta, but it's still... It's deep. It's deep enough to like be more than just a button masher, which I feel like, which is honestly fine as long as you're not fully button mashing the entire time and you have to do some thought. The combat is okay. It's at least engaging. But...
I can't wait to watch Aaron Hansen's XXXXXXXX combo playthrough.
Pretty much. He's gonna be wailing on the freaking angels like, why? This thing takes forever to go down.
Have you seen him play Zelda?
I haven't seen much of it. I haven't seen much Game Grumps of it, unfortunately.
It is pure pain. Pure, like, white hot pain. But anyway.
Actually, although now that I think about it, there is a button mashing thing, because let me fight the squid, because there literally is an auto combo button that I unlocked it, but I didn't use once, so I don't know how the hell this thing works.
So it's probably, so you have to turn it off in settings.
Yeah, I turned it off.
Yeah, I unlocked it. I unlocked that one last because I wanted to unlock.
That was the last thing I unlocked too. Yeah,
it's a small thing, not a very big complaint. I'm kind of disappointed there's not a achievement for unlocking the entire skill tree.
There isn't. Yeah, there isn't.
Not a huge complaint. However, like, while we're talking about the skill tree is very easy to unlock when you're even halfway through the game. I need to stop getting...
It is, honestly.
Why am I getting so many notifications? Stop it.
Yeah. Can't they see I'm talking about Sonic?
I'm talking about Sonic here!
Good lord, I can't get on this freaking thing. Okay, there we go. This should be good on.
I saw the footage. You like got on it and then you got flung off.
Yeah.
For some reason, people have trouble getting on this one specifically, even though, uh, not to toot my own horn, but I never had a problem with getting on this one. No, no. I'm such a pro gamer. I can beat Sonic Frontiers in like 2 seconds. I'm such an epic gamer. But the attacks. So I will say this: the attacks, well, they're not complex, but you can get like an infinite combo going, doing massive damage to enemies, if you know which combos to use. Because the combos I end up using always end up being the stomp, and I don't know what it's called. It's like a whirlwind where Sonic like spins in a circle, and you just hit it a bunch. And what you just did there to dodge, what you just did there to dodge the attack while still attacking, you can just stuff like that. Just keep on doing it, infinite combos.
Yeah,
It's satisfying when you can figure out get a flow of that, but it has the opposite effect of making the enemies really trivial. And I don't think they've struck a balance. It's
okay, yeah, I get that. And I'm willing to kind of let it slide because literally, there's has been Sonic games with like combat and stuff,
yeah.
but it hasn't been like much. Because when I saw Sonic freaking just mashing the homing attack button and doing punches and kicks, I haven't played it, and I will once the freaking mod is fully done. But it reminded me of Shadow from Sonic 06, which is not good.
When we watched the first gameplay footage from IGN, and there's a part where Sonic just like punches a box, I got Shadow the Hedgehog vibes. I was like, this feeling, I felt it before.
Oh yeah, since we're talking about the combat, let's talk about the one thing that annoys me the most about the combat.
Okay.
The parry system. Okay, so for those that have been watching my channel, they know I started with freaking Kingdom Hearts. I became an affiliate because of Kingdom Hearts and fighting the freaking all the hard bosses and junk. And I love it when games give you a good parry system because Kingdom Hearts has two types of parries. You literally block an attack and then you're able to counterattack, or if you block it at the right time, like literally right as an attack hits and you block it, you are able to do even more damage. And any game that you play that has some sort of parry system, there's a window. You have like half a second to you activate it, and there's like half a second. And that half a second is that parry window. But if you miss, you're stuck and you can't really do much.
Yeah, you're wide open.
With this game, I am holding the parry button right now. I literally, anytime an enemy is going to attack me, I just have to hold the parry button and I will be fine.
And it's omnidirectional too.
It's omnidirectional. Actually, the freaking wolves are over here.
Yeah, ruin their day. Ruin their day. Take them to the shelter.
Oh, that time I screwed up. Okay. So I'm holding parry. Thankfully, after you land a parry, it makes you land a parry again. So it's not completely mindless, but still, I just have to hold the parry button and there's no like freaking challenge to it or anything.
Yeah. Like, it's weird because they do the Arkham Asylum thing where it shows like some kind of indicator on Sonic's head. And in Arkham Asylum, when you had that, you just press the combo or the counter button, and it was just a button press. He immediately presses it and does a animation to counter the enemy, and you can continue your combo directly afterwards. And some enemies, you couldn't counter them normally. Like if they had a knife, you had to counter them in a very specific way, or if they had a shield, and so on and so forth. In this game, you have to hold the button, and it's especially amusing when you do the jump rope minigame and you just do the parry in midair.
Dude, no, I didn't realize, because, okay, so this freaking thing, right? this freaking thing, okay? Um, I'm not gonna lie. And well, I'm gonna pause real quick because I'm gonna try to find a certain quip that I want to play. So that area right there where you have to do the jump rope.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, it took me a few times to get it because I'm legit just jumping. I'm legit just trying to find the right timing and everything.
Yeah, and that one's tougher
And
because it's on the last island.
it's actually pretty tough. Let's see, Live Pharaoh. Let me see if I can find it. It's gonna be a bit. It's gonna be a bit because. But let me see if I can freaking find it. The parry literally trivializes that entire thing.
Oh man,
And literally you could just hold yourself in the air while I'm looking for this. There I am. I'm just floating.
You just standing there realizing.
I'm just sitting there and it's still going. I'm holding the thing the entire time because there is a moment where the thing does end. There we go. Took about 20 to 25 seconds
Good
for
Lord.
the parry to fully end. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Let me. Okay, let me switch up quick. I'm gonna show this freaking clip because it's so good. Let me pause this. Pause that. I should still have it.
You see if I can.
Yeah, it's this one. Yeah. Literally, it's just like Thero trying to do this jump rope mini game, and the thing is, it's called "Work Smarter, Not Harder."
Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna see if I can get you on the screen.
Okay. Move this right here.
Gotcha.
Didn't even realize how.
I have it on the screen. There we go. You can show it now.
All right. Didn't even realize how weirdly generous the parry is. I've been trying to time it the whole time. Yes. Like you play fighting games, CC. You know. You've played Smash. You've played Marvel vs. Capcom.
Oh, dude.
Like what the fudge? So literally, when you can hold a parry for an infinite amount of time and you're suspended in midair the entire time when doing this freaking parry, you could just do this.
Here. I saw Salty DK Dan do this, and yep, it's just he's just standing there realizing. Look at him go. Wow.
Like holy crap, dude. I legit like there. I watched part of like Thero's stream. I watched him do like part of the first island, right? And dude was like, "Oh wow, there's a parry thing. That's cool." And then I think Gary said, "Yeah, the parry's infinite." Wait, what? Yeah, the parry goes on for forever. And like Thero legit was just like, "I wish you didn't tell me that."
Well, that's the thing. The game tells you that. The game tells you.
The game does tell you that, but again, like Thero's a freaking fighting game, a fighter. He plays fighting games, so instantly you think it's a parry. So I try to parry. There's gonna be a moment where I won't be able to parry anymore, and I'll be stunned, and I'm stuck. But no.
Oh man, like, and here's the thing. I'm kind of torn on the parry because on one hand, it's very lame that you can just hold it infinitely forever. On the other hand, I hate these. On the other,
these guys are annoying.
These guys, they're awful. On the other hand, the momentum mod comes with a fix for the parry. It makes it to where you have to time it. And it's still kind of poopy because the parry is, I don't think it's well constructed. First of all, so for people who haven't played, to parry, you need to hold the left and right bumpers together. And Sonic, like, slowly gets into this animation where he's, like, ready to deflect any oncoming attack. Here's the thing, though. The parry needs to be fast, or at least the blocking animation. And so even when you have to time it, it's just not great because the parry is very slow. Like, um, and how to, and also it's very hard for enemies to tell like what enemies like where like how long their wind up will be and when they will actually attack, which I don't have a problem with initially because games like Dark Souls do that. You have to study their move set, figure out when to attack and everything. But why why how do I explain this? The Sonic, this game is not conducive to that playstyle because you can get hit twice and die in the game, depending
Yes.
on your rings, your defense. Which again, Dark Souls is also very hard, but like imagine if you had to practice your defense against what's the name of the guy? Adept, if you're still watching, what's the name of that dude in the DLC with the broken arm that you fight in Dark Souls? Imagine if you had to fight, you practice your parry against that guy, like a Dark Souls boss, instead of just practicing against a normal enemy. Because the
I feel like I
enemies,
kind of know what you're talking about. I know nothing about Dark Souls, but I feel like I know who you're talking about.
he's in a DLC and he's like purportedly the hardest enemy or hardest boss in the game.
Okay.
And he's in a DLC. The sides note, the developers of Dark Souls actually apologized for the DLC because all the DLC was meant to be in the game, but they weren't able to finish it, and
Oh,
they actually
okay.
apologized for that. um, but the enemies in Sonic, they're not humanoid. Like we made a joke, like the biblically accurate angels, but like very few of them are actually humanoid. You have like random blobs and balls and wheels and
Yeah,
I
and
feel like I'm gonna get jumped by Baphomet playing this game, dude.
let's
Like,
see. It's a ghost. I gotta find the ghost. I hate the ghosts.
Ghost. I made the mistake of fighting Ghost first. That was the first enemy I encountered on this island. I had 4 rings.
Oh, fudge.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
But
It's over here.
the parry
Kunoichi?
is
Okay.
the parry I think needs work. They need to make it to where you should not have to press 2 buttons to do the parry. That is ludicrous. Whoever made that decision needs to rethink that immediately. Make what I think they should have done is instead of having the dodge the left and right bumpers making you go left or right when you dodge, they should make dodge either the left or right bumper, not both of them. Make the direction of your dodge decided by your control stick, and then you make the other bumper used for counters, and make it like Arkham Asylum, where once you press it, once the indicator is present and you press the button, that automatically makes the attack counter or whatever. Because that not only is the counter indicator very short, it is hard to see, and it's also a flat PNG. So if it's coming from directly in front of you, you don't get to see it. It's a flat PNG. It's like the fences and stuff in old Nintendo 64 games. They're like flat images. So if you're seeing it come directly towards you, it's very skinny and hard to see. It's see-through for some god-awful reason. And it does have an audio cue, but it's not loud enough. You can't hear it. Like, I really think the counter or the parry, it needs a lot.
For me personally, I feel like I don't fully agree with everything you're saying because again, I fight dudes with I fight I fight a bunch of stuff in all the games I've streamed and stuff like that. I've
Yeah.
literally done a bunch of stupid, dumb, hard challenges I didn't need to do, like beating Azora on critical with all the codes on. I do not recommend anyone do that.
Yeah, I'd rather go to
So
like a. I'd rather go to prison or something like that. Spend a day in prison. It'll be
so
less than
like
that.
there's so there's some things where I think they could change. Like, so it's weird to have to hold two buttons to do something like this, but in my eyes, it kind of makes sense because your left and your right bumper is your dodge. So it kind of makes sense. Okay, someone's coming at me. Let me use my two dodge buttons together, which is a defensive option, and let me use another defensive option. That makes a lot of sense to me. And another way they could have handled the parry, I kind of brought up. It doesn't really match. Here's my thought process on the parry. Actually, yeah, it does kind of match. I talked about Kingdom Hearts where they have like a critical counter, where if you guard something at the right time, it does extra damage or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Try to do something kind of like that, where if you hold the parry button, you do have a parry window for like half a second, but after that parry window, if you're still holding it, it's no longer a parry, it's a guard. You can guard attacks that come towards you, and you either take no damage while still holding up the guard, or you still lose rings, but you don't lose as many rings and you're not staggered.
Yeah, a lot of games do that actually.
Like something like that. It's a simple change that I feel like would help out flesh the stuff out a bit more while not making the parry super mindless. Also, this thing, no, get this floating parry out of the game. Like, okay, if you're gonna float in the air when parrying, let it float in the air with that parry window. But as you're still holding it, you'll slowly fall back down to the ground, and you'll just guard.
And
that's my thought process on it.
At least make him like sink towards the ground. At least.
Yeah.
Very strange. At least
because again, I'm thinking of.
At least when they did that. At least when they did that in Shadow the Hedgehog, Shadow has like his boosters on his feet. Sonic has literally nothing.
Dude, that's nothing.
He's just floating there. There is no reason or explanation. He's just there.
Yeah.
Oh man, but one thing I hate fighting those guys, dude. The mobs, like the most I want to say the most plentiful mob in the game. I don't know what they're called, but they're the most humanoid looking or almost the second most humanoid looking enemy in the game. The first island, they're like ridiculously easy. You just homing attack them and they die. Every island after that.
So you're like talking about like the ninja, shinobi, kunoichi. Are you talking about those dudes?
Not yet. These like normal dudes.
Oh, these normal ones. Yeah, they go down to like 1 or 2 hits.
If the first one is a ninja, what should we call these? Just.
Well, no, like the guardians, because the guardians, like the first like giant guardian you.
Well, yeah.
The first guardian you fight is the ninja.
Yeah, the guardians.
These guys are just these guys are just like regular grunts.
Yeah, I guess we'll just call them grunts. That's what I meant. Like the guardians have the special names, but these guys don't have a name, so I guess we'll just call them grunts. They're also the most plentiful enemy. The first island, they're really easy, like hilariously easy. They're basically Goombas.
Pretty much.
every island after the first island, though, they are insufferable. I avoid these dudes like the plague. They are so annoying to fight because they get this shell or shield ability that negates every attack, and the only way you can supplant it is to use your Psyloop. Now, luckily, somewhere in the game, you get the Psyloop. Called the Psyloop move, where you do a combo and you can do the quick Psyloop and it immediately forms a Psyloop and performs the exact same function. Great. Except
Psyloop, yeah.
Except it has a meter. So
it does have a meter.
If the meter runs
you can
out,
only do it.
If the meter runs out, you're just dead in the water, basically.
Pretty much.
What the heck was that? Oh, some guy shooting at you.
Yeah. But yeah, it's called the quick side loop. And that's a nice way of handling it. But the thing is, I kind of feel like it doesn't like tell you how you can regain it, because right now I'm full. I take that guy. What the?
Waiting for the stream to get.
What the hell was that? I am mad. I want my money back.
So we're talking about the side loop. Oh, an enemy generates a shield. Use the side loop to get rid of the shield. Red just did that, and the enemy said, "That's funny," and he immediately just made another shield.
That is the first time I've ever seen it.
That's happened to me like twice.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. It's rare enough to where I don't really think about it, but man, when it happens, it's like, really?
It's so freaking weird.
I think this is the worst move in the entire game. The enemies making the shield. The worst thing.
Well, here's the thing. It's not. It's weird, but it's not like unheard of in games to have like the normal enemy dudes learn a new skill and junk. And also, I'm just kind of sitting here. Y'all ain't gonna.
They're just standing there, realizing.
They just posted. Okay. But yeah, I understand why people would find these guys annoying, especially the white ones at the freaking last island.
Yeah.
But it didn't bother me too much. It just meant that I had to think more, and they were actually trying to engage with the player and like how they should actually fight stuff instead of just button mash, which I don't have that big of an issue with.
Yeah, I actually really like that. The last island is my favorite island, actually. Because of how hard and difficult.
Yeah.
Because one thing about this game I don't like, it's hilariously easy. I don't know if I told you this. I think I did, Red. I did. So when I played the game for the second time, I played it with the Momentum mod, Japanese voice acting, and I also played it the entire game as a level 1 character. I never leveled up Sonic.
You did say that. You didn't give Sonic any level ups, yeah.
Never leveled up his defense, attack, speed, or rings. Completely based Sonic forever. The game doesn't change.
It does not change, yeah.
It does not change at all. Which is really disappointing. So I should say this, the attack, when you level it up, does do more damage. Like, noticeably more damage. A lot of it.
You shred freaking dudes. Like, and the attack and defense goes, well, more like the attack. The attack transfers to supersonic. So you can melt the Titans.
That was such a strange choice. That's
I don't have an issue with that, but like the Titans don't compensate for that. So I'm thinking, okay, if you level up a certain form, a certain wave, okay, if you get to like this level, then okay, the Titan will start attacking a bit faster, or they'll add an extra move or something like that to compensate. But they didn't.
I love fighting against the Titans level 1 because it makes the countdown of your rings actually tense. Like, there were a couple times, I think the lowest ring count I ever got, because your level 1 ring count is 400. I think I got either 200 or sub 200. That was the lowest it ever got, but when you notice it's getting lower by that much, you sort of, kick yourself into high gear. You're like, oh, I need to, start getting serious. Get into the gamer lean.
The gamer lean.
Yeah. And and you get more serious and you play the game more seriously. And that was me at level 1. I never got that serious once when I had actually leveled up Sonic normally. Which, by the way, if you level up Sonic normally, or as normally as you can when you 100% the game, the boss fights are a joke. They're not. Their only redeeming qualities are the enemy design, the music,
yes,
and the spectacle, which are, well, they're amazing, but they don't overshadow the gameplay. At least not in my opinion. The
Yeah.
gameplay is still a damper on this because it's a game.
How's it going, Magpie?
Hey,
Yeah. And some of the I'm trying to remember because some of the freaking some of the freaking guardians in this game they have lots of spectacle and flair, but they're like I'm looking at this freaking dude right now. I guess I'll fight it. The freaking what's it called? Strider. The one where you have to grind the rails on Knuckles' Island.
Oh
Like
man.
your first time doing it is like okay, it's kind of cool, but then you have to fight the second and third or fourth Strider, and you're just like. All right,
Yeah.
just gotta go around in the circle.
My
Pretty
favorite,
much.
my favorite guardian to fight are the ninja variants. There's
The ninja variants are really
Kunoichi,
nice.
Shinobi, and I think it's
And Master Ninja.
Master Ninja, yeah. I didn't
Yeah.
even know Master Ninja was a thing until I already beat the game and I was achievement hunting. And then I found Master Ninja. Like those are really fun because they actually fight back.
Pretty much.
The other ones are like obstacle courses, which is a
Yeah.
very strange direction for enemy, for especially for mini bosses.
Let's see, what's another one? Oh, is there a shark over here? I think there's a shark
Oh,
over here.
shark!
Sharks
Oh my
are
goodness.
sharks. I honestly kind of like the sharks, but they take freaking forever.
They do. And shark, I see what they were going for. The spectacle is great because the music is very well suited,
Yeah,
and the
which
enemy
you guys
design
can't
is
hear
great
because I
too.
have it muted, but but the music is really good.
Yeah, I think my favorite Guardian theme is the Tower song. Tower has a great theme. I love Tower's theme.
Which one is it? Which one is it? Which one
It's
is
like
it?
boom, ba, ba, boom.
Oh yeah, the tower,
boom.
the pillar ones are fun.
They
The
also
shark
they
ones is
get really
good
tough
too. Yeah, the towers get a. I think the towers, like all of them in general, are my least favorite. I don't know. I just wasn't a big fan of them.
Yeah, like
Sumo, that's who it is. My favorite theme has to be Sumos.
I think I think I only fought sumo like twice or three times at most.
The Sumo is so freaking good.
Oh man. But what have we gone over? We gone over the open world, some of the enemies. So I think we should go over the memory token. The memory
Okay.
tokens are like what you're gonna. Those are like the main collectible in the open world.
Yeah.
You can find vault keys in the open world, but vaults or memory tokens are what you're gonna be looking for most. Why is Knuckles like the hardest one? Did you
The
have
hardest memory tokens to get?
that? Yeah, like for some reason I felt like he. Maybe it's because. I might have. This might have been like the way I played it because whenever I played. No, I think it was my fault. Never mind. Disregard what I was saying because I thought that his was the hardest to like get. Like I would always get to him and I would need like 20 something more. But I think that might just be because for the other ones I went to big first and then went to the characters. So that was my own fault.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, that
shout
might
out
be it.
shout out to Big. You can cheese the whole game with just Big. Amazing.
Oh my god.
As
I
games should
did not
be.
think there would be a game that made me like Big. But here we are. I still think bro's annoying and I still hate him, but there's a respectful hate to it now because like holy crap. I freaking find Big and I go here and it's just like no, we're not fooling anybody. The minigame Big has is stupid simple.
It is.
It's baby's first fishing game.
Oh man.
Animal Crossing is more engaging because you actually have to pay attention really hard.
Yeah. Animal Crossing
But
gets tense.
The Animal Crossing gets so tense, but the fact that you can like literally, I'm casting a line, and literally I just have to hit a couple buttons. That's it. Literally, I'm just waiting.
I've seen
I
people
reel it in.
when they throw the water and a fish bites it. They're looking away from the screen, eating chicken, and
Yep.
they're like they cut the chicken, eat it, set it down. They're wiping the grease off their hands. They turn back to the screen. Oh, there's a bite, and they hit the button, and they still get the fish.
Yeah.
Like,
Like it is incredibly simple, but being that the last fishing game I played was unfortunately Big Story and Sonic Adventure 1,
oh yeah.
I will take stupid simple any day.
At least make it like Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess had it to where, oh man, it wasn't much more complicated. You literally just threw the thing in, needed to wait for it to the bobber to sink a specific amount and then pull it.
Yeah.
I haven't played many fishing games, to be honest. But man, like,
And when we say Big breaks his game, dude breaks the hell out of this game. You can buy portal gears, which are needed for cyberspace, memory tokens, which are needed to literally progress the game, to talk to your characters, vault keys to get the emeralds, and you can max out your speed and power seat, get power seats through here. You can get as many cocos as you can. And then there's also skill pieces here, which I didn't really need, because if you needed to go to big to get more skill pieces in this game to max out the tree, I'm sorry, but how?
if you spend
you
money,
max out the tree.
If you spend money to get rings, bro, like
you can literally get rings for free by making circles
by
and stuff
side
like
looping, dude. You could spend your
yeah.
finite resources on rings, or you could just run around in circles.
So it's honestly really nice that Big is here, because people don't want to fight monsters to get the portal gears. People don't want to do the cyber levels to get the keys. You just go around the world, find a bunch of Big's coins, or wait for a starfall to happen, and you'll rank up a lot of freaking coins. And you could just spend them all here, and you can literally not do most of the game and only do like supersonic for that world.
You've kind of pointed out a flaw, I think, in that people would rather fish than play the game.
Which I will understand, because some of the game does have that jankiness that for the most part with me, it doesn't bother me too much, but for other people it'll be freaking annoying. Like, they hate how fighting is, they hate searching through the worlds, they hate doing cyberspace and junk like that. So there's flexibility in it. It might be too much in Big's favor, but it's nice that there is some sort of flexibility with how you want to progress through the game.
I would say, like, out of all the things, open world as a concept, I don't hate it, but I don't really feel like doing it again. It's exciting the first time, but man, starting over and having to do it all again feels like a chore.
Yeah, the one back to the Zelda comparison. When it came to Zelda, any way you start that game over, it's going to be a different experience. You can make it your own different experience. Where with most open world games, at least the ones I have played, like, yeah, you can go around, do side quests and junk like that and explore, but there's still a linear way of beating the story. And again, I haven't played too many open world games. What, I guess Sonic Frontiers kind of counts. The Spider-Man games. There's a couple others, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But there's still a linear way of beating the story.
The last open world game I played was Elden Ring. I didn't finish it, but I played.
Okay.
I got to Stormvale Castle for anyone who has played Elden Ring. Elden Ring is really freaking fun. Skyrim is
Plus, I will say this, unfortunately, they have released Skyrim on everything, including toasters, but I have not played
Jeez.
Skyrim at all.
It's okay, you're not missing much. Skyrim is like I gamers gaslit themselves into liking Skyrim, bro. I don't know what happened. Like, oh, Skyrim is weird because visually you can tell that it's a newer game than Oblivion. Meanwhile, it looks uglier. It doesn't have nearly as many mechanics, so they're not as in depth. And I don't think it's true, but it sounds like they have less voice actors. It's really weird. It's a very strange experience going from Oblivion to Skyrim. Oblivion is a wonder to play. I recommend it to everybody. I never recommend Skyrim. Because the thing that all open world games have to contend with is that the end game point is when you get bored. And I'll say this, you get bored a lot sooner in Skyrim than you get bored in Oblivion. I'll say that. That's like my little mini review of Skyrim. But Elden Ring does open world incredibly well. The game is structured like a Soulsborne game. All the enemies can be difficult. I don't agree. I like the visuals in the art style way more in Skyrim. That's a thing. Is like that's a personal preference. I personally like Oblivion's art style more. It's a little bit more cartoony, and don't get me wrong, the character models in that game look ugly as sin. But I'd rather have that over the samey look of Skyrim that I can find across the continent of Skyrim. They have different art styles, or I shouldn't say art style. They have different biomes, but all in all, it all feels very samey. Oblivion, you have sweeping green plains, lush green and auburn trees. You have high mountain tops. You have swamps and woods. It's a very colorful game, and I adore the art style. And why am I talking about the Elder Scrolls, man? I need to stop.
You know what we can talk about, which we've been kind of neglecting to. Probably should get to it. Let me go back to the title screen and load up arcade mode, and let's talk about the cyber levels. Yeah. Let's talk about the cyber levels.
Okay, so what I was getting at the beginning of the stream, what is Sonic to you? Sonic is, to me, is a platformer with speed injected into it. And I think as a platformer, it should play to the genre's strengths of creating difficulty through platforming. Like, and I'm trying to think of a good platforming game that I played recently. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Well, here's your easy one. Sonic 1. The original Sonic games did platforming exceptionally well because of two things: momentum and precise movement. You could be an absolute god at that game, maintain momentum and understand all the levels and breeze through them like nothing else.
Yeah.
Or you could be a complete beginner. And while you won't always maintain your momentum, you still have the moveset, the very precise moveset. You still have that at your fingertips, and you can still do well if you pay attention to what you're doing. Meanwhile, Sonic Frontiers, oh my goodness, it feels like Time Crisis in the worst way possible, and let me explain that.
How's it going, Goat? And I know you love being cringe.
Hello, Goat. Uh, it feels very on rails. Like there's only one way to beat every level. Um, except for 1-2. Don't ask me how to beat 1-2. But like because the movement system in this game is very rigid. There is like Sonic is supposed to be about freedom and everything. That's like his character, but this moveset feels at odds with that in every conceivable way. If you're not pressing any direction on the stick, you will stop midair or on the ground wherever you go. Sonic is under the weight of 1,000 suns. He drops like a rock. His shoes must have the strongest treads imaginable because it's very weird because there's so many juxtapositions in the gameplay. Either you stop on your tracks like and you don't go anywhere, or you like fling yourself somewhere because momentum is selectively enabled in this game.
Just a sec. You have a good day at work, Goat. I'll talk to you later, okay?
Have a good day, Goat.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. And I think the weirdest move Sonic has in this game is the boost, especially in the cyberspace sections, because it's so nerfed in the cyberspace section. It feels like
Well, obviously it is nerfed because it's like boost gameplay, but without the fun and monotony of, well, not monotony, but you can still boost, but you can't hit enemies with that boost, which is very weird.
Yeah.
I've been boosted for how many years and now I can't boost into enemies. It's an interesting change, which I honestly don't mind. It means you have to engage with the enemies more or weave by them more, which is kind of nice, but it's still just kind of odd because when we talked at the beginning about how you can change how Sonic controls in the overworld, those things do not transfer over in cyberspace. Cyberspace has its own mechanics, and that both, I don't even know if I want to say that. It helps with consistency because you know what that you're going through in all these levels, because you can level up your speed in the overworld and that's going to screw up the levels and how you are supposed to approach them. So consistency is nice, but the controls are consistently inconsistent.
Yeah. Like it's so strange. And I'm convinced that there is not a single person on this world that is satisfied with how cyberspace controls, because you and we didn't mess with the controls at all in the open world, and yet we hate cyberspace and the way it controls, or at least I do. So I see you're playing 1-2 here. So
Yeah.
that section you just got past, where the very beginning, you can choose to go into rings or just stay on the lower section. Traditionally in Sonic games, the lower sections are always the slowest because that's the easiest section to stay on. The higher sections are harder to maintain, so your reward for maintaining them is going faster. Except in this game, if you stay on the lower section, you go faster because your momentum does not carry over when you jump. You go very slow when you jump, and your boost does not help. Like, it feels like you're playing this game in the cyberspace level, it feels like you're underwater. You constantly are slowed down all the time. It's very strange.
It is incredibly strange. And like honestly, you can like rectify some of that situation with like, because there are exploits with this game, and one of them is the freaking homing attack cancel, which is honestly kind of fun. Let me get to an enemy real quick, because how you do the homing attack cancel is literally you homing attack, and then right at the end, you freaking right before you hit an enemy, you use your dash, and it's honestly kind of crazy. Can I do it with this spring? I kind of screwed that up. It'll be easier to do with this enemy. Oh god, it's like so hard to control, but it's honestly a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, I think I just saw you do it there.
Yeah, like it's a lot of fun to do. But there's, at least from what I've seen,
Wow.
I'm no speedrunner, so. But from what I've seen, that's pretty much all that you can really do to like increase your speed that much. Which honestly, in later levels, because there was another level like 3-6 that they had issues with, that would have made that level so much more fun and easier to deal with.
These cyberspace levels, especially the ones where they reuse SA1 and SA2 levels, it like screams to me how good we had it with the adventure games.
Unfortunately, I don't think they use SA1 level design, but they do use SA2. There's like 3 or 4 levels in here that's from SA2.
They use a SA1 level, but it's technically a SA1 level, and by that it's a generations version of a SA1 level.
Is it like
it's Speed Highway? Well, it's
Speed Highway. Okay,
it's like a chopped up version, without the 2D sections.
Because there's actually two freaking there's two generations modern Green Hill levels in this game, because one of them is just purely the 3D sections and another one is purely the 2D sections. Which I will say I do kind of like that. You start a level, you are in 2D, you know what you're going into. Okay, this entire level is 2D. And then you start another level, this is all in 3D. Okay, the entire level I'll be playing is in 3D. They don't swing back and forth, which honestly I do kind of like. But sorry, go ahead.
I'm kind of in the same position, except I want to go even further in scope. I don't just want the levels to be separate, I want the games to be separate.
Speaking of Green Hill Generations, I'm playing it right now.
Like, you remember how Zelda used to have all the 3D games on the consoles and all the 2D games, or bird's eye view games,
yeah,
on the handheld? I want it to be like that. Obviously you can have the 2D ones like on the consoles as well. They don't need to just be on handheld. But
yeah,
because I feel like Sonic Team is trying to resolve this problem of what do you do when this legacy character has 2 legacies, one of 2D and one of 3D. What do you do to compromise on that? And I feel like the best course of action for both, like people who like 2D and people who like 3D, for both parties, I think the best thing to do is not to compromise at all. Keep them separate so that the 3D developers can focus purely on making the best 3D levels they can, and vice versa for the 2D developers. Because having them both together, it's a nightmare for pacing.
Mm-hmm.
And extra, I imagine, extra load on the developers.
Let's see, what's this one? So this one's Chemical Plant from Generations. I'm trying to remember what this one is.
Man, why did they have to cycle through Green Hill Zone, Chemical Plant, and Sky Sanctuary? 3 of the main themes no one wanted to see. If I see Green Hill Zone, Chemical Plant, and or Sky Sanctuary in another Sonic game, I can't be held responsible for what I might do. I can't be held responsible.
Yeah, it is kind of weird and it sucks. Let's not beat around the bush. Yeah. It sucks to see the same level themes over and over again. Like, I could give a pass for freaking for Mania, because literally that was fans doing it and Sega was calling the shots. But even then, those levels were still really well done and executed.
Yeah.
Which it does reuse assets and junk, but they still, like, made their own things out of it.
Yeah, and it made sense in a meta sense. Like, it was a callback to the classic era. Of course they're going to use assets from the classic era. And it's not some malformed amalgamation of them. It's a respectful recreation. In this one, it feels so cynical. Because it's weird. They're using assets from Generations.
I'm sorry, what the hell was that?
I'm gonna let. Well, yeah, they're reusing assets from Generations, but instead of reusing the assets from Generations, they choose to use only a little bit of the assets instead of all of them. Also, it's confirmed. Yeah. This was like said by the marketing, so I didn't know until it was actually said in the game, but it's confirmed by Sonic that the cyberspace levels are like amalgamations of his memories.
Yes,
that's why he sees. That is
said with Sage in the final island.
Yeah.
That they're literally ripping the reason for their laziness is not the right word, but their reuse of stuff is because cyberspace is basically going through Sonic's mind and taking all those things that he is used to, and that's his way. That's why he's able to escape cyberspace.
Yeah, like the way it's how they handle it. The way it's explained is the way Sonic's mind interacts with cyberspace is that it visualizes cyberspace through his memories, and through that he is able to escape because, in his own words, he says he's covering familiar ground.
Yeah. Oh, this is City Escape. Okay.
Man, playing. Oh my god. Okay, so when I first played this level, I didn't realize it was City Escape until you just said it now.
Yeah, this is straight up City Escape.
God, bro. playing these cyberspace levels is like seeing your best friend and then realizing they're a skinwalker, bro. It's so weird. It's like they look normal from behind, but they're like twitching, and then they turn their face towards you, and there's just holes where their features should be. It's like that.
I will say though, honestly, with all the levels that they've reused, I feel like the SA2 designs handle the SA2's layouts complement Sonic's controls in cyberspace the best.
I think so too.
I legit see that. There's like, I think there's Rail Canyon or Canyon, but there's the shadow level from
Skyrail. Yeah.
Skyrail.
That one was much easier to recognize.
Yeah. But that one was the one SA2 level where I was like, this feels a little awkward. But other than that, it was still like complemented this Sonic's controls the best.
For me, it's yes and no. Like
yes and no.
What's it called? I like the I shouldn't say I don't really like any of the gameplay of this game. But I agree that they complement's not exactly the right word. I think they work with Sonic's Frontiers moveset the best. That being said, whenever I play a Sonic Adventure level or a Sonic Adventure 2 level, I always think this would be much better if it was Sonic Adventure 1 or 2. Because those games with their movesets and their physics are infinitely better than this game. Which is weird that those games came out over 20 years ago and that still holds true. That's so weird. And part of me is worried that this design philosophy, which I'm not even sure what the steps of the philosophy even are. I can't reverse engineer this. This is just got me flabbergasted, but like, let's make a Sonic game where his feet are magnetized to the floor, he carries no momentum, and he has no aerial control. Like, when you jump into the air, you control like a Resident Evil character. It's very, very strange. Let's make that. That's
Yeah,
like
and this level I just played, that was literally the 2D sections from Green Hill in
oh,
Generations.
that
Yeah.
hurts. Play, and I guess I should talk about this now. Playing these cyberspace levels with the momentum mod, holy cow, they are so much easier. Like, go to 1-2.
Go to 1-2.
Yeah, what's your time
Uh,
there?
that one's not my fastest. My fastest time is like 54:30, something like that.
So the uh the S rank is sub 55 seconds. So
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I first played 1-2, that is the hardest level in the game for anyone who doesn't know.
Yes, it is. For some reason, they put the hardest level to S rank
Right
at number 2.
right
It's
after
so
the
freaking crazy.
tutorial level. So that's the hardest level in the game to S rank at least.
To S rank, yes.
Because for those who don't know, S ranking in this game is completely based off of timing and nothing else. No tricks, no rings, no like you don't get extra points for getting for completing it quickly. It's purely based like did you get below this time, which in and of itself is already more than a terrible take on the ranking system. But anyway,
Really?
yeah, I hate the
I
ranking system.
personally like, for another game that kind of does the same thing, Sonic Advance 3. I do not like Sonic Advance 3. I think it's terrible. But I actually like that ranking system of you just need to be fast. It plays into Sonic. You have to be fast. I
I
really enjoy that.
I see its merits where just be fast, but at that point, that's too simple for me. I like more of a challenge because it's really weird that the first game, to me anyway, it's weird that the first game they did the ranking system with Sonic Adventure 2 is the best one, the best ranking system I've ever seen from a Sonic game because it's not time based, it's point based. Um, and
I will DM you after stream Poppin. I'm scared, but I can't wait to see it. Cause no, Poppin's been going.
yeah,
Poppin's had a stream deck for a while, and it was broken. But the other day, it just randomly fixed itself. So Poppin has been going ham.
ooh.
Did I update OBS? No, I have not updated OBS, but I need to at some point.
Uh,
Um,
What
yeah.
was the
So
point system? It's based off of time, but not just that. It's based off of rings, style points, combos. It's based off of some other stuff, I think. But those are like the main four things that I can remember off the top of my head. Because so like when you're going through uh, City Escape, for example, it's not enough just to be fast. Although that will net you a lot
right.
of points. You have to be stylish. You have to be efficient. Um, and you get style points more than just doing just doing the tricks on the rail or tricks on the ramps. You get style points for
Hmm.
doing combos. If you jump off a rail, land on a enemy, jump on it, and land on another rail, that gets you more style points. And not only does it get you more points, it's much more satisfying to pull off. Because one reason why I think Sonic Adventure 2 does the ranking system the best is it encourages satisfying play. You because in a game like this where time is king, you don't have time to pull off great stunts or anything like that. You have to
Dang it,
just
you see.
oh yeah,
So
this is
it's like you
painful.
see, like, I'm literally just trying to grab a freaking red ring and I'm like
It's
having the hardest
impossible.
time, like and yeah, Poppin, I haven't updated OBS, so I don't know what happened with the lighting. I can try to help you out later tonight if I'm still around. Okay, dude. Yeah, I will say another game that does ranking I think well is Generations. um
Really?
Whoops, I just died and I didn't even see it. Because with Generations, it does have its own point system. It does, a lot of it does revolve around speed still, but it evolves around speed, how many rings you have, and if you beat the level without dying, that nets you another rank.
What?
Yes.
That's awful.
Really? Okay.
That's terrible.
I knew I hated this game.
Like literally, so I told you before. I told you before. Every time I play Sonic Generations, because I think I'm insane and everyone likes this game but me, I always play City Escape, Modern City Escape, because I am giving the game the biggest benefit of the doubt I possibly could. I'm trying to like let it get me at my weak points. Let it nostalgia pander to me. Let it do everything it possibly can to make me have fun with this game, and it never works. Because even I always play City Escape, and I don't have fun with it. It's just the movesets, how Sonic controls, the brain dead platforming, everything about it I hate, and I just fundamentally hate it. And then I get to the end and I S rank it for no reason. And I was really surprised when you said you think that Generations has a really good ranking system, because I think it has one of the worst.
You think it has one of the worst? Okay.
Yeah, because like it's so easy.
I think there's a balance, because like there were times when I was younger. Whoops, almost died there. There were times when I was younger where I did not know how I could get friggin' rankings in the older in SA2 or Heroes. But then in later games, it's honestly, yeah, you are right. It's fairly easy. Part of it's because of the level design, but
yeah.
But when it comes to, I feel like there should be a balance where, like, yeah, you want to do all this extra stuff to get the S rank, but you don't want it to be super hard and annoying and jank and stuff like that. Because there were some levels in SA2 where I've played SA2 so much. I love that freaking game, but I still have never gotten an A rank on it.
Like out of any
I played those games front and back. I've gotten A ranks in a lot of stages, but some of them I haven't.
Yeah, like Crazy Gadget. Crazy Gadget is hard.
Oh my Crazy Gadgets. I actually like that stage, but I completely understand why people hate it.
Yeah, I love it too. One of these days I'm gonna try and stream and get all the A ranks for the first time in my entire life, and that is that is gonna be tough. And there's the hard mode too. Oh.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
But I don't know if you were there for the stream. I know you were there at the stream the Part 0 stream where I talked about Frontiers and what I thought it might be. I don't know if you were there for this part when I was talking about the ranking system. But I said Sonic Adventure 2, in regards to its ranking system, abused me as a child, and I liked it.
I remember that. I remember that.
Because it's so challenging. It's like a Dark Souls thing. It's so challenging that when you finally get it, you just can't help but be... You
just pop off.
Oh my gosh, you feel so satisfying. And another thing, that feeling, so many games... This is such a hard thing to balance. Very rarely does a game ever accomplish this, but to have a game where that feeling of accomplishment is preserved no matter when you play it. Every time I play a Sonic Adventure 2 and I get an A rank, I still get that high.
You still pop off. Yeah, it's still gratifying.
Oh man, that's why I love it so much, because that's so... I don't think any other game has replicated that feeling in that way. In that way.
I'm gonna token today for the day time to watch you play. Dash, how's it going? Oh my god. Hi everyone, how's it going? My name is RedFlashDrive. For those who don't know, I am a Nintendo and Kingdom Hearts streamer with some variety sprinkled here and there. I'm currently joined by Gruff as we are ripping through Sonic Frontiers and talking about we've talked a lot of negativity on it, but I'm sure we'll get to some of the best parts in a second with the story.
Yes. We've been very negative, but there is positivity to come. We promise.
there is positivity with this game. For those that don't know Dash, he is part of the Tales Trail mix. If y'all could please go check him out. I need to check your streams out more, dude. You were playing Scarlet and Violet. I am intentionally going slow through that game because I have a lot of work I need to do. But I hope you've been enjoying it. Thank you for the rant so much. Oh man. So this level was Shunan from Unleash. I don't remember what this one was. I think this one is freaking Radical Highway, now that I think about it. Yeah, this is Radical Highway right here.
The song that's playing in my stream right now from the Frontiers soundtrack, it's that dubstep one that plays on the Metal Harbor level. Do you remember that one?
Oh, I'm trying to remember that one.
That one,
I think I know which one you're talking about, though.
That thing, I think, was the most visceral. It had the most visceral reaction from me when I realized that it was Metal Harbor.
Oh.
I didn't realize it was Metal Harbor until I got to the end where, in the original game there was the rocket, but in this one there's nothing because why would there be?
Yeah, pretty much.
So I get to that rocket and I'm going up the platform in that 90-degree angle staircase type of deal, and I'm like, wait a minute.
No, like I when I figured out it was a SA2 level, I instantly knew it was an SA2 level. Like within the first 5 to 10 seconds.
Like, oh, is this level kind of fun? Oh, it must be an SA2 level.
Oh, you just reached the credits in Pokemon? Nice. I've been enjoying Pokemon so much. I need to play it more. Yeah, a lot of the music in let's touch the music since we've been bashing cyberspace. Let's touch the music. Because the music right now, a lot of the music in the cyberspace levels are really good. Like they're really good.
They're good.
I have no main issues with it, honestly.
So I have one issue with cyberspace music, but it's kind of not really a game issue, it's a music issue. Sonic music has dynamics to it. For City Escape is very easy to get a bunch of examples for a lot of things Sonic, including the music. The verses are so I'm debating, do I want to bring in musical jargon? We'll just keep it.
I don't have an issue with it as long as you try to explain it well.
Yeah, we'll keep it simple. So I'm gonna simplify this a little bit. It's very simple on its own, but I'm gonna simplify it even further. So when music is quiet, that's called piano, and when it's a little louder, it's called forte.
Yeah, forte.
There's a lot of other stuff surrounding all that, but we'll just choose those two for now. In City Escape, it starts off with forte, the big old opening, do 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 woo, that whole thing. Yeah, really loud, great opening, really gets you going. And I'm not gonna talk about the story bits of Sonic Adventure 2 because the announcer, when she's saying everyone go pursue Sonic, that's part of the story, so I'll leave that out, even though it's incredibly satisfying. Because it syncs up with the music. Then it goes into the verse. We'll call that piano because it's quieter. And it keeps switching between those two. And the way it's composed, it gels with the level very well. And Otani-san, who composed this game, and he's been composing Sonic games for a while now. I think he started in Unleashed, although I'm not sure. I'm not sure when he started. So let me just start off by saying this game has Otani-san's best work in regards to Sonic. I don't know if he's worked on other stuff, but in regards to Sonic, this is some of his best work.
It's pretty freaking dope.
Some of the best music Sonic has ever had. The cyberspace levels, the cyberspace music, they're kind of in a... When I say stuff like that, I don't think about the cyberspace level music, to be honest, because they're good, but If the cyberspace levels were longer, they would become grating because they're very one note. The song I'm listening to right now does have that sort of dynamics to it, but it's so slight, it's negligible. The because it's all electronic music, and electronic music, I feel like in the wrong hands. Not that I'm saying Otani-san is incompetent. He definitely is. He composed this whole soundtrack.
Yeah.
But electronic music is hard, or at least harder, I feel like, to get dynamics right, because you, with traditional music or even just midis of that are mimicking real instruments, you have a lot more choice in instruments that you can choose without venturing out of the genre that you are currently in. Like, you can use like something that the Beatles did was use a lot of instruments that weren't being used at the time. At least I don't think so. And they would use those in what would normally be like a rock song or something.
Mm-hmm.
But putting in that extra instrument that people didn't use very often, it didn't take away from it being a rock song. It complemented it because of the way they were using it, the way they wrote the music, and the way they wrote that specific instrument's parts. With electronic music, it's harder to do that, because if you use two things that are too different, it starts to sound less like a electronic track. And that's why I feel like the electronic music, while it's still good, I still enjoy it. One song that stands out to me is I don't know the name of the song because the soundtrack hasn't released yet. I don't know what level it's on.
Give me the soundtrack, Sega.
For real. Give it to me. Give it to me now. But it's the one that's like "Enjoy This World" or whatever. Enjoy this world. That one. I really love.
That's freaking 3.6, isn't it? I think that's 3.6. Hold on, let me go to freaking.
It might be.
Is that 3.6?
It's a really hard platforming level as well.
Yeah, I think it's this level. I freaking
like
the song is good.
I don't
like
even...
This song is a bop, but I freaking hate this stage so much.
Me too. Why did they give this stage to this song? I want to feel happy when I hear the song. I don't even need to hear the song to know it's this level. I remember the level, dude. Hate this level. What was that?
That was me. I was trying to do the freaking
the skip
dash cancel. Yeah.
Oh man, but there are great songs here, but they don't have. If they go longer than 90 seconds, they will become grating, which...
Yes.
Because, like, the loops are generally 90 seconds. I'm wondering if I even want them to make them loop in the soundtrack. Because I think it's okay if they loop at least once. I think once will be fine.
Because, like, yeah, like, usually you just hear... For most game soundtracks, you hear the song loop once, and then that's it. You just hear the song, like, twice in a row, and then...
Yeah, that should be fine.
Yeah, this should be fine.
But the soundtrack for the cyberspace levels, it was good, but not the best. If it had been explored more, I wonder if it was like... I really wonder if it was Otani's choice to make it all electronic. Because
they probably went for more of a... Because it's clear that they kind of went back to Force's way of handling music.
Yeah.
Which I do like Force's soundtrack, but it has this, maybe because I hate the game, but it has this weird, like, offness to it where I'm not the biggest fan of the music sometimes. Unless it's like the final boss, because the final boss in Forces slaps.
the music. I'm glad I never played Forces because I'm not jaded again. If I had played Forces, I would absolutely be too jaded to enjoy the soundtrack. I would be so jaded. Forces is weird because there are some absolute bangers in there, and then meanwhile you have the first song, which has synths that make my ears bleed.
Oh, it's one of the Green Hills. It's like the very
Yeah,
first
it's
Green
the
Hill you play.
first one. Yeah.
Yeah.
What the heck was Otani-san thinking? um, man, like, and thankfully there's no synths on that level here. Like, thank God. But
Yeah.
um, and it is on theme to have the cyberspace levels be electronic since it is cyberspace. But I do wonder if the type of electronic music was uh, determined for him. Like they said, you need to make it this type of music because Big's level is also in cyberspace, and
But they gave us
but
like one of the best bops in the freaking game.
yeah, they gave us this amazing. Atani-san wrote this amazing vaporwave song.
Lo-fi,
That
like holy
yeah,
crap.
it's and the thing that really perplexes me is that it's a different song. It's much more memorable. Uh, it gets stuck in your head. I mean, to be fair, you are there for longer, but still.
Yeah.
And it's so much more different and unique, and it has its own identity, while still remaining on theme. Lo-fi is still electronic, and it still abides by that cyberspace theme, which makes me wonder: was it a box they had to tick that it had to be this type of electronic music? It just makes me. It just really makes me think.
Yeah, it really does.
But we've talked about open zone, cyberspace, the controls and stuff. I guess before we get into the story, I should mention the momentum mod. Momentum, I already said it breaks cyberspace and the open world. But it breaks it in ways you wouldn't believe. Like, for level 1-2, I wish these levels had names, dude.
I know, right?
For 1-2, the S rank time is 55 seconds or below. When I first played it, vanilla, I was always hovering around 1 minute and 6 or 1 minute and 4. I always kept on getting either the B or A, until I finally got that S rank. And it was probably like 54 dot something seconds. Barely got it.
Pretty much.
I struggled on that level. I feel like everyone did. Really hard level to S rank. But if you say install a momentum mod, your average time for me, and this was like me when I was really trying, really trying hard to get the fastest time I could, restarting the level over and over again, getting 1-4, 1-6. When I installed the momentum mod, my average time was around 45 seconds.
Oh wow, that sounds beautiful.
Right? Imagine, like, because the thing is, the level tricks you. You take the upper path because that's the path that looks like it's going to offer you more speed, but then it's slower than if you just go down the
It is
lower
slower,
path.
yeah.
But if you have the momentum mod, it actually can be the faster path. So, and having momentum enabled really highlights the shortcomings of the level design, which this is the one thing I'm worried about the next Sonic game is level design, because playing with the momentum mod really highlights that Sonic Team from day one never intended this game to have momentum. They designed it from the ground up with no momentum in mind, which worries me because when people heard there was not going to be momentum in this game, everyone was like, huh? What do you mean there's not going to be momentum? They're always going to have those types that don't want to oh, you're playing a green forest now.
Jeez.
Green forest.
That was another thing we didn't talk about for a second. There's only one level where you have a drift.
And it's awful.
and it's awful.
It's terrible. It's so bad. I played.
Oh God.
So I watched Dimitri Monroe stream this game, and hit one of his top 3 Sonic games is Sonic Unleashed. He loves that game. He recently did a video on it, and I recommend anyone should watch it if you're interested in Sonic Unleashed. Especially since it's so hard to play nowadays. Like, so hard to find a copy, especially if you don't have a console. But that's one of his favorite games. And that drift level is from Sonic Unleashed. He likes drift as a mechanic. And seeing his reaction when he booted up the level and he started drifting, it was more visceral than Doom, dude. It was the most disgusted reaction I've ever seen from anyone in my life. I've seen some messed up stuff in my life. Nothing was as disgusting as Dimitri's reaction to that. Immediately when so it does that camera angle when you're just getting into the level, like it does that thing where your timer's going down but you can't control it yet, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Then he gets to controlling, and immediately he was like, "Oh!" "Oh, what is this? Oh!" Like, actually disgusted, actually, like, perturbed at what he was witnessing.
God. Yeah, that freaking... I was like, if you're gonna have a game without a drift, fine, I guess. But, like, let me see if I can... It's this one, 3.5. Yeah. So you can only drift when you go on these green dash panels, right?
Oh my God.
And it works. It
functions.
It's a drift. It's a drift.
So this is why I use the word serviceable, because it works. It is technically a drift. It is serviceable. It works. But why?
but why though?
Like, and it's funny because he replayed this level, unlike me. I ran away from this level as fast as I could. He replayed it, and he found out that you could just jump over those green pads.
I just jumped over it.
And
you could just jump over the green pads.
You could play it faster and more efficiently that way. It's actually to your benefit to avoid the main mechanic of this level.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah, and... Oh my
and you
God.
Can't
I
stop
can't tell.
drifting.
You cannot stop drifting at all.
So you hit another dash pad.
Yeah. You can't even jump.
Oh man.
And it gave me flashbacks of Sonic Colors drift. And for those that have been in my channel a while back, I did play Sonic Colors Ultimate, and I came to the conclusion that Sonic Colors Ultimate is pretty mid, and I hate the drifting in that game.
Yeah. Sonic Colors is mid the game. It is the most mid game. If Sonic Colors were a drink, it would be a room temperature glass of water in a styrofoam cup. But people tend.
I was not ready for that. I was not ready for that. Holy crap!
If it was a food, it would be white rice that just came out of the refrigerator, and you have to eat it with a fork.
Oh my God.
It's not bad. It's not good either. It's just there. It's decent, you know, you're getting something to eat or drink. So, but like a lot of people hate Colors because of how simple it is. And not to mention it sort of started the whole meta era, which people loathe.
Yeah.
But I guess that could be a good segue into how do you think this game handles its characters and dialogue, especially in the context of the meta era, Red?
They bringing back my baby boy. They bringing back my baby boy.
He's home.
I'm bringing him back, man.
Houston, he's home. He's home. He's coming back.
Oh my God, oh my God. It's so... Okay, so I said on Twitter that the main story of this game is mostly set up. And I say this because maybe it's nostalgia goggles, maybe it's copium. I don't know what it is. They are building up to something, and
Absolutely.
it's like it seems like Adventure 3, because there was even an interview where it was like, will there be an Adventure 3? It was like maybe someday or some junk. So it's like
Was it
it feels like
Izuka?
they're building up to something. I believe so. I don't remember who the I remember seeing parts of the interview, but I didn't fully watch it.
Is it the guy with the messed up teeth?
I believe so.
Listen, Izuka, if you're watching this, I love you, but dear God, go to a dentist. But
Oh man. Yeah, freaking let's start from the beginning. Let's work our way down.
so
It's weird seeing Amy in this game. Like, it's okay. It's weird seeing Amy and Sonic talking, and not like,
yeah,
oh, Sonic, Amy, just chatting.
just talking,
It
just being
it
normal.
is weird. It is so weird. I haven't like the only times I've seen that was in like the freaking Archie comics. Like, oh, that's another part of the story we're gonna talk about later. But like they handled like, yes, Amy still loves Sonic, um, but they didn't make that her own trope, which is like really nice. I
Yeah,
freaking enjoy that.
the so I guess we'll talk about Amy. What's it called? Like I said, I was watching Dimitri Monroe. He had an interesting take on Amy in that. So, first of all, I'll just come out and say this: this game does not have a good start. Because the first scene is Eggman doing some stuff that goes awry. You don't exactly know what's going on. The second scene is Sonic team arriving to the island, and there's Sonic, Tails, and Amy. And Tails says, we're approaching the Starfall Islands. And Amy, she says, how exciting.
How exciting. How
I,
not even, oh, I'm so excited. It's just
like,
how exciting.
even
It's like freaking Luigi. Hello, Mario.
hey, it's my brother Luigi. He's going to talk to you now, guys. Hello, take it away, Luigi.
Hello, Mario.
Hello, Mario. What? Like, I had a visceral reaction to that too. I keep on using the word visceral. I don't know how else to describe it. I had a visceral reaction to that. I was like, what? What? It was so weird. Like,
it was very weird.
and I can't say anything about the actress. I looked up her IMDb. She doesn't have many credits, which is, take of that what you will. But I think it's a cross-cast thing because I haven't. So I checked out of Sonic after Generations. I haven't been keeping up with Sonic. So, but like one of the things I remembered about Sonic Generations was that I didn't like the cast. Still don't like at least I don't like Sonic. Don't like Amy.
Yes. Sonic is voiced by Roger Craig Smith,
Yeah, Roger.
And I've said this a lot. Dude is a good voice actor. I don't think he's a good Sonic. And while we're on the topic of this,
that's like getting Samuel Jackson to play Anakin Skywalker. Like you just don't do it. He should be Mace Windu.
like honestly, okay, so in terms of the voice acting for this game, I still don't think he's a good Sonic, but he does try to be more emotional with his work. He does try to be, well, part of it is the writing, because let's face it, the writing does help out. He's not as annoying, he's not as upbeat and stuff. Dude is like, it's hard. That first island, it takes a bit for you to get used to. It takes a bit for you to get used to his deeper voice, but I quickly became accustomed to it, and it's tolerable. Not as in like it's terrible, but I would take it. It's not a bad way of handling Sonic, because I was watching my old I was watching my Sonic Forces stream and hearing Sonic's high pitched quote unquote voice, and I'm just like,
Yeah. Green Hill's looking more like Sandhill.
Exactly.
Like, here's the thing though, like everyone keeps on. I feel like I'm being gaslit on the internet right now. I don't know what's going on. Everyone is saying this is Roger. This is like the best Sonic ever. And guys, it's not. Like, I don't know.
It's the best Sonic Roger has done.
Yes, it is definitely the best Roger has done. But
Yes.
holy cow, there's better Sonic out there. Like, and oh man, because Roger, he's just not cast well, and I feel bad for Roger because he probably like heavily identifies with Sonic as a character now.
Especially now he's been voicing Sonic the longest.
That's just wild to me. That's insane. Because dude,
Like Ryan had it for about 5 to 6 years. Jason had it for like 4. Yeah, and Roger's been at it for over a decade at this point.
So weird. That's just so. It feels wrong. and I really wish that it wasn't such a cut and dry thing. They really chose Roger to come in at the worst time, because now everyone associates him with the meta era. Or conversely, if you say, oh well, I liked Ryan Drummond better, people say, oh, you're just nostalgic for Adventure Era, when for some reason they just it's like Sega knew about the the criticism people would have in the future, and they like separated out these voice actors in purpose, conducive to their era. It's very weird. But like, man, Ryan Drummond is the best Sonic, I think. I think he's better than Jason Griffith, because Jason Griffith, he always kind of hits the same notes. He always talks like this. All the time. Hits those lows and then those highs. But...
That's a good way of putting it, honestly.
But Ryan so what Jason did really well was mimicking the inflection and enunciation that Ryan had. What Ryan had was not just the enunciation and inflection, but also range. He had a lot of range.
Yes.
That last scene in Sonic Adventure 2 where they're mourning Shadow shows incredible range. He has an incredible range in Sonic and Tails R, the radio show by Emu Emmy. Everyone should go listen to that.
Y'all need to freaking watch it. It's so good. And it happened again. Thank you, Sonic Frontiers. But no, like, I'll actually find it and link it in chat, because freaking...
Yes, it is so good.
It is so freaking good. But yeah,
And
part of it might be nostalgia goggles for me as well, because I do really enjoy Ryan's voice. But again, Ryan and Jason just... I look at the transition from Ryan to Jason, and I'm like, oh, he sounds a little different.
Yeah, it's
Sonic. It's Sonic. It's Sonic. And then I play Colors, and this is the first time I hear Roger. I'm just like,
So I didn't know this. I didn't know this because I'm still playing the Resident Evil series. Roger actually voices shoot, what's his name? Redfield. Chris Redfield. He voices Chris Redfield in the newer Resident Evil games.
Mm-hmm.
So if I had played those games beforehand, apparently he just sounds exactly like Chris Redfield. Which is wild. Because So this is another thing that I feel like I'm being gaslit on. Everyone says, "Wow, he sounds so different in this one. His voice is so much better in this one. He sounds completely different." Am I just insane? Am I deaf? Because I think he sounds exactly the same. He's just given better lines. Like
He
in the beginning, he sounds more. He has that lower registry, but as the game goes on, he sounds more and more like he has for the last decade. Like, am I going insane?
he does. So that honestly might be because of getting used to it, because you're going through the entirety of the game, and you're hearing this low voice, and the first time you're like, this is weird, I don't know if I like this, and he still kind of has that low voice throughout the entire game, and at some point I'm just like, okay, this is Roger Sonic, this is how he's supposed to sound. And again, it wasn't until I rewatched my freaking Forces playthrough where I was like, oh yeah, that's way deeper. Like it's not like a huge like, oh, this is a completely different person. It's not like that.
Well,
But it's enough of a change to it's
it's
enough of a change that I feel like helps.
it's definitely different, but it's not like wildly different to the point where
Yeah.
I think it's negligible. Like it's noticeable, but it's negligible. Like no copyright law in the war universe is gonna stop me. Uh, that sounds. It doesn't sound much more different. Like this is why I'm like, when am I going insane? Because everyone is talking about how different it is, and the only thing that's significantly different is not the voice to me; it's the writing. Um,
Which
and
the writing honestly does help out a lot.
the writing. This is the best writing Sonic has seen since Sonic Adventure. Well, no, I'm not gonna say since Sonic Adventure 2 because apparently Black Knight and Unleashed had amazing writing. And
Yeah, I
yet
have not
I
played.
have yet to
I
play
played
those.
Unleashed. Unleashed is good. I have not played Black Knight, but everyone is like, Black Knight in terms of writing and storytelling is peak Sonic. That's what I'm hearing.
I
Even though the game's terrible.
yeah, yeah, that's what I've heard. I need to play that, but well, to go back to Amy, her delivery is awe-inducing because
Whoopsie.
it's. I'm wondering, was it direction? Was it the actress? I have no idea. I looked on IMDb. The only things she's voiced them is like, uh, what was that? Something Guardian Spice, that cartoon from Crunchyroll that everyone hated for some reason.
Something Guardian Spice cartoon from Crunchyroll. I don't.
It was called High Guardian Spice. That's what it was.
High Guardian Spice. Okay.
So that was a original series on Crunchyroll that everyone hated because it was more some. It looked like Steven Universe, or people felt like it was much closer to Steven Universe than actual anime. Which so
Oh.
people were like, "Why are you making this?" Then and then so they showed the trailer for that, and then it didn't appear for years, and then it dropped out of nowhere, and people watched it and they hated it. I haven't seen it, so I can't say anything about it, but that's High Guardian Spice as it exists in the uh, zeitgeist of pop culture today. So the
I just dashed through the. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna. I'm okay.
One thing I hate about the cyberspace levels, another thing I hate about the cyberspace levels is that when you die and you get reset to your checkpoint, it doesn't reset your time.
Okay. So
that
if
was
you if you pass a checkpoint and then you die, but your time is still there, that's understandable. But if you die at the very beginning, not reaching another checkpoint, and the time is still going, that makes no sense.
But here's the thing, it's called a checkpoint.
I have played games. I have played games, not just Sonic games, where your time is still going even after you die and you go back to a checkpoint. That doesn't bother me too much. It kind of makes sense, especially
Yeah.
if you're trying to go through a level. But if you're dying at the very beginning of a level, but it doesn't reset your time, because that just makes no sense to me.
I don't know. It feels like a because the whole point of timing people in games is, especially when it's not timing down, it's timing up. So so you can record your
Yeah.
time. The whole point of that is to try and incentivize the player to get the lowest time possible. So if in a system where the time keeps going, even if you die and get reset at a checkpoint, all that does is make the player go, oh, I have to restart the level again. Why don't they just make the time go back the time it was when they passed the checkpoint and get rid of that extra step? Like, it's supposed to be punishing for the player, which is understandable, but the end result is the same. It's
Okay. Yeah.
But anyway, we were talking about High Guardian Spice. So the only credit I can remember, there was some other very minor roles, but most of her roles are from High Guardian Spice. That looks like the biggest thing she's been in so far. Uh, I didn't recognize anything else. Which is okay. Like not every actor or actress has to be,
Has
a
to have this huge
star-studded.
resume.
Yeah, it has to be a
Yeah.
star-studded, acting god. Like, they can't all be Sir Christopher Lee. But could you imagine if Sir Christopher Lee was in a Sonic game? Holy cow, that would be peak.
That'd be so weird.
Man. But anyway, so I don't know if it was her or the direction, but she does not sound like Amy at all.
She sounds very un-Amy like, which part of me is like not upset about it.
And the other thing
It's
is
just
that sorry, I'm glad she's not purely just a fangirl anymore. I'm glad there's that.
yeah.
But we couldn't, like, keep some of the fangirl, because yeah, when she's a fangirl, she can be annoying. Like, Sonic Heroes is the worst Amy I've ever seen in my life.
Sonic, this time there's no way out of marrying me.
It is the worst. I learned this in Dimitri's stream. In the Japanese cut, there is a line where Cream, she says, "Wow, Sonic's so cool," and Amy's like, "What? What did you say?" And she's like, "You need to stay."
Wait, I remember that. No, because I don't even think Cream says she's really cool. Cream was just like, Sonic is really, and then Amy was like, really what? I never understood that growing up.
Yeah, it's not translated fully, I don't think, in the English version.
Yeah, that's actually interesting.
They couldn't just have her finish the sentence. It's not like the lip sync is that great. Like, you don't have to abide by the lip sync. But I want to at least keep a little bit of the fangirl, because now her character is still motivated by love, or at least that's what it seems like. She wants to share love with the world. I don't know what that means. All I know is that she's going to go on a journey by herself, but I don't know what that means. Like, what is that? Share love with the world.
What do you mean?
Like, I guess I guess, like, try to spread happiness. I thought that's what they were doing anyway, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Her character, the way it's written, I wish that there was more for her character, because Tails and Knuckles have more written for their characters. Tails has the like, the climax of "Am I a burden to you?" That line hits hard, but it has setup. It has setup.
Yes.
It has, like, this is like, when he first frees Tails, he says being in cyberspace was like a nightmare or something, and Sonic's like, "Are you okay?" And he says, "We don't have time to worry about that. Let's focus on what's happening now." Then another time he lets slip, "This is like when I completely lost it, when Infinite came," or whatever. And Sonic says, "Whoa, what?" And again, he says, "That doesn't matter. We need to focus on what's going on now." And then when it gets to the climax, he says, "Am I a burden to you?" And it hits.
it
It's
freaking hits,
like
dude.
I
Like,
was
holy crap.
I was talking to my friend, and he's never touched a Sonic game. But I was just he was there. I was Texan was there as well. We were just talking, and he was there as well, and we were like explaining stuff to him because it was amusing. Um, because he was like, "What Eldritch Abominations in Sonic?" And we're like, "Yeah, more likely than you would think." Um, but but we were talking about the Sonic line, and um, I said, and I described the scene, and I said the line, "Am I a burden to you?" And my friend who hadn't touched Sonic, he was like, "What?" He had like that reaction as well, and he's not even touched a Sonic game. Um, and Knuckles as well. He has instances like the one I can remember, because he doesn't have as much as Tails. Um, but he has that moment where they find like a structure that looks like the wall from Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and he's like just in awe of this structure because it's the first time he's seen a structure like that of Angel Island somewhere other than Angel Island.
Yes, and
And
honestly, that is exactly why I I literally finished Sonic 3 and Knuckles like yesterday.
yeah, and the part that's not the part that gets me. The part that gets me is when the towers appear, and he's like, "I can't lose this,"
Yeah,
because
it's
he's incorporeal. He's the strongest Sonic character, and he can't do a thing. And it really gets you. It's so good. It's it's not complex. It's not Metal Gear Solid. It's not Citizen Kane. But what it's one thing, 80s movies. Everyone loves 80s movies. There's always at least one 80s movie that someone really likes. But the thing that a lot of 80s movies have in common is that they're not complex. They're a simple concept done really, really well. And that's what the story of Frontiers feels like. Is just simple concepts done very well. Like, just focus on the characters. Each island is a character study of the individual character, and it's really well done. I should I shouldn't prop it up too much. It is still a simple story. It's
the story is very simple.
At least when it comes to the
But
characters.
when it comes to the characters, yeah, the characterization of how they handled all the characters, Amy, to me, Amy kind of feels like the weakest. Like, it's nice that she's not. It's nice that she's not a freaking
Oh
super duper
yeah,
fangirl again,
yeah.
but they kind of moving her into just the default girl archetype,
That's where I was going with
which
that. Yeah,
yeah,
the because Knuckles has that setup where he says I can't lose this, and then he has the talk with Sonic about being the last of his kind, and Tails has the setup with him kind of going back to his old ways of not being brave enough, um, or just not being brave, and then he has that talk with Sonic where they actually confront that. Meanwhile, Amy doesn't really have any setup. The talk just comes out of nowhere. Well, I wouldn't say it comes out of nowhere. They're when I first played it, they were obviously thinking about the Coco and what they had seen, but she didn't have set up in terms of like a character moment. It was set up in terms of an external thing that they witnessed.
yeah, yeah. I just, it's weird because I blame a certain YouTuber called Callie Mac because she's a huge Amy fan, and I've just been like wanting to see how Amy handles herself lately because like. I feel like what they're gonna do with Amy in the future is gonna be a step in the right direction because like she's been very inactive and not done much at all. And even the freaking fangirl stuff in past games like Forces has been just like one or two aspects, and that's pretty much it. And she's not like, how many times have you really seen her use her hammer?
Yeah,
She uses it like once during forces, and even then they like pan it so that way she's not actually attacking somebody.
I wonder what they're gonna do with the character, because I've read the first volume of IDW, which Ian Flynn is writing,
I
and
need to. I really need to so
bro,
badly.
go on. They have hardcovers that I got volume 1. It has the first 20 issues. Get that, dude. The hardcover is insanely good. It's a blue hardcover with Sonic on the front. The next one is Tails. The next one is Knuckles, I believe. And it comes with a yellow ribbon that you can use to bookmark the thing. It's really great.
All right,
And
nice.
and
I'll keep that in mind.
it also has like art inside it, like not just obviously not just the comic art, but like like extra art that I think was like in the issues when they originally released. I know that they sell it on Amazon. I'll have to see if they're on IDW's actual site. The IDW does have an actual site that they sell them from.
Okay.
But what I was going with that, Amy in IDW is written as the leader of the resistance because it canonically takes place after Forces. Like, I think it's like a month after Forces, which is kind of crazy. I can't remember exactly. And in terms of her character, she's very concerned with everyone's well-being, which is nice. She's because if you think about it, she's like the one normal person in the group that doesn't have any superpowers or anything. She's just normal and she just wants to do good, which is a great, character. So it's good that she wants to help people, but she doesn't have much beyond that, because they don't want to make her the fangirl anymore. She has one moment where she's admiring Sonic for a moment, but it's like a single panel and nothing else after that.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want her to be the fangirl anymore. I do want her to be more than that. She has to, have a love for Sonic at least. Like, at least love Sonic. Because that's the thing. I guess I haven't been clear about that yet. It doesn't feel like... There's, like, one moment in this game where it feels like she loves Sonic. And it's alluded to. It's not even, like, part of her... It's, like, alluded to. She says something about love. And... Oh, man, I wish I... Actually, I have the script pulled up. Let me go find it. Find it real quick. Here we go. Oh, no. I accidentally clicked on a link. Go back. Here we go. Let me just Control F, love.
I got 4 more. Yeah, most.
So she says, Sonic, this is after, we'll go through this later, but Sonic approaches Amy after they just saw 2 Coco that were in love. They, like, ascended.
Yeah.
And he asks, are you still thinking about the Coco? And she says, yes, and more. I'm not sure what happened, but I know what I saw. A love that transcended time. I believe in that power. This is over. I want to share that love with the world, even though it may take us far apart. And
oh yeah, okay.
Due to the way she says it and the music and the camera shots, it's like alluding that she still loves Sonic, but it's even then it's still not made clear. And that's like the one thing I hope they do with Amy's characters, at least make her love Sonic again. Also,
yeah, I didn't fully watch the Boom cartoon, but there were moments where there was like Amy still did love Sonic, but they didn't like fully develop it. From the very few episodes of Boom I've watched.
I need to watch Boom. A lot of them are, not gonna lie, I don't really like a lot of the Boom episodes because they're very kiddie.
Yeah,
but there are gems in there.
There are gems in there.
They're buried, but you gotta find them. I do want to harp on part of this line where she says, where Sonic says, "Are you still thinking about the Coco?" And she says, "Yeah, and more." And she's the way she says it, it's very pensive, very sorrowful. And then immediately after that, she says, "I'm not sure what happened." but I know what I saw. Like what? Very, very strange delivery.
It is weird.
Anyway,
Mr. Flash, may I come into your VC and ask you a question? Sorry, Kelta, if you can just DM it to me, and I'll try to answer you quickly. But right now, it's just gonna be between me and Gruff, okay?
but I guess I think it would be easier now that we're discussing story. It would probably be easier to just go by order of events, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sure.
So, do you think we should go by the very, very beginning, like the ancients, like their timeline?
Let's just go. I guess we'll just start with like we'll build up to that because we didn't really freaking. We'll start from like the beginning of our perspective.
Yeah, like the viewer perspective. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I guess we'll just discuss it from a meta sense, like with what we know. We'll just go ahead and talk about what we know, and we won't like hold back. But let me go ahead, go to my notes. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So, the first thing we see in the game is Eggman finding one of the portals, plugging in Sage, gaining control. He actually does. In that moment, he gains control of the Ancients' technology. But Sage... Let me go to the actual script, because there's no subtitles at that part. So it's hard to hear what she says.
It's weird because they're yeah. That's like the only time in an entire game that there's no like subtitles.
It sounds like she says, okay, awesome. There's a... Oh, this is amazing. This is amazing. So...
I don't care if I'm 50 years old by the time it happens. I just want Sonic Adventure 3.
Yes. Please. Okay, so he uploads Sage as the AI. At this point, it's just called AI in the script.
Yeah.
And he gains control of their technology, and then Sage says, "Simulations complete. Executing protective initiative," and then she goes into cyberspace. So she tried to trap herself so that Eggman would not be able to use the Ancients' technology and thus free the End.
Oh, okay.
Here's the thing, though. Why? Well, I wonder if this is... Oh, man. Okay, so there are two ways this could go. Either... Because I was just going to say, why didn't she just leave and tell Eggman the situation so that he knows what the score is and he doesn't accidentally unleash this terrible monster? That's what I was initially going to say, but it also could be like maybe she had to go into cyberspace to make sure it stayed trapped. And that's why she it says executing protective initiative, because it says after the simulations are complete, and she talks about that throughout the game. Like all the simulations point to the End destroying everything, and she has to protect
yes.
Eggman. So we'll just go with the latter. She sees the simulations and says, "This is quite serious. I need to stop this." So she goes into cyberspace, and Eggman goes in, inadvertently goes in with her. So at this point, why doesn't Sage tell Eggman about the End and everything? Because she's okay with asking him to join up with Sonic, which obviously would get a much more, I guess, angry reaction from Eggman than telling him about the End. And I just thought of another thing. How come they never encounter the End in cyberspace? Well, actually, the End probably kept itself hidden. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, another thing. So, Sage, once she becomes integrated with cyberspace, she knows literally everything the ancients ever knew.
Yes, she
That's
does.
crazy. I don't think that opens up any holes, at least not that I can think of at the moment, but it is weird that she didn't tell uh, Eggman about the end. She tells him that there's no safe way to leave cyberspace and stuff, but
Probably because actually, didn't he talk about like? I feel like in one of the memos he talked about trying to figure it out and weaponize it himself. So I feel like if she did tell him about it, Eggman would start trying to figure out how to weaponize the junk himself.
that's
I feel like
true.
I feel like that's an egg memo. Let me
He does
finish up this
say
level and then go back.
he does say like this cyberspace contains all the knowledge, uh, memories, and desires of the ancients. Now, how can I use that for my benefit? There is
Yeah.
that, but I think inferring that he would try to use the end for like to benefit himself. I do believe he would do that, but it's not said anywhere in the game, so I think that's kind of inferring uh a bit. I'm like I do wish she would have said something, but then you can't if she does tell him, then you can't have the moment where they're out and she tries to get him to go back in and he's like, but I just got out, that was the entire point, and he says, I have to get you back in before it gets out, and he says, before what gets out. You can't have that moment.
Yeah.
Because if Eggman knows about the end, then the moment he gets out, he's gonna be like, his character and demeanor would be entirely different. I do think that's a mistake. I don't believe Sage would not tell him. Uh, Unfortunately, they kind of wrote it that way, but that's it is what it is. Uh, Honestly, that doesn't break it too much for me, anyways. Because one thing that you can infer, because this is informed from the events in the game, is she doesn't tell Sonic anything because it wouldn't change anything. She says that repeatedly. It
Yes.
and it to be completely honest, it would not change anything. Even if Sonic had known about the end, he would still try to rescue his friends. He would try to find some way to overcome the end and what it means to the universe. Um,
Yes.
so she is right there. It could be inferred that she thought the same thing about Eggman, but that's still stretching it a bit. Um,
Yeah.
so let's see here. All right, so Eggman gets dragged
Yeah.
into.
Egg Memos 5 and 6 kind of talk about him. Well, talk about the ancients technology. See if we could salvage the ancient technology.
Yeah,
Yeah, but it doesn't really right because he doesn't really know much about the end. He doesn't really talk about the end itself.
yeah, they can't because that's a huge reveal.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Um, so after Eggman and Sage get dragged into cyberspace, Sage gains her human form, gains all knowledge of the end, and to stop the end from escaping right then and there, she draws the Chaos Emeralds to the Starfall Islands to contain cyberspace. So, I have several questions.
Jontron, I have several questions.
How were so cyberspace is powered by the emeralds. Eggman didn't have an emerald in that cutscene. He just had Sage.
Mm-hmm.
How were they able to access cyberspace and subsequently get pulled into it if it wasn't powered on? Because she only draws the Chaos Emeralds there after they get pulled in.
After they get pulled in. Yeah. It's interesting because Eggman, a lot of Eggman's tech has been on the other islands, showcasing that he has searched around the other islands before the gang even got there. So It could just be a thing of like, oh, Eggman's been traveling the islands for a while, trying to figure things out, and then he finally made something that could potentially awaken them. It could be something as simple and like not BSy, but just something kind of like that.
I'm looking for a line on Oronos Island because I think they say like it was in like sleep mode or something. Let's see here.
The islands were. I remember Tail saying something like the islands remained dormant or something.
Yeah, the script doesn't cover it, unfortunately.
Okay.
That stinks because there's a lot of world building in Oronos Island.
There
Oronos
is.
Island. There's a lot there. I'm really. That's disappointing that it's not in the script. One thing I'll say right now before we get further into the story, it's really weird how many references they put into the story. Like,
Ooh,
there's a lot of references where it doesn't make sense.
It does not make sense, and this is kind of jumping towards the end, but I just want to bring it up.
That's fine.
So Sonic at one point, it's random if it's gonna happen, and it's probably not existing on the Switch version. Sonic brings up Tangle, which is an IDW character.
Yeah, yeah.
Which again, I haven't read the comics. I don't know how it is, what it's like. So they're trying to make that canon, which is a little weird, but fine. But at the very end, when the game is done, Amy is like, I wonder if Cream and Sticks are free. Cream is Cream the Rabbit. We all know who Cream the Rabbit is. Sticks, for those that don't know, is Sticks the Badger from the Sonic Boom franchise. And they said when Boom was coming out that Boom is its own side thing and is no way canon to this Sonic, the Sonic that we all know and love. So how the hell does this Amy know who Sticks is?
It's really wild. I actually don't have a problem with Tangle being mentioned because IDW they've been very public about trying to make the comics gel with the games completely. So the fact that they're canon now is just another point in their favor. But Sticks,
The comic ones is different, but I don't hate that. That's fine.
yeah. It's just that the comics like are canon, like they were written as if they were canon with the games already.
Yeah.
So the fact that they now are confirmed canon is just amazing. That's cool. Sticks, this is like this is how do I say this?
Makes no sense.
This is like anyone who has seen Spider-Verse, this is like if Noir Spider-Man, Peter Porker, shoot, what's the girl's name? I forget. Annie,
Gwen or Penny?
Penny, yeah.
Yeah.
Penny, Gwen. This is like if all those characters appeared in Spider-Verse, but they weren't from the other dimensions. They were just there. It's weird. It's because you have this character that only exists in a separate, confirmed dimension, and they're just off. They're just mentioned offhand. It's really weird.
It's so funny because like in the first Sonic Boom game, they actually like talk about like time travel and stuff, and like if they like somehow weaved in Sonic Boom like time travel or dimension hopping junk like that, which I don't know if they did because again I've never played the Sonic Boom or watched all the Sonic Boom cartoon. If they somehow weave that into those mediums, then like okay, that's weird, but I could see more of that. I think it'll be fine if this Amy knows Sticks, but from what I understand, that didn't happen.
One thing that you just reminded me of something else. One thing that I don't know why they insist on doing this. They've done it over and over, and I'll never understand why they keep doing it. Let's talk about Silver. Silver the Hedgehog. Silver should not exist. Like, Silver should actually either be dead or erased from the timeline, because his whole shtick is he wants to change the past so he could change his future. But once he does that, he disappears. Like, I don't. This doesn't exist in real life, or at least it doesn't yet. But like the concept of changing time, that changes how you as a person are made. So like you either die, disappear, or something. That so Silver should not be around, but they insist on doing it. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is because in Sonic Frontiers, there are two Coco. Coco are mysterious inhabitants of the Starfall Islands.
Yes.
There are two Coco, the Elder Coco and the Hermit Coco. You can use them to level up your stats. One thing that I thought was very strange was when you level up your stats, you have a conversation with one of the Coco. I'm trying to pull it up now because I took screenshots.
Okay.
Where Sonic straight up tells one of the Coco, because we find out that the Coco are... So they're kind of ambiguous about this, whether or not the Coco are the souls of the ancients, or if the Coco are just remembering the ancients, or if they're simply memories of the ancients. They're very... what's the word? They're very ambiguous about it. Now, Sonic is talking to one of those Coco. The Coco could either be the ancients themselves, their souls, the memories, or they're simply different species remembering the ancients. He's talking to one of those things, and he straight up tells the Coco, I know a time traveler. Do you want us to go back in time and change things?
What?
Yes, this is once you have done all of the stats. If you talk to the...
How did I miss that?
it's
what the hell?
If you talk to the Elder Coco, he says stuff like let me see here, I saved it here. He says, we Coco, we don't remember much. Most are driven by a faint dream or a fleeting emotion. Some are driven by deep regrets. I'm sure you've met a few like that. But can you still bring Coco to me as you find them? And it's just like a whole thing of... Apparently he used to be like a guardian of the Coco. Like he was a leader of them of some kind. Cool. But if you talk to the Hermit Coco, and you completely level up with him, you level up your attack and defense. Sonic straight up asks him, we have a time traveler, do you want us to fix things? And the Hermit Coco says no. Oh, you have to talk to the Hermit Coco. And it's playing the...
Yeah, I can't, it's at this point, I can't, it's not gonna trigger again, so...
Are you sure?
Yeah, I didn't, because I'm
sure?
talking to them now.
Oh.
Yeah.
That
That's a one-time thing. I didn't realize that. And also, part of the reason why I didn't realize that is because there are moments where the Elder or Hermit are talking, but then Sonic chimes in as well, but the game doesn't differentiate who's who.
Yeah, there's no label that says Sonic.
There's no
Elder
Sonic
Coco.
actually talking. There's no... Sonic's text is blue and the Coco's thing is gray or something. I did not know that. That's interesting.
Yeah, the reason he says no is he says we had our chance, we made our own mistakes, you should be allowed to live on, which I wish it could be said in a more direct way, but what it sounds like he's saying is we don't want, you know, your timeline to be erased. But
yeah,
that's me inferring again. I wish it could have been explicitly stated. But the thing is, if they explicitly state it, then they have to carry over those rules for Silver. And they can't do that because then they can't have Silver as a character. Because once he changes something, he disappears.
There was a video talking about Silver, how to fix him, and I'm pissed off. I don't remember who made it.
Is it a shoot? I think I know. Is it like how to fix Sonic characters?
Yeah,
I
the
saw
dude
that
did one for
recently.
Silver or something like that.
I
Yeah,
saw that recently. I can look it up right now here because I watched it recently. How to fix Silver?
All the boy.
Yeah,
Or AL the boy.
AL the boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a good video. I don't really agree with his title, How to Fix, because he doesn't really go over explicit ways to fix the character. I like his whole series is called How to Fix, but he doesn't go over any ways to fix the characters. He just talks about cool things about the characters, which I guess in his way is saying abide by these cool things, but like he should have better verbiage, I guess.
Yeah.
But yes, there are really cool things you could do with Silver. I think they should have left him in 06. Because man,
Understandable.
or if they do bring him back, he can't remember anyone else. Oh, Texan is in my chat. Run it back. I missed everything. Sorry, Texan. We're not talking.
We're not gonna run it back.
We've been talking for 3 minutes or 3 hours.
Yeah, but we've been intentionally holding back a bit on Tails.
Yes.
So you haven't missed us talk about Tails.
Before we go on further, I'm gonna go get a drink really quick. I'll be back in like 10 seconds.
Yeah, go ahead. Hey, look at Texan modding Gruff's chat. You're my mod too, Tex. Why don't you mod my chat? I'm just kidding. I just want to see Silver come into the Sonic cinematic world. You want Silver on in a movie?
Back.
That'd be interesting. I don't know how they would
Right,
having Silver come back and having Silver come into the Sonic movie franchise instantly makes me think that they're gonna try to adapt the Sonic 06 story, which I don't think Sonic 3 post-credit scene be like, Silver appears. I found you, Endless Trigger.
Oh no.
No, please no.
I'm not. Did you already spoil the after credit scene for Sonic 2?
I have not said anything about this credit scene for Sonic 2.
Okay, I don't want to spoil it for anyone who might not have seen it yet. But already I'm worried because I'm a huge lore guy. I love expansive lores, especially when it concerns main characters. If you can make your lore surround the main characters, holy crud, you have a amazing thing going.
Yeah.
However, I'm worried about Sonic 2, because
Sonic
of that,
3,
because of that,
yeah.
Or yeah, Sonic 3. I'm worried about Sonic 3 because of the after credit scene in Sonic 2, and that's all I'll say about it.
It is interesting how they'll pull that off.
Bro, that character's lore doesn't even exist in that universe. I don't understand. But anyway. Glad to hear you're getting better, Texan. Sonic Adventure 2? Did I say Sonic Adventure 2? I meant Sonic the Hedgehog.
No, yeah, we're talking about the movie. We talk about the movie.
The movie too. What's it called? So I guess we'll just go fast track to Tails for a bit.
Yeah, since we were
since Texan just got in the chat.
Since Texan's here, yeah. Yeah, I'm worried.
So, I have a controversial opinion on Tails. So,
and that is,
I will say, I'm long-winded. I have to lead up to it. I'm sorry. So, Tails' whole thing in this game. So, when you first find Tails, I don't like the scene where you first find Tails.
Dude, sounds too yeah, I'm smarter than you, like normal.
That's not even like, it's weird. They do the thing. They do this. People make memes of this, but they do it in the game like it's not a meme.
Mm-hmm.
Tails says something like, "It seems the situation we find ourselves in is me being incorporeal and not being able to touch things." Sonic's is just like, speak English, nerd, or something like that.
Those are certainly words you said just now.
Oh yeah, he says those are certainly words you said just now. It's like, bro, he said what he said was understandable. Stop this. Like, there's this one meme I'm thinking about right now, but I can't repeat it. But it encapsulates that like trope in media. Totally, like, why did they do that? Like, they say something completely normal and easy to understand, and then the main character's just like, speak English, nerd.
I'm sorry, I don't speak geek.
Yeah. Like, they're hacking the mainframe. Speak English. But anyway, so I should start this out by saying I like what they did with Tails' character, but I wish they did more. So what
That's
they do
fair.
what they do with Tails is not talking about the larger stuff that they interact with, strictly just Tails' character. They're going. See, this is why I'm in Gruff's chat, because I don't get beeping ads.
Oh, that was good. All right, fair enough.
Oh man. But what they do is while they're going on their adventure on Chaos Island, every now and then Tails will let slip that he's had a hard time. Like, when he was in cyberspace, it was a nightmare for him. There was like another version of him that was like telling him he's not good enough. This reminds me of that time, or he says cyberspace was a nightmare, and Sonic asks, do you want to talk about it? And he says, no, we got to focus on what's going on right now.
Yeah.
And then he has a moment where he says, this is just like when Infinite Attack, I totally lost it without you there, Sonic. And Sonic says, wait, what? Because apparently this is the first time Sonic's hearing of it.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure how I feel about that. I feel like, I don't know, I guess it is a personal thing. That I know if a friend of mine went through something personal like that, I would leave it. It wouldn't be up to me to tell someone else that. I would leave it up to them, so I could see it. But Sonic then finds out that Tails apparently lost it. That's how they put it in Forces. He lost it when Sonic was captured, and Sonic. This is the first time.
Dead.
Yeah, this is the first time Sonic's hearing about it, and he says, "What? What do you mean? What happened?" And he says, don't worry about it. We need to focus on what we're doing now. So they're clearly setting up that Tails is going through it. And I'm okay with that. That's cool. I actually like that because it recontextualizes the terrible scene in Forces. It makes it to where I'm not happy that canonically that scene was Tails having a relapse and losing his courage. I don't like that that's where we're at right now, but it's much better than what we had before.
It was like, I think someone brought up how like just Tails freaking out like that. Like it would have been better if Tails did attempt to fight Chaos, and as he was fighting Chaos, then his mind would relapse and like have flashbacks of Sonic getting beat up.
That would be better. The thing is, it's Chaos. It's Chaos Zero.
It's Chaos Zero.
It's the Goomba of the game. Like the only thing that separates Chaos Zero from the regular games, like the regular enemies of the games, is that it's 3 Goombas instead of 1 Goomba. It's the 3 Goombas on top of each other. Yeah. Too much for Aaron Hansen though. Heyo.
Hey.
but like you said, he could have like flashbacks of Sonic getting bodied, because he absolutely did get bodied in that game. You could have that, and he could, just lose his cool. The problem is that that wasn't the plan from the first place. The person who wrote, I forget his name, but the person who wrote Forces completely misread Tails' character and was just incompetent from the start. So I feel for Ian Flynn because he's forced to write this in. So, but I'm okay. I'm overall okay with it.
Let's see. I'm gonna mispronounce these names. Itaro Toyota Makoto Goya and then Ken Pontak.
Oh, Ken Pontak,
Gruff.
yeah. Ken Pontak, he was the lead writer. Can you guess?
Pontak and Gruff are probably the lead writers. Yeah.
Can you guess what game Ken Pontak was brought in on?
It's certainly not a colorful game, right? Yeah, that's when they were brought in.
Yeah, it was that one. But Colors isn't a bad story. It's incredibly simple, but the themes are on point. He was brought in to write the dialogue of that game, but every game after that has been beyond awful. In terms of story.
In terms of story, yeah, it's been rough.
It's been rough. So here is Ian Flynn having to fix Pontak's mess. But in terms of where to go with Tails' character, that seems like a good direction.
It does seem like a good direction. And another person said, like, it's good that they're still looking into Forces. It's good that they're showcasing Tails' shortcomings and not just brushing them to the side. Like, oh yeah, Colors Onward, that didn't happen. Like all of us are kind of upset with how they've treated Tails recently, but they're making it so that way it's a character trait that he has to deal with, which is a kind of blows. But they're making it more like, but they're using that to build him up into who he originally was and who he's supposed to be.
Yeah, I still don't like that we have that mess, but yeah, it's good that they're doing that.
Yeah.
But what's it called? Now we're getting to the part where I have an issue, because all of that, I don't like that that's the situation that we're in, but from that situation with Ian's solution, that is great. I love what he's doing. Here's where we start to run into issues. I say issues, it's mainly one. I'm just gonna go through the scene because it's a good scene. So we've seen hints that Tails is going through it, and as they're walking towards like a bridge, Tails just falls behind Sonic and he just says, "Sonic, am I a burden to you?" And immediately I'm hooked, because not only is the line raw, it slaps you across the face with this line, and Colleen's delivery has me on the edge of my seat. It is so good. And then we have Roger saying, "Wow, and how did you come to this well thought out concern?" Please.
Okay. I will admit that is pretty. If this was Pontak and Graff's writing, it would have been much cringier. We can all agree.
Oh my gosh, it would have been worse. But man, this still
it would have been
good.
worse. But yeah, that was like, cause it's not good. I'm not gonna sit here and fully defend it, but it's also kind of like on par with Sonic. It's like on point with Sonic, because it's like Sonic knows, because like Sonic is like, Tails is not a burden. It's not that at all. Blah blah blah. And just Sonic's just saying his things in his own way. Like, again, it's not good, but
that's the thing. Like, Sonic can be tactful. Like, I would not have a problem if he said that in the same way he says it and then he immediately followed it with tactful speech. Like, that would be good, but he doesn't. Like, I'm just gonna keep on going.
Yeah.
Tails, because that's the thing. That line, Sonic, am I a burden to you? That's the most emotional line Tails has delivered since Sonic Adventure 2, when he was on the verge of tears trying to be brave against Eggman.
Yeah.
And the way it was delivered was just just uh just capped it off. And then Sonic
really
says, "Wow, how did you come to this well thought out concern?" And Tails begins to explain himself. He says, "Whenever there's a crisis, I'm either running away or standing on the sidelines. You're always rescuing me when all I do is follow you around." So this is still great. They're following up on what Contact has done to Tails in the last decade. And Sonic says, "Hey, so who was it who stopped Eggman from blowing up Station Square? And who broke me out of prison or saved me from the Deadly Six's trap?" So I don't like the Forces or Lost World, what's it called? The Lost World references.
I don't know if that one was a Forces one. Who broke me out of prison? I don't know if that was a Forces one.
Is it?
Because Tails was off doing his own thing. Wasn't that SA2?
I don't know, because they don't show they don't show a screen cap for it. Because I remember in Forces, was it Classic Sonic who like stopped the power or something that allowed Sonic to escape? Or was that
Classic Sonic?
Was that the OC?
Wasn't. That was the OC. Yeah, because Tails and Amy helped break Sonic out of prison in SA2.
It might be that. I don't know. I really wish they showed a screen cap for it or something.
They did not show a screen cap for that one, unfortunately.
And after Tails says this, or after Sonic says that to counter Tails, like, you've done all this stuff, you're not helpless, you're not a burden. Tails says, "Then I'm wildly inconsistent." And
there are so many meanings behind that.
So I like this line, and I still think that this is Contact's fault that they have to do this, because I feel like Ian Flynn is in a Discord call with me with the screen share on, and he's looking directly into my eyes saying this character is wildly inconsistent. I feel like I can see Ian Flynn and the other writers
just groaning and being like,
they're like,
"This is the best we gotta deal with."
Well, not even that. Not even that. Like, I'm still okay with this. But like, it feels very direct. Like, the writers are telling me this directly.
Yeah.
And so to get you like the mechanics of this scene, Tails thinks he's a burden. Sonic thinks he's not a burden. Tails says, "I'm wildly inconsistent," just throwing another thing on the pile. He's still in the camp of, I am incompetent. I'm a burden, and I'm inconsistent. Then Sonic, this is the line that changes his mind, and like, okay, well, hold on. It says, "Dude, relax. You've got brains like Eggman, speed like me, and can fly with your butt."
That's like the one time I hear a butt thing, and I'm not immediately cringing though. It's still cringy, but it's not as cringy.
I don't know, man. It's really bad. This is like the thing that's supposed to bring him back. He does follow it up though. He says, "It's okay if you still need help sometimes. That's just a part of growing up." But that's literally all he says. And then Tails. So I want to emphasize this. That's literally all he says. And Tails says, "When did you get so insightful?" That's not insightful.
It's not.
It's not. And Sonic says, "I have my moments," and that's it. It's done. So there's two reasons why I don't like this, or three reasons. One, it's a lot of setup, and this is the payoff, which makes it feel like there's no payoff. It's just like, I'm fixed now. Um, two, I wish this conversation was longer, or at least performed better with better writing, with better dialogue. And three, it feels too direct. Like I said, if I feel like I'm in the writing room and they're saying this directly to me, that's what this feels like. It's like, hey, we know Tails has been bad before. He's gonna be good from now on. That's what it feels like. It doesn't feel like Knuckles. I think is the handled the best in this game.
Ooh, Knuckles. They did Knuckles good in this game too.
Because Amy, there's not much there. There's stuff there, but just not much. Tails is or Knuckles is the best. Knuckles is the best, and Tails. It just feels like wait for when he's good again. He's gonna be. It's like promising he's gonna be good. I still like it, but I wish they could have devoted more time to this. I feel like they were actually afraid to have longer cutscenes in this game. Do you get that feeling? I feel like it was
didn't. No, I don't think so.
I'm trying to think, what's the longest cutscene? I think it's the one where Sonic is frozen. I think that's the longest cutscene.
Yeah, that might be the longest cutscene. I think that might be the longest cutscene. Now I think about it.
It's just, but yeah, I still like Tails, but those issues dampen, or I should say, I still like what they did with Tails, but those things dampen his arc for me, at least. I still like it, but not as much as the other ones. Not for me in terms of from least great to the best, because they're all good. I should say that
they're all really good. Yeah,
they're all good. But the best from least good to the best is Amy, Tails, then Knuckles, then Sage. Sage and Eggman. Oh my god.
How the hell did they freaking? Yeah, Sage was pretty good. In fact, let me go to where the hell is Big? Let me go to the freaking. Because there are moments of like Sage and like there are moments of Eggman showing like real like raw emotion over something other than just trying to conquer the world, and I hate that hedgehog.
Oh man,
it's kind of freaking funny though.
The callbacks, like the visual and dialogue callbacks, I love how. So this is just like small stuff that it's a small thing, but it completes the experience for me. It's small stuff like when Sonic gets out of cyberspace for the first time, and he hears the end talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, mortal, huh? Well, it beats being called a rodent. I was like, and then the first thing Eggman does when he sees Sonic outside of cyberspace, the first thing he does is call Sonic a rodent.
Oh my god, you're right.
I love that. That's amazing. Stuff like that completes the... That's what I mean, dude. This game is carried by its story and characters and the music. But, dude, there's another thing, too. The first thing... So, when Sonic sees Sage for the first time, the first thing she does, like, physically, he gets bodied by the Giganto. And then, at the end, to beat the end, she throws him with Supreme.
Oh my... What the... What?
That's so cool.
Oh my god.
It gets me in my heart.
Oh wow.
My heart feels it. I feel that throw, bro. And it's the rawest throw ever. It's so good.
It's so good.
Oh man. People don't like that boss. I don't care. I like the boss. I think it's good.
It's
I will say this. It is if you were expecting something on the level of Supersonic that we had before, I understand why you would be disappointed. I think that's why I wasn't disappointed, because up to that point, like, I should say this. We said earlier, Sonic Frontiers is really easy. It's easy no matter what difficulty you're on. You can be on the hardest difficulty at level 1 fighting the last Supersonic boss, and it is still incredibly easy.
Yeah.
So, when I was playing this, I was hoping that the final boss would not be that easy. So when it wasn't, it was something completely different, and it was actually difficult. I loved it. But
that is actually a fair way of looking at it.
I could totally see people who thought, "Oh, I hope it's like Supersonic but harder." And when they didn't get that,
what freaking so going through it, and the game does like the game does like build you up for it, because you have the first Ikaruga section on Chaos Island, and then you have like 2 more on Aurora's Island, and then at the end you do that entire section. Honestly, why not? I'll play through it.
why do they call it Ikaruga? Like, I've been who was Ikaruga?
It's a game, right? Ikaruga is a game.
Is it?
I'm assuming I'm saying it right.
Ikaruga?
Ikaruga. Ikagura. Yeah, it's a freaking shmup. Yeah.
Ikagura.
Oh, it's 50% off on Steam right now.
Let's go. Oh, is this the first bullet hell game?
I don't know if it's the first, but it's the first one I think of, because I believe that one has the same mechanics. You have to.
It definitely wasn't the first. It came out in 2001.
Yeah. Because you switch between one mode and another mode.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That's a cool callback, but man, I understand why people were disappointed, because, man, if you were expecting Supersonic, well then, sorry. Also, for some reason, there we go. The quality of the stream like died. That's okay. But I really like the final boss. I wish I liked it more, because even though it was more difficult, it wasn't terribly difficult. That's the thing, though. I wonder about difficulty, because the final hazard, for example, is not too difficult until you get towards the end of that fight. The beginning is incredibly easy, but once you get to the end, it starts to get harder, to the point where you can totally die. That's where it gets hard, and that's why I think that fight is more satisfying. I didn't have the same experience with the end. However, it has sort of the same effect, because it does get incredibly hard towards the end. But at the same time, if you know like everything about the mechanics, and you know how to take advantage of them, then it's not that hard. Whereas the final hazard, I know everything about that fight, but can't really go further in terms of skill or efficiency. I honestly wish they would have made the fight kind of like the Bio-Lizard, or the final hazard in this game. It would have been a neat callback, but I mean this in the kindest way possible. I'm not sure if Sonic Team has the capability to do that anymore.
Okay.
And dude, this guy Supreme, holy cow. He takes out the stinking N60. He takes out the Barrett 50 cal, bro. He's about to no scope you, get that 25 kill streak, and call in the nuke. Like, he's about to kill you.
Yeah.
And he's not exactly that hard. Which is
he's
really
not. I'm gonna beat him very quickly because I'm maxed out, but
jeez Louise, dude. Take him bite out of his. Holy cow, dude! I haven't played
Oh my god!
Holy cow! I haven't
What
played
the hell?
I haven't played on his thing. Oh my goodness!
Yeah.
Huh?
I almost one phased him.
I haven't played against his super form is so raw, bro.
It's so freaking
raw.
good.
It's literally Evangelion. That's literally Evangelion. So cool. That's the thing about this boss. He has the most interesting fight. His fight is so much more interesting than the end in concept. You have
in concept, yeah.
a Titan who creates a 3D bullet hell situation while you still have to fight him like you have the other Titans, but now he can fly and evade you and make incredibly complex bullet hell segments, but he's still really easy. And he gave him a Barrett 50 cal railgun Metal Gear Rex thing, and he shoots it once! Why? You don't even look at this. Tell me, where does the bullet go? Where does the bullet go? Where did it go?
I'm looking at it too, and I'm like, Sonic just dodged it or something.
What
Like,
happened?
Sonic doesn't like. Yeah, I don't freaking know.
This could have been the best boss. But why?
It goes down too quickly when you freaking even when I beat this boss, okay, one thing that annoys me, the game thrusts you into the final segments without too much of a warning. Like, yeah, Sage or Sonic are like, we need to get the Chaos Emeralds, so we can stop them. But like, even with the other islands, when you need to get the 7th Chaos Emerald, you're able to still walk around until you get to that area where you start the Titan boss.
I think what they should have done is go ahead and have the cutscene where Eggman gives you the last emerald. Go ahead and do that. But tell the player to run to where the Titan is.
Literally find Eggman. Like,
yeah, find Eggman.
Because literally, if it says like find Eggman, you're thinking, oh, something's about to happen. At least then,
yeah,
like, okay, we're definitely in the end game.
How raw would that be? You see the objective flash across your screen. Find Eggman. That would be cool. I do have one criticism about the story in this moment, though.
What?
How come the end didn't leave Supreme? Or why did it even take Supreme's body? Why didn't it just become its moon form as soon as it left cyberspace? Actually, hold on. I think there is a explanation for that script. Let me go look for it.
Okay, Doc.
Where is it? He gets free here. Oh, I love this. Yeah. When I was telling you about the first thing he does is call you rodent. The first line Eggman says after he's done laughing, he says, "My only regret is you denied me the pleasure of finishing you off, rodent." I love that.
I did not catch that. That's honestly freaking crazy.
That's Kino right there.
real quick. Another line I liked in it where a bunch of the Sonic games have been fourth wall breaking, but the one line in this game, what is your end goal? Well, it depends. Sometimes it's a spinning sign, sometimes it's a big old ring.
That's so good. That's so good. Like, because man, the fourth wall breaks, they have a place in Sonic, but like, you can't be like machine gunning fourth wall jokes like every other line.
Yeah.
So here's the thing. I was saying, how come the end even takes the Supreme's body when it can just become the moon? So Sage says, I ran millions of simulations. The only way I can keep you alive is if you're not here when it gets out. So I guess it takes some time for the end to escape cyberspace, or maybe to become its true form. I'm still reading here. let's see here. They haven't said anything yet. I think so they don't address it again until you beat Supreme, and Sage says all we did was chase it out of its shell. It's retreating into space to regain its true form. Even Supersonic won't be able to stop it. So only after you defeat it does it go into space to achieve its true form, which makes me wonder why the heck didn't it do that in the first place?
Yeah, that does make me wonder as well.
Like, I like the story of this game, but it does fall short in some elements. Because if I was the end and I had this uncontrollable urge to just destroy all things, the strat would be to go to space and from the moon, because no one can stop you, no one can chase you there.
Yeah.
Also, I just remembered this. So, we know that the end destroyed the Ancients' world, and I was thinking, that's weird, how come it didn't destroy Earth? But we do see, the Ancients stop it while it's in space, so it could be that they stopped it before it got to Earth.
Yeah.
I don't understand how all the ruins and, like, the big old bullet holes are on Earth then, if that's true, but we could just say that those were...
Well, no, because wasn't there a scene where they literally shot a bunch of lasers up in the sky to try to attack the end, but it didn't work?
Yeah, I was just gonna say
that
maybe
was on Knuckles Island.
No, that was on that was on Chaos Island. Knuckles Island was where they see the big hole. Oh no, that was
on Chaos Island, right? Yeah, you're right.
What I could say is like, oh, it probably did that while it was still in space, and maybe the whole, like, some other places were just stray shots. Like that couple, the first ancient couple you see is the one that reunites with their true love, and then they get killed.
Yeah,
that could have just been stray shots. I'm willing to see that. However, so like I can understand why it didn't destroy Earth immediately when it got there. However, how come it doesn't destroy Earth after this? Like, maybe it's just focusing on Sonic and Sage? Because they are a threat, like, undeniably, because they destroy the thing. Wow, I didn't even know you could go down there to dodge the laser. I thought that you had to...
I was watching my friend go through this the other day. I was like, oh, you could get that from far back? Okay.
I thought that if you tried to go down, it would stop you and you would get hit.
Yeah.
It also helps that I like Undertale, so I liked this section.
Yeah. And okay, so this song is not like, there's lots of good music in this game, and this isn't my favorite song in this game, but it just hits hard, dude. It hits so hard.
It's pretty one note for me. It just keeps doing the same two riffs over and over again. However, when Sage does that throw, it hits.
Yeah.
It freaking hits. But yeah.
Another thing with the end, it's literally talking crap at you during the entire thing, and there's no subtitles, which makes sense. You don't want the whole screen to be cluttered while you're trying to bullet hell.
Yeah.
But like, put the subtitles where the end actually is.
Yeah, just put them at the top of the screen. Just put them at the top. So, because if it's at the top, you could, focus on, because you're going to be looking at the top anyway, because that's where the health bar is. That's where the shots are coming from. You're going to be looking up there anyway. Put it near there so you can have like a compromise. I don't know why there's no
because you want to hear everything that's going on, but the music is playing, all the gunshots are going off.
And they have the code for it. They had subtitles for characters during in forces. They would talk on the radio. They just have to do the same basic concept, and they'll just appear at the top. Just make it look different.
I actually first tried it. Wow. It took me a while to beat this boss when I first did it.
Yeah, I think it took me 2 or 3 tries.
It took me about 4, maybe 5.
Dude,
I don't remember.
I saw someone in I think it was Dimitri's stream, either Dimitri or Salty DK Dan. They said that it took them 15 times.
Dang.
Yeah, I imagine that would if it took me 15 times, maybe that would sour my opinion on this boss.
Now that I think about it, with them grabbing Sonic and throwing it, yeah, that's pretty freaking
It's
raw.
so raw. It's the same hand too. It's so raw. And then you have this amazing QTE. Yo, the sound effects are so good.
It's really freaking good. Like, holy crap.
Man, that visual. The
I will say with Sage, like, sacrificing herself, I kind of, because we've only known her for one game, so it's like there is a bit of emotional drag to it, but it's not enough to be fully, like, impactful. You get me?
It depends. It wasn't as impactful for me. I was still sad. But because it is a genuinely sad scene, especially when it shows Eggman and his reaction.
Eggman is
is
legit doesn't know what to do, and it's honestly kind of crazy seeing him like that.
I'm so glad they didn't like do multiple shots for Eggman. Like, there's a shot here where they just needlessly change the camera angle with the heroes for no reason, and I think there's a camera angle that they should have just stuck with. I'm gonna tell you when it appears. It's when Sonic first rushes in to get a hug from somebody. That's a camera angle. I think like the first one where he like goes in for a group hug. He hugs Amy, I think.
Yeah, he's hugging Amy and Tails. High fives. It's okay. Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
The first angle, just stay at that angle where Amy runs in to hug him. Just stay at that angle. You don't need to change the angles every time they do a different angle. Just stay at that angle, because
yeah.
And don't have them don't let us hear the characters. And this shot with
freaking
Eggman, dude.
Yeah, this one's like crap. And then the determined stance he has at the end is like, okay, I ain't giving up. I'm gonna get back somehow. It's like it's pretty good. It's pretty freaking good.
I like how in this moment, the writing team, because it wasn't just Ian, the writing team, they kind of leverage the meta a bit, because as a society with like loads of different movies and stuff, we kind of have we've kind of acclimated to the trope of, oh, a character gets developed, they die at the end, but then they come back. Or no.
Mm-hmm.
They get developed and then they die at the end, and everyone hates that. Was like, man, I wish that character wouldn't have died in the end. And they leverage that. They have an after credit scene here, which, you know, like, oh, they really are dead then, and then they bring them back. They kind of like take advantage of the fact that we've become acclimated to different studios doing that sort of trope, and then they just pull it out from under you.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're gonna go even further, because in the scene where, well, throughout the whole game, Sage has an effect on her voice that makes it sound like she's like a hologram or speaking from her computer.
Mm-hmm.
But when she's resurrected, you can hear her clearly.
She's incredibly clear, which I can't skip the credits, unfortunately, which kind of blows.
Yeah.
But thankfully, they're not Sonic Colors Ultimate 30-minute credits.
Jeez. Good lord.
Dude, I'm playing through Sonic Colors Ultimate, saying my stuff, and 15 minutes in, the credits are still going. And then I remember that someone said the credits are 30 minutes. I'm like, oh, okay, I'm skipping the rest of this.
Dude, that reminds me of have you ever been... This would happen when I was on Xbox a long time ago. You would be in credits for so long, the screensaver would come in.
I never had that happen before, but I can imagine it.
Well, I say screensaver. The screen just dims.
Like the skins would just dim. to reduce burden and all that junk.
I will say this. So the difficulty of this game, I don't understand why there's multiple difficulty levels. I really don't. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't think they should have, especially because after I played this game, I got the hard one, I got the true ending. I was like, well,
Mhm.
what's the normal ending like? So I went on YouTube, I checked it out. Apparently, the normal ending, you beat Supreme, it plays the cutscene where you're going towards the moon, and then it immediately goes to the next cutscene. You don't get to do the bullet hell section. That's it.
Which is it's I get it. People want to have an easier time with playing a game. So why didn't they give you the bullet hell but just make it easier?
I don't
I
know.
don't I don't I don't I don't get it cuz like it's so weird cuz like I understand you've done supersonic battles the entire time and you're expecting the final boss to be a supersonic battle and it's not. So that would be kind of jarring, but I don't know. It just seems really weird how there's literally an entire boss you could skip by playing on an easier difficulty.
I and also I played on hard mode and I don't get to hear Vandalize. So here's the thing:
Okay, yeah. So
Instead of playing
it plays
Vandalize, it
one
plays
way
One Way Dream, and I
by Nate
like
wants to battle.
I like One Way Dream more than I like Vandalize, but I still want to listen to Vandalize.
Like honestly, yeah. Like One Way Dream is it's so good, and
And
people listening to my stream, it'll come up in a moment. But yeah, I didn't hear Vandalize at all, and I'm like,
and it fits
that's
the scene
weird.
so much better than One Way Dream does. And to be fair, if it played Vandalize, streamers everywhere who were not playing hard mode, they would all get hit with copyright. Because that's like the one licensed song in this game.
That's the one licensed song in this game. Okay.
Like, I wish I could say like a also the song that plays here, uh Father I don't know what it's called. I think that's what it's
Yeah,
called. Holy cow, they were popping off on
they were
they
like
were
honestly,
like
and here comes the Amy cutscene.
yeah.
Like what?
Oh, one thing. So when we were talking about Sage and her sacrifice and how much emotion it evoked out of me. So when I played it on my own, I was still sad, but it didn't get tears out of me. It was sad though. But then I
Yeah.
watched Dimitri stream, and Dimitri is like weak to stuff like that, and
Ooh. Okay.
he cried, bro. And the thing is, when he cried, it made me want to cry. Uh, and the thing is, I watched it after I had beat the game. I knew it was coming, but sharing that experience with other people makes it more sad. Um, it's an
Yeah,
interesting
I get
balance.
that. I kind of have that same issue with like people playing through Undertale and beating it, being the passive run for the first time.
Yeah.
It's like they start crying, and I'm like, "Gosh, dang it, hold it in, hold it
Oh man.
in."
But
Yeah, Nate put his heart into this song. This song slaps.
oh,
It's
it's
so good,
so good, and
so freaking good.
it's quintessentially Sonic, dude.
Yeah. And that was another thing with a lot of the freaking music in this, like the vocal music, like all the supersonic stuff, and then Vandalize, and then One Way Dream. One thing I hated about Fist Bump from Forces was that all Sonic songs are cheesy.
Hmm.
It's not going around this. All
Yeah,
Sonic songs are cheesy. Fist Bump was way too effing cheesy.
this bump is
Like,
cringe, so
like,
cringe.
and I'm a Kingdom Hearts player.
Yeah,
I know what cheese
me
is.
too. I love Kingdom Hearts 2, and like this was pushing it.
It was so bad. And what pisses me off even more, the actual song minus the lyrics, it's a bop.
It
It's
is.
sick. But then you add the lyrics, and I'm just like, okay, can you shut up? Just
The
stop.
lyrics are so bad, and this is coming from someone who enjoys Almost Dead from Shadow the Hedgehog. I like that song, and I hate Fist Bump. That goes to show how bad the lyrics are. And another thing about Fist Bump is that I don't know if you know anything about like shoot, what are the words? Like equalizing like different sounds in a song at all? Have you ever seen like
Kinda. I need to get more into music stuff, but I kind of know what you're talking about.
so my brother both of us and my dad, we have like experience, although mine is probably the least amount of experience in doing that stuff like while the music is being played. Like
Hmm.
being a sound guy. Um again,
Yeah.
I have the least amount. They're much more knowledgeable than I am. I'm like they call me when like I don't know someone is dead and I need to fill in a spot.
Mhm.
um, yeah, tell him, Dad, can you come fill in?
Oh my god, man.
I go there and Tom is like dead on the floor. It's like, yeah, he was sitting over there. Can you go there? But so all of us, I have shown this song to my brother and my dad's friend Mike. All of us have listened to Fist Bump, and all of us have come to the agreement that the vocals are like they're I don't know the word. I keep using the word equalized, but that's not the correct word, but I'll keep using it.
Mhm.
They're equalized incorrectly. They are not done right. And this was all of us were like, yeah, they just don't sound right. I don't think they did it right. And then some guy, not Nate Wants to Battle, but some guy did a cover of that song with the original singer there, and then the vocals were done correctly. And we were like, we knew it. We knew this. They were done incorrectly. Oh, but it's so weird because the vocals are. There's a point where they become way too crisp. As much as people want you to think that some people's vocals are just top notch and sometimes they can just be unplugged, which to be fair, some of them can. A
Mhm.
lot of the times you need some kind of effect, and even on unplugged albums you'll have like they will go to a special place where the acoustics are phenomenal to enhance the sound. That is just a you cannot get around that variable when it comes to making music, either because it's the same when recording audio like we're doing now. You
Yeah.
we're not it's not the best, we're just in our rooms, but like your audio quality can only be as good as your audio setting, like the place where you are, the place and configuration where you are making the audio. And that's whatever happened with a fist bump. They did that completely wrong. So not only were the lyrics cringe, but the audio mixing, that's the word. They mixed it wrong. They whatever
Okay, yeah.
they mixed it wrong. There's because they put effects on everybody's voice, everyone. And here's that scene.
Yeah, this is the scene.
I so one thing that this game seems to understand, or maybe it's the writers, I don't know. Because I don't, I'm not going to sit here and say that I know how these things get made. I have no earthly idea. Um, but when when they make some of these scenes, and it's not just this scene, it's other scenes, mainly when Sonic is about to fight a Titan, there is no dialogue. I love that because
Yeah, actually, yeah.
part of what makes a story great is knowing when to shut up.
Hey, did someone order a clobberin? Are you sure? Because I'm pretty sure someone ordered a clobberin right here. I'm literally shouting at Sonic, and I'm in a call with Scotch and Cece. I'm shouting at Sonic while he's doing that. I'm like, just fight the thing!
It's a fish. Just kill it.
Fight it!
Oh my god, bro. That's like
Fudge, man.
imagine could you imagine if he was on that ledge looking at Giganto, which by the way, I don't like Giganto's name. It's not a good name. But anyway. Giganto. Yeah, okay.
Giganto.
uh why the heck? Like, or imagine if he was on that ledge looking at Giganto. Giganto looks at him, smiles at him with his 5 layers of teeth, the most raw smile I ever saw in my life, and then and Sonic just says, huh, "Bring it on." Could you imagine how much that would have like downgraded that scene?
It really would have, and even then Sonic did Sonic jumped down into the arena and did a small chuckle, and that was perfect. That was fine.
It was it was skirting the line for me, but I was just
Really?
because
Okay.
for me because I really I hold tone very dear, and I was it wasn't because he chuckled. I'm fine with the chuckle now because but at the moment I was like, please don't say anything, please don't say anything, please don't say anything, please don't say anything. I thought he was gonna say
Get
something.
ready for the BBB.
So your name's Giganto, huh? Or something like that. But when the scene ended, I was just like, oh, okay, thank you. And then the you climb. I don't like that the tutorial spoils Supersonic. Like we know it's coming, but I didn't like that the tutorial spells it out for you.
Right, I get that.
Also, I don't like that there's a tutorial on how to be supersonic. Or if there was going to be a tutorial, if there was going to be a tutorial on how to be supersonic, show the tutorial and then play the song. Because why did they play the song and then show the tutorial? Like, why'd they do that? Bring it to a complete
Oh,
halt.
I get it. Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
But
It wasn't too intrusive.
I
It
th-
was just like, sorry, go ahead.
I thought it was I thought it was intrusive when um it does a gent opening and it goes go, and I'm sitting here reading a tutorial. I could have had imagine if the first punch landed on that note.
Oh my god, that would be so wrong.
Right?
Oh, that would be so sick. Oh
Like
my god.
but yeah, the Titan battles, while they in gameplay wise they are very easy, in terms of spectacle they are so cool. They're
They
so
are like,
amazing.
it's so freaking crazy. Especially when I think about like how far we've come from freaking supersonic battles. Because again, I just beat Sonic 3 and Knuckles, and I believe that was the first supersonic battle in a Sonic game.
Yeah.
And like I'm playing it and I'm like, okay, I can see how people would think this is sick back in the day, but I've seen so many supersonics. I'm like, this is cute. Die. But yeah,
Bro.
how far we freaking come. It's kind of freaking yeah, because these battles, even if they are fairly easy, they are some of the best and most fun supersonic fights I've
Absolutely.
done. It's so freaking good.
I if it were up to me though, I would have changed the order in which you fight them. I would have had Wyvern be fought first, then Giganto, then Knight. That's what I would have changed that. But I think because that's the thing
Okay.
though, they with the marketing the way that it is, they had to have Giganto first. But I think
Yeah.
one small thing they could do is have a scene where like the scene where you see Giganto for the first time and he throws Sonic. Oh, but then you can't have that scene. Oh man.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, um, you could. Oh man, you would have to change it where he throws Sonic, and then maybe say he like starts to walk away, and Sage like says, "This one will watch over this island," and then Wyvern comes, but that's kind of like mustache twirly villain speak.
Yeah, it'd be weird.
Yeah. I this is just a thought that I had. Like, what if man, because there's small details where when the Titans become more and more damaged, you can see like the essence of the end seeping out of them like blood and smoke.
Oh yeah.
No, no, no. Like that's in the game already.
Yeah, I didn't think about that until now actually.
So I thought, what if we continue with that? What if like when Giganto smiles, water just comes out of his smile,
Ooh, that'd
and
be interesting.
it's water because that's the dead pilot.
Oh, fudge, dude.
Like something
Crap, that would
something
be
like that.
wow.
Like cuz it's small and it wouldn't mean anything. Well, it would mean something if you were thinking if these were the creations of the ancients, like you could connect the dots, but it wouldn't become explicitly clear until you see the cutscene with them piloting them, and then
Yeah.
you connect the dots. Um, but yeah, stuff like that. I was like, that could be like it's just small details because these things are meant to withstand space. So if they just died in there, they're probably still in there.
Yeah, good lord. I didn't That's crazy.
But yeah,
That would be
yeah, that would be maybe that might be a bit too much for a Sonic game.
that
I don't know
might be a
because
bit too much
they can.
because
It's hard to tell what you can get away with because like cartoons especially they could get away with a lot of stuff if it's not a human character. Like have you ever seen Small Soldiers?
small soldiers. I don't think I have, no.
Holy cow, they get away with so much stuff in that movie. So the story is the military develops an AI chip to like pilot unmanned machines. However, the chip accidentally gets put in these action figures, and there's a good set of action figures and the bad action figures, and it's a role reversal because the in the meta sense of the characters, the good action figures are the military, like GI Joe guys, and the bad action figures are
Mhm.
like the alien bad guys. But when they come to life because of the chip, the aliens are good and the military guys are bad. Uh,
Fudge! I think I have seen it a long time ago. I know what
they
you're talking about.
they get away with a lot of stuff. Like they like send some dude down a like what's it called? The like the sink disposal. They like just throw a guy
Oh, the
down
garbage
there.
disposal.
Disposal, yeah. And I'm just like,
Good
dang.
lord.
But yeah, like it's stuff like that. I was like, what can we get away with? But yeah, I love the nods to Evangelion in this game. We mentioned it last night, but in case any viewers don't know, the voice actor or actress for Sage in this game, both her English and JP voice actor or actress, they're both of them played Rei from Evangelion, and there's a lot
That's
of
pretty sick.
the Titans are very Eva esque, very, and the wings made out of lasers is just completely
That
Evangelion.
is so dope.
The gun, I think the gun is a reminiscent of Evangelion as well. I really wish he used that gun more. So, while we're talking about, I think the reason why Supreme fight and is not as it's underwhelming is because of time constraints. Because apparently this game was rushed as well. Um,
Wouldn't be a Sonic game without it being rushed.
yeah, a lot of people have been complaining about uh, Rhea Island and Oranos Island having the same biome as Kronos Island, and
Yeah,
it's because
yeah.
for the stream because everyone knows this by now, but for the stream, developers took Kronos Island and divided it into three so that they could have five islands for story purposes. And I actually don't have a problem with this. A lot of people treat it as, it's unfortunate that they had to do that, but I don't,
Mhm.
it's not like that bad to me. Because here's the thing, sure, it's not a different biome, but they are distinct enough to me. Kronos is encapsulated. There's the ocean on one side and gray rocks on another side. That's like where you can go. Rhea Island has the towers, and it's surrounded on almost all sides by ocean. Looks different enough. Oranos Island is we're surrounded by more ocean, but it has much larger flower fields and a swamp area to differentiate it. It's different enough to where I don't think it was lazy. In fact, if developers can reuse assets in ways that are not like they don't make the game more mundane or anything like that, then uh, it should be encouraged. I think
Yeah.
out of all the things that they did to save on time, I think this was the best choice. Because imagine how much time would have been lost if they had to make two more islands.
Yeah. Yeah. I think, yeah.
I think someone's starting a group chat and sending me notifications to me. I need to get out of this. Oh.
My grandfather started a group chat. I don't know how to leave, and I'm like,
Oh man. But anyway, do you think we should continue with the story?
Jeez, we've been going for 4 hours and 15 minutes, man. Dang. Sheesh.
You want to just we'll just machine gun through the story beats.
Yeah, let's machine gun it.
So, um, Eggman and Sage get sent into. Oh yeah, we're still at the beginning.
Yeah, I know, right?
I guess. Well, we've talked about other bits throughout, so we can skip over those parts that we've already talked about.
Yeah.
Eggman and Sage get trapped in cyberspace. At that point, Sage gets her human form, and draws the emeralds to her. Don't know how she did that. Don't know why the end doesn't escape if cyberspace isn't on. I guess it's dormant. Who knows? I don't remember. Knuckles, separately, this is like in the animation. He stumbles on islands, on Angel Island, and
yes,
and stumbles upon Starfall Island through that. Which
one of the portals.
Yeah, which actually makes sense because
Yeah,
one of the ancients' backup plan was to go to Angel Island if the end wasn't able to be defeated. Which it makes sense that if the quickest way to get to Angel Island would be through portal if they have that technology. So
yeah,
that actually makes a lot of sense. Glad that that's there. It's also a little bit of in the subtext. That's like that's how they did it. That's really cool. Sonic Team, they fly to Starfall and they are contained by Sage. So at first I thought that the ancients had built like some kind of field around Starfall,
some sort of failsafe.
Yeah, to trap anyone who got close, so that if they got close, they would be trapped in cyberspace and thus would not be able to free the end accidentally or on purpose. Whoever got there.
Yeah.
Then we found out it was actually Sage who erected that force field because there was a little bit of confusion because they were like, well, they put all their memories and stuff in the cyberspace so that we could find them. It was like, but if that's why they did that, why did they put it the field? But then they said, oh, it wasn't them, it was Sage who did that. So that makes sense. Team fly to Starfall, they're contained by Sage. Sonic escapes cyberspace. They say it's because he was covering familiar ground. And he's able to be communicated to by the end. I don't think they ever establish how. Like, I guess.
Yeah.
I could see it if he had, because once he frees Amy, he's touched by cyberspace and he's being corrupted. He's like, part of him is in cyberspace and part of him is in the real world. And once he's fully corrupted, he's like stuck in between. So that's what's happening. He's like getting caught in between the dimensions. I can understand the end being able to talk to him after that had happened, once he had been corrupted just a little bit. But they don't establish that. Maybe I don't know. What they could have done is have him be a little bit corrupted after he escapes. And that could be why this part of him is in cyberspace.
Could be.
Man, these notifications just keep coming. think I can do anything about it now. But anyway, uh, I wonder if that was due to time constraints or if they just didn't think about it. Whatever. Let's see. Sonic frees Amy and they go on their arc. I think they should have focused on Amy more as a character. Part of me is afraid they don't know what to do with her.
Yeah,
He's
like
just,
I feel like she had 2 games where she was like, well, technically there was Shadow and '06 where she was able to do stuff, but I don't know.
it's
I feel like her
been
peak was Adventure 1 and Heroes.
man. I don't know about Heroes though. Heroes was Adventure One was good though.
Adventure 1 was good.
Adventure One was a good starting point, and I feel like there's so much missing in between, and now we have like independent Amy who isn't defined by anybody, but without that, they haven't written anything for her to define herself with. She needs
Yeah,
more
okay.
characterization. Because I will see I if it's the case that they just get rid of her loving Sonic as a part of her character, I will be sad if that leaves forever, but she has to
Hmm.
have something. Right now she just seems like
Yeah.
normal girl, which I think you said earlier.
Yeah, I did say that earlier.
Let's see, their arc that Sonic defeats in my notes I said Jarganto instead of Giganto.
Garganto. Oh my god.
uh then he goes, "Oh, and we mentioned this earlier, but there's so many references in this game. I'll be back before you can do a fortune card reading.
Oh, so many references,
That was on part
which,
with Dark Gaia easily.
oh my god,
Like
it's
one
kind of crazy
reference,
how many references is in this game.
and some references make sense. Like there's a part where Sonic is talking to Tails, and they're talking about this gun turret, and Tails says this doesn't shoot projectiles; it shoots lasers. And he's like, "Wow, you mean like the egg carrier?" And I'm just like, "Oh, really? That's not a good reference because Eggman has had so many
Yeah,
creations since then. Why would you go to the egg carrier unless it was for fan service? And it's clear that that's what it is. But then they follow that up with immediately a reference that makes sense when he Sonic is trying to communicate to Sonic just how powerful this turret is. He says it's on par with the Eclipse cannon. The Eclipse cannon needed to be powered by its entire reactor. This thing is freestanding. It's incredible how uh, capable the Ancients' technology was. Like that's a really good comparison
that's a good one. Yeah,
because it just shows you how powerful they are because the arc was half a freaking moon to power one laser. This thing is freestanding and can be moved. That is insane.
it is so crazy.
um
Like, there was another reference where someone is like, I forgot how exactly it was, but Sonic was like, "I wonder how Zavok's doing."
really?
Hopefully terribly. Yeah, like he's like, "I wonder how Zavok's doing." Hopefully terrible, or something like
Oh
that.
man,
It's hilarious.
I need to watch. Oh man, I know that I'm not gonna like it, but if they're gonna keep on referencing I don't know, the evil six, whatever they're called,
Seven, the Deadly Six,
the deadly
whatever. Yeah.
six, if they're gonna keep referencing this, I'm gonna have to watch a movie of Lost World because I haven't played it. I never planned to play, but if they keep referencing it, I'm gonna have to watch a movie of it,
Eh,
and I don't like
eh.
that.
Yeah, I went halfway through freaking Lost World, and I was like, I think I'm good. I'm gonna stop. I'll watch Radical Soda's review on
I just
it.
there are some things that I just refuse to participate in on like we all know don't judge a book by its cover. But man, if
Yeah.
something looks that ugly, I'm not playing it, man. That game looked ugly, man. Like what's it
Oh my
there was this
god.
one new Pixar movie with the kids who turned or no, the kids who were like part merman or something. That thing looks ugly as sin, and I still haven't watched
I
it.
saw a movie where
They live in
I
Italy,
know
I
it's not
think.
Rico. Luca? Luca? Was it Luca?
I think it's Luca. I
Yeah.
still haven't watched that, and I don't plan to. It just I don't like the way it looks. It looks awful. Like that's gonna be bothering me the whole time, and it stinks because the fidelity is off the charts, but the art direction, I can't. It cannot continue. I can't abide it. Hey, Adept, yes, we are still going. Oh, I just realized since we started, the OST that I had playing has finished, and we've just been sitting in silence. I just realized that.
Nice. Yeah, I got a gaming playlist going right now.
Let me play this. Um, so let's just keep going to just keep on
Yeah.
machine gunning through this. Uh, Sonic frees Knuckles. His arc ensues. Let's see. So anything to talk about Knuckles' arc? I like how
Okay.
immediately their
Go ahead.
rivalry is just completely apparent. Love that.
It is on point. Like the ending of the first cutscene with them where they're literally like staring each other down.
Yes, they're staring each other
So
down,
good. It's so freaking good.
and
And
that's how
I'll
they end it
actually
too.
yeah, and I'll actually give some small points to Forces. I do Forces is a terrible game with terrible characterization, but I like how they reverted Knuckles back to being like a competent person, but
Yeah,
thinks but okay, because how they portrayed Knuckles for the most part is, oh, it's a stupid brute. Dude's giant idiot. Knuckles,
yeah,
Amy, go left. Give me a sec. Knuckles has to look at his hands like, this
yeah,
is left. Like, no. Knuckles is a strong and cunning warrior
yeah.
that thinks with his fists first. He's not an idiot. And they handle that. Oh, and they handle that somewhat okayly in Forces, and they handle that really well in Frontiers.
Absolutely, yeah. They for the last decade, he's been like meathead, and I absolutely hate that because my favorite portrayal of Knuckles is Scott Dreyer in Sonic Adventure 2. He sounds so calm and collected, but he can also get loud when he
Yes.
really wants to. Like, we'll see about that, Batgirl. Like that line. That line lives rent free in my head. I love that. Um, the voice actor they got for him this time is okay. He does a good job, but he sounds like he's trying too hard. If that makes any sense. Like he always sounds like this. Um,
I hear what you mean.
he's doing a good job, but like
He's doing fine. It's not bad. It's just different.
there's that one line. Like the voice told me to destroy all the Titans and free you guys. Well, why isn't it talking to the rest of us then?
Pretty much.
And it's a good line, and it makes sense that he would ask it because he's like the one to think about things tactically. Like, who is this voice? Can they be trusted? Is
Yeah.
this a liability? It makes sense that he would be the one asking those questions. It's written well, but he's a good actor. But I think that he could do better, or they could get someone else. I hate saying that because it's nothing against the actors. They're just, I don't know who's doing the casting decisions, Sega or Sonic Team, but they're not doing good. Colleen, Sage, and Eggman are like the only ones that are on point. I think those are the
Yeah. Eggman has honestly not had any bad stuff about Eggman's voice acting. Has mainly been through bad writing, but
yeah.
not by freaking Mike Pollock himself.
People have
Like,
been saying they don't like his more subdued performance in the egg logs, but I'm like, what do y'all want him to do? You want him to be like bouncing around the booth, like as he's recording these lines?
Like it. I
Yes.
legit like it because I go back to Dean Bristow, right?
Yeah.
because like dude knows how to be bombastic and stuff, but also knows how to be somber and serious. And with Mike Pollock, we've rarely had that. So
Yeah.
having a more pulled back, subdued, and like more calming Eggman is jarring from a Mike Pollock standpoint, but I'm so for it.
Yes, like
Because we've never had a moment with Mike Pollock where we never had a similar moment with Mike Pollock where Dean Bristol's like looking at Tails like, away before I make mincemeat out of you. We've never really had that moment with Mike Pollock before.
And then that, oh my god, that line goes so hard.
It goes so hard.
Tails, like, so Sonic Adventure 1 does not have the best voice acting, but somehow Tails in that moment, his voice actor still cinches it. Also, hello Wolf, and I need Alfred. And Adept says, I need Alfred in an official capacity voice acting Eggman.
I'm going to kill you.
I'm going to
kill you again.
And then kill you again. I need like an in-universe, like Sonic and crew go to like a carnival and there's like a puppet show and the person voicing the Eggman puppet is Alfred. I need that. Oh my goodness, that would be the perfect place. That's just so a nod, hilarious. A salute to the fandom crew.
That'd be
oh my
so
goodness,
freaking good. And freaking Penny or Sam Cubes has said maybe someday that they'll do a real-time fan dub of Frontier. So that'd be a lot of fun.
That'd be interesting. I would be interested to see what they do with that.
Yeah, I wonder how they would handle that.
But yeah, man, seeing Mike Pollock finally have the writing to show his range as Eggman is just such a treat to see. Because you see Dean Bristow, you know, like finally, I'll take your lives. Come out, my servant. And then you have moments where he says, did he really mean to destroy us? And we never had that juxtaposition in his performance with Mike Pollock. And now we do. Like when Sage says, I must leave you, and he says, I understand, go fulfill your purpose.
That hurts. That crap hurted.
Dude, the farewell, dear daughter. That broke Dimitri, dude. That broke Dimitri. He was like, oh, like holding back the tears. And they finally go off to fight, and it shows Eggman, farewell, dear daughter, and he immediately was just like, no! He's like, no!
Oh my god.
And Dimitri was funny because he loved the Ikaruga little mini games, and then the main boss is Ikaruga, and he was like, no way! Oh man, but we gotta go through the story, bro.
Yeah.
Knuckles, his whole arc, he sort of, I like that they don't outright say it, and it's not clear. I kind of just figured it out in my head just now, but they kind of have him transition from being the war general to the protector of the emeralds and gems again.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people didn't like him as a general.
Fair.
They thought it was like, it makes sense for his character, except that he should be protecting the emeralds, which thankfully the IDW's fixed that. Another reason why you should read the IDW comics. They actually made a possible reason for Knuckles to appear more often. But I won't spoil it for you. It's honestly it's like a throwaway line, so you might miss it actually. But anyway. In his arc, we see him trying to be a general again to the Coco. And it eventually ends with all of them. Yes, they do ascend, but they do practically die. And
yeah,
they're like, he has this whole journey, this small journey. Cocoa Pebbles. No, it's not Cocoa Pebbles. He has a small journey where, Adept, I don't know if you care about spoilers. We're talking about the story, so if that bothers you, because I know
Yeah.
Adept wants to play the game. But yes, we're talking about the story, so please be aware. Now then, spoilers in 3, 2, 1. Okay, last chance. He goes on this little mini journey with Sonic where he sees. He says, "Nah, I'm fine. I can't play it on my computer." Oh well, okay, all right.
Oh, that sucks.
So he goes on this little mini journey with Sonic, where he's seeing the ruins of these ancient temples, and he's actually like shoot, what's it called? People who go through, like, Indiana Jones is this archaeologist. He's like good with archaeology. He knows like different ruins and stones and makes and stuff. He is more knowledgeable than he has been before, which is so refreshing.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I actually get the feeling that he's giddy to see all this stuff, to see this stuff that is related to his past civilization, his ancestors, and he sees it all culminates in him interacting with the Coco, which they're not technically living, but they're the last things that look like they're living that could be connected to his race. And he sees that. He sees the structure that looks like the wall from Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And the towers appear. He says, "I can't lose this," and that got to me. And after that's all done, the Coco, they all salute him and they die. They go away. Like, there's like 50 of them and they die right in front of his eyes. The structure's still there. He still has the structure, but he looks past the structure, and I don't know if you noticed this, there's another Master Emerald. Did you notice the Master Emerald?
I must have missed that. The hell?
So, it's not explicitly stated, although I was lucky enough to play this cutscene at night, and you know how at night the ancient structures, they have a glimmer about them? They're much more pronounced, and you can see the edges much more clearly.
Yeah.
I was very fortunate to play this at night. I think I would have missed it, because I've played the cutscene like 3 times and seen it in streams where people play it at places other than night. And if you play it other than night, you don't recognize it as quickly. You have to like go up and inspect it, which nobody does because it's a Sonic game. But so once the towers are destroyed, the Coco ascend, they die, they fall over. Knuckles looks at the structure. He looks past the pillars and he sees a broken crystal. Do you remember that?
I think so, yeah.
If you play it at night, you can see it much more clearly. You could see it's a broken giant emerald, and it's like purple. And
I'm remembering now. Yeah, okay. I think I saw that during the day.
Yeah, that made me think, like, did they make their own Master Emerald? And it was destroyed. Because I imagine once they found the actual Master Emerald, they must have been able to build something inspired by that, because they do have like control of the emeralds. They can use them for practical purposes, which yeah, they have Supersonic, Super Shadow, and Super Silver, but they've never been able to use the emeralds for like practical things other than Tails and his experimental like flying machines.
With the tornado, yeah.
The heck?
They made their own Master Emerald with blackjack and hookers.
Adept, what does that mean? Adept, are you good? Are you okay? I love how both of us saw that and we were just like, what? Hold on, we gotta stop what we're saying. Adept, are you okay? Are you good? But anyway, so he's seen Knuckles has seen so much. He sees the structure's still there, but the Coco leave him, and he sees that their Master Emerald is broken, and it sort of solidifies with him that he is the last one, and he starts to feel this loneliness. But Sonic assures him that he still has his friends and he'll never be truly alone. And it's a really good freaking arc. It's been done before, and it's the obvious thing to do with him, but it's good because Sonic fans are starving. We are dying in the streets. We eating good. We don't care. We don't care if it's like alphabet soup. It's Chef Boyardee. It's or it's what are the it's SpaghettiOs. We will eat that stuff like it's genuine Italian pasta, bro. We will
Gourmet.
That is gourmet. What's the word? It's like a good dish. What is it? Cuisine. I don't know. We eating Sonic Frontiers? Nah, this is Sonic Luncheon. Sonic Dinner. Sonic Supper. But anyway, really great arc. Sonic goes and defeats Wyvern. Wyvern, I think, was the... I think everyone can agree that was... I don't know, I thought that was the least fun, or at least cool Titan. It was still cool, but it was the least cool.
I don't know how to like rank them all, man. They were all sick.
One thing I wish that the lasers actually did something.
That is true, yeah.
When I saw the when come out of Garganto, I was... Did I say Garganto again? What the heck? Giganto. When I saw the lasers come out of Giganto, I was giddy. I was so excited to play Bio Lizard Part 2. And it didn't happen, but man, I wish it did. Keep on going. Sonic Freeze Tails, his arc ensues. Yeah, we talked about Tails. Knight. So Knight was really fun. The shield was kind of annoying, just because it kept on doing that over and over again. I wish he used his sword more.
Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with the shield. I just wish it was not done as much.
Yeah, I get that.
And that fight, that was when I started to realize that the Titans were getting a little bit too, Gruff wants to get Kamehameha. Yes, I do, yes. Give me a challenge. Well, here's the thing. They Kamehameha you in this game, so I already got that. So we're all good. But, man. Nights was when I started to realize...
Sorry if folks hear that train. It is loud tonight, good lord, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I don't hear anything.
Okay.
Nights was when I started to realize that the Titans were getting a little too easy. I think Wyvern would have had the same effect if I was able to get to him quickly. Like, that whole missile fight, like that missile section, it's really annoying. Hated that. So, the Titans being destroyed is what erects the towers. And deactivating those towers is what turns off cyberspace. Why is that? If I'm the Ancients and all of the Titans are destroyed, why would I make that to where it raises the towers? Moreover, why doesn't Sage make the towers go down? She has control over all of the Ancients' technology. Why doesn't she just make them go back down?
She does have control over most of it because she can't control the Titans themselves.
That's true, yeah. That's true, she says that, yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, why the heck doesn't she just turn off all the portals? Surely she has control over that. Oh,
that is freaking Meet the Robinsons. That's an excellent question.
Oh no. Oh no. Adept, you gotta cool it, alright?
Oh my god, bro. I am not repeating that on stream.
So that's just, there's a lot of, most of the stuff that I don't like about the story is mechanical and logical.
Okay.
Which, that's where stories get you, man. I've tried writing stories before. That's where you really gotta plan this stuff out. It is tough. But
yeah,
I still can't overlook that these are issues. I still like it, but these are issues. So Sonic disables the towers, keeping everyone trapped in cyberspace, freeing them and the End, and becoming trapped in between dimensions as a result. Why? So if cyberspace is like turned off, well, hold on. I don't think they actually tell you what the towers do. I reread it. All the voice says is disable the towers, tear down the walls between dimensions. That's all it says. It doesn't say what the towers actually do, because if the towers turned off cyberspace, where the heck do Knuckles, Tails, and Amy go? And if cyberspace is shut off, how is Sonic able to go back to cyberspace?
Able to go back into cyberspace? And that actually is an interesting question.
Yeah, so there needs to be more stuff. What they could have done is like have someone turn that one tower back on and then do that, but they don't. So
yeah,
they don't really explain what the towers do either. Like, so the towers rise up and they open these sort of dish-looking things. I really do wonder what that's about. Oh, and before
I would assume it's some type of shield of some kind, like I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Like a barrier, maybe?
And before we go any further, I guess now we can talk about the ancient flashbacks. So...
yeah, we can.
The first thing we learn is that the ancients used the Chaos Emeralds to power their ships. Cool, alright. They're from a different world.
Completely different world, yeah.
Their world is destroyed by the End. And they're drawn to Earth by the Master Emerald. I really like this, because at first I thought, oh, they created the emeralds, but then you see that the Master Emerald is on Earth. So Sage does say that the Chaos Emeralds were native to their world, but that I don't want that to be. Like, I much more like the idea that we still don't know the origin of the emeralds. I really like that. I like keeping them mysterious. Because if the origin of the emeralds is that the ancients created them, how the heck did the Master Emerald get there?
That is another excellent question. Like, maybe they probably do something like, maybe it was like brought to Earth by like a meteor or some junk or something. Like it was from the ancients' world. I don't freaking know.
Hopefully they expand on that later.
Yeah.
They build their civilization on the Starfall Islands for some reason. I don't know why they don't go to the other continents, because the islands aren't exactly huge. It's weird that they go there to live on the islands. I don't know, but regardless, they build their civilization there, but the End returns. The End comes to destroy them again. Plot holes are just story opportunities. He. Yeah, sure, okay.
How's it going, Nuri?
Hello.
Oh, yeah, go to bed. Go get sleep. Go get shut-eye.
So they build the Titans to fight against the End. Supreme absorbs them. The other Titans lock it in cyberspace, losing their lives in the process, it would seem. They don't actually show that, but I guess it can be inferred because they don't continue beyond that point. They say, we're gonna lock them in cyberspace, and we never see them again.
Yeah. I'm still sickies, but I'm alright, I suppose. Get better. This is a threat.
Let's see.
Plot holes are just story opportunities.
Yeah, that whole Sonic. So that's like we get all that from the flashbacks. I do wonder about Chaos, because we were talking about this last night, but where the heck did Chaos, like, because before apparently the lore was that he was a mutated Chow, and this contradicts that.
It does contradict it.
Let me find the egg log that talks about that. One sec. Egg memo, not egg log. Egg. Wouldn't it be funny if it was egg log, like egg log? I'm a comedy genius.
Yeah, see, we're still going. We're gonna end pretty soon though. You took like a 2-hour nap? Well, we were talking about Frontiers for during that nap.
We got a lot to say.
I said on Twitter, I got a lot I gotta say. We both had a lot to say about Frontiers.
All right, so let's say I found the log. Eggman says, I don't believe this. I had Sage run a diagnostic on recorded genetic data of the ancients, and then against archives I have with me. They're relatives of Chaos, the god of destruction. After countless years, their DNA corroded to the point they were completely transformed to a new species. Some kind of radiation affected them for eons, making them recognizable, except to a genius. So, after reading it like this, I actually don't see any problems with the lore. A lot of people were confused about this. Because what it sounds like here is that they eroded into Chao. Chaos was just the last one to not become a Chao yet.
Oh.
It does make me wonder why he has the powers that he does. I guess he just evolved into that way. That could make sense, because they did have the emeralds all that time. So it makes sense, because who knows? The emeralds are kind of like a get out of jail free card. You could do a lot with them.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
And it makes sense that if this was a race that this was the most powerful thing that they had, they absolutely would want to have someone to safeguard it, which is exactly what Chaos's role was. And they could have used the emeralds to further that goal. So I'm actually completely okay with this. This is awesome. I love Ian Flynn. I love him. Love that guy. What a Chad. Man. But anyway, let's go on to the next thing. I want to keep going through this. So, Sonic is frozen between cyberspace and the real world. And it's actually kind of eerie to see. The music is kind of eerie as well, because he's like screaming in agony as the music plays this off-kilter tune.
Yeah.
And then he just hangs his head there dead-eyed.
He doesn't flop over and die. He literally is a statue. It's kind of crazy.
Adept, if you're still watching, it's on par with the final boss death in Twilight Princess. It's on par with that.
Ooh, that's a good way of a good example. Holy crap.
Now, when this happens, Eggman calls him a rodent. Kino, as we've come to realize. Sonic's friends refuse this outcome. They willingly return to cyberspace to free Sonic, because the reason he's trapped in between cyberspace and our world is because he took on the energy that was keeping them in cyberspace. So if they go back into cyberspace, that energy reverts back to its original purpose, and thus frees Sonic. Because it makes sense that the energy that keeps someone in cyberspace would keep someone in cyberspace, which is what happens to Sonic. He's stuck in between. So it's a nice logical thing there. It is
a good way of handling it.
One streamer I watched, he thought that it was kind of cheesy that they win with the power of friendship. I don't. I was like, I think that's a misread of the scene. Although friendship is a theme, as it always is with with Sonic. It always is. Man, remember when the words Sonic Team meant something? Not just like, not Sonic Team the developer. I mean Team Sonic. That meant something.
Yeah.
This game makes me feel like it could mean something again. I really like it.
That's pretty sick.
And Eggman says, "Oh, great, he's back." And Sage is wanting to. Oh, we skipped the bit with Sage and her like becoming, or realizing that Sonic is a good person, and she wishes that they could live. And she wishes that she could have what he has, which is a family.
Yeah.
Sage has a good arc. I really like Sage's arc. It's what's the word I'm looking for? It's on the down low. It happens very slowly over time. The cutscenes with Eggman do a great job, and seeing her watch Sonic from afar is really gives you great insight to her character. Really great. The part where she cries because she can't have a family, or at least not one that she has, or not one that Sonic has, and she sees all those flashbacks with Eggman. I do wish that Sonic Scene had more time to flesh out those cutscenes that it's showing in the flashback, because it's all in the same area.
It's all in the same discount City Escape template.
Yeah. It's I feel like they could have done more with those cutscenes as well, dialogue and character-wise, because unless you listen to the egg memos, all of those cutscenes are Eggman kind of being a jerk to her.
Yes.
So if you don't listen to the egg memos, it feels like tonal clashing. It's not great. But like a lot of stuff in Frontiers, there's a lot. This is like fertile ground to build upon, and I can see. I could see the gold nugget in there. It's like right there. But regardless, I still like the scene because I had listened to the egg melons at that point, and I really like Sage's character. I don't think the egg memos. I didn't realize this game had a freaking codec. Yes, it does, and it's awesome. There's only like 20 of them, so it's not like huge, but it's still there.
There's like 24 of them, I think, something like that.
I think it's dumb that they end with Eggman saying, "Ah, Amy, ah, Tails, ah, Sonic, ah, Knuckles." I don't like that. I think they could have done a better job with that. But anyway, maybe they should have led the egg memos with that. I think that would have been better. I don't really like the flickering Sage, where she turns white and blue. I like red Sage. I like that one more.
As a person that's not biased to the color red, I kind of see it. Eggman, I can't run faster because of
Adept. Go to bed. What are you doing, bro?
I'm not fully repeating that.
What is wrong? What are you doing, bro? Anyway,
you can't make me fully repeat that.
But I love the father-daughter dynamic between Sage and Eggman. The fact that she wants to meet her brothers, it's really heartbreaking. My references are golden, and you know it. You can't just make references out of nowhere and be like, "Ah, yes, I am a genius." Like, what if I just recited Mein Kampf word for word, bar for bar? That would not be a good reference, would it?
We still do that.
I say like, "Ah, yes." I'm like reading it. I say, "The end," and people are just looking at me, their jaws agape. Susan comes into my room with a gun. She boards my ship, says, "You're gonna die, bro." And I say, honestly, I can't blame you.
Oh my god.
Bro, but anyway, so Sonic and Sage, they go out on Oranos Island, get all the stuff. They work each other together. There's a lot of world building. Egg memo equals codec, or egg memo is like the codec, which is like MGS voiceover. It's better than the MGS voiceover. Do not compare it. It is nowhere near MGS voiceover. MGS 5's tapes are terrible. I hate them. Good night.
Good night,
Bro. Side notes and a little bit of lore about me. I used MGS 5. So MGS, Metal Gear Solid, is my favorite franchise of all time. Keep that in mind. Now, let me just tell you, I use MGS 5 as a coaster.
Ooh.
I will not explain further. Okay, back to Sonic. Eggman gets the last emerald, and I love how he's like, I got it because you weren't fast enough. Oh, the line where he says, you're hereby inducted into the Eggman Empire, and I order you to help Sage, or to get the emeralds. I love that he's just not willing to admit that they're working together.
I'm part of the Eggman Empire. This is not
an alliance. I love it because
it's good.
Because what's it called? He was, he didn't really. That's kind of in line with his character. He didn't admit it in Sonic Adventure 2. He's like, once he realizes that Gerald is gonna kill everybody, he's like, that mad genius. And then Sonic is like, they've laid out the plan. We're gonna go to the core, shut this thing off, get the emeralds or whatever. And Sonic's like, all right, let's do it. And Eggman interrupts him. Let's get to work. I also like. I don't. Man, it's been so long since I played Heroes. I don't remember how he was in that game, and I never finished 06. I should do that one day. But I love him not wanting to work with Sonic, and even when he has the emerald, he's like, I got it because you weren't fast enough. Oh no, he says, say you look for the emerald. Sonic won't be fast enough. Hey,
wow.
That's the best. Like, genuinely, no exaggeration. That's the most Sonic loud. That's the most Sonic sounding Roger is in this game. That's his best delivery.
I love how when Eggman knows he has to work with Sonic, and Sonic's just staring at him with like,
oh, he's got
it. You know you have to say it.
The most smug look Sonic has ever given. It is great. That being said, I guess this is as good a point as any to talk about this. I think this... I don't know if it's the engine or the models. It's starting to show its age. Especially when you see, like, reflection of light on their eyes. The reflection on... So, the reflection on their... I think it's called sclera? The whites of your eyes?
I think so. I think so, yeah.
The reflection on the whites of their eyes is different than the reflection in their irises. It's like two separate reflections. The only other place I've seen this is like when you put the models in Source. And you like on fan animations, you see like it's not supposed to be in Source. But so the lighting is wrong. It's very... I think they need to either get different models or update the engine because it's starting to show its age.
Yeah, the way that the models that they do have in game, they are at least updated enough graphically, because like Sonic and Gang actually have more. You can actually see fur a tiny bit. You can see more texture of their fur, which was kind of jarring to me for a moment because I'm just used to like, oh yeah, Sonic is as shiny as my action figures.
Oh man, they need to go back to having more. I was about to say go back to having more stylization, but I don't think that's the issue here. I think the models are too stiff. The animation in Frontiers is better than Sonic has been animated. Well, I can't even say that because it's the same. It feels like the same animation. Like if you go back to Sonic Colors and you see them talking to each other while standing there realizing, it's the same level of animation. They're just doing more things. Like Knuckles immediately punches Sonic, and them each other in the eye, the rival there brewing. Tails looks sad. Amy is trying to touch flowers. Like, they're doing all these extra things that they didn't do in older cutscenes in older games, but it's still the same quality of animation. It still feels very stiff.
Okay.
And I wonder if it's the models. I don't know, because I've seen fan animations on YouTube. Like, someone remade the fight between Sonic and Shadow in Green Forest or White Jungle, whichever one you do.
Oh, that is such a good animation.
And from
so good.
It's been a while since I've seen it, but I remember that one being more fluid. It didn't feel as stiff.
Oh, it's good.
I will say though, the fight felt stiff. The fight part of that animation felt stiff, but the characters didn't.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's just a small tangent. I think we really need to change the art style of Sonic, bro. I'm tired of these models. So tired. Y'all need to watch. I'm gonna find it right now. Y'all need to watch a video by Chowmix where he details the Sonic model. Chowmix Sonic model. Oh. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Yeah, it is this one. Okay, so I'm gonna put this in my chat.
Okay.
Oh dang, can I even do that? Dude.
What? Put links in your own chat? I would hope so.
I'm not signed into the correct account.
Oh.
Let me mess with this real quick. Which account? Here we go. Okay. I'm gonna put it in the chat, but basically, Sonic the Hedgehog, the property owned by Sega, has been using the same Sonic model since 2005. So,
I don't see the issue here.
You will. So there it is. I'm gonna spam it in chat for a sec. There it is. Y'all should all go watch it. Put it on your watch later list. But man, the model gets really old, and it's just very. Oh, hold on. I'm tired of this model. It's overstayed its welcome, man. I don't like the side mouth. Well, I like the side mouth, just not all the time, man. The way it was in Sonic Adventure 2 was so much better.
Yeah, because it had side mouth, but it also knew when to do head on.
Yeah.
So.
Like, I think the first time I started to recognize it as a kid was when Shadow the Hedgehog came out, and the first cutscene that plays, I'm like, and I remember as a kid, I was like, mouth looks weird. But at the time, I actually liked it at the time because I saw it as stylization. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then they just kept on doing it for like years. But yeah, onwards through the story. Lots of world building that unfortunately can't go through here. They talk about how the ancients lived, their villages, how their technology functioned, a little bit about how their culture was. Really cool. Eggman gets the last emerald. They defeat Supreme. We already talked about the end choosing to remain in Supreme's body and not just going into the moon.
Yeah.
They fight the end. The end is really cool. One thing that I thought was weird is that Sonic refers to the end as him, even though it's been speaking to him with a feminine voice the entire time.
It's weird because for the most part it does sound like a feminine voice, but as you're doing the end boss fight,
yeah,
it distorts into more of a like multiple people are talking.
Well, yeah, it starts to turn into like both a male and female voice at the same time, and I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this because I haven't confirmed it, I'm pretty sure the male voice is Mike Pollock.
Hey yo,
because it sounds
that'd be interesting.
like a. I don't think they meant for it to be a plot thing, but I think they just reused him as a voice actor. But it sounds like a Mike Pollock.
That would be very interesting. Wow.
Anyways, the fight goes on. Sage sacrifices herself. So this was something that was weird. So Sonic impales the moon. Then it starts getting all staticky. I thought that it was gonna explode and create a explosion that would destroy the world. So I thought that Sage was going to push it away so that the blast wouldn't affect anything. But instead, she just runs into it and it explodes anyway. I don't know.
I figured it was gonna like charge. I don't know. My thought process was that was like charging towards Earth, but I don't think that's what it was.
That's what I was gonna say too. Like, if it starts charging Earth and then she holds it, that would make sense. She keeps it from getting to Earth, but that doesn't happen. She just hits it and it explodes immediately after. This is what I think. Like, the cutscenes are stiff, and I think this is another version of that. Hey, Texan, glad to see you back here.
Texan.
I think this is another way of the cutscenes being stiff. I think this is an animation mistake. I will say though, that last look from Sage, she starts, because the thing is, they do this really cool thing with time as a concept with Sage. Because Sage is a being that can think faster than anything on Earth, probably on par or close to the end. We're talking about the animation and cutscenes. Yeah, I don't like them. Yeah, we don't like them either. Or at least I think that they're stiff. I don't know how a Red feels about them.
Bad, but yeah, they could use some work.
Yeah. They do this thing where she's about to hit it, but you see, like, from her point of view, like, her perception of time, she takes one last look at Sonic, or back at Earth, back at home, and probably thinking about Eggman and family aspect of things, and you could tell she's getting emotional, and then she hits the moon and says, "Please take care of Father." That was amazing. I loved that. So good. This game is, I've said this at least 5 times, it's carried by its story, characters, and music. The gameplay is serviceable. At points, it can be downright awful. But the story, characters, and music, that's why I'm here. That's why I enjoyed this game. I don't think I'm going to play it at least for another year. But I do think I'll play it again one day. We get back to Starfall Island. Their delivery when they see Sonic coming back is stiff as well. You just hear. So Amy, I actually don't have a problem with Amy. Amy,
right.
Amy is going woohoo. That was great. Yeah,
that one's good.
It was Tails. It was just like, yeah. And Knuckles, all right.
Yeah, it could have been handled a lot better. Like, they didn't have to like go one at a time. Okay, Amy talked. Now it's my turn. And then you get to talk, Knuckles.
Oh man, and I think not only should they have kept that one shot instead of changing a shot for each character for some god awful reason. They need someone to like take the cinematographer or the animators to a cinematography class. Holy cow! What they should have done was get rid of the voices. Don't even have sound effects. Like, don't even play the sound of the grass crunching under their feet. Make it silent and make it clear that that's what you're doing. Make all the, like, I wouldn't do this, but if you really, really wanted to do that, if you really wanted to communicate that it's silent, you could put muted voices in the subtitles. I wouldn't do that. I think that's overkill, but you could do that.
That's overkill. Yeah, that's overkill.
And yeah, that's what I'm saying. Imagine if it was all silent and just had music over it all. That's what I would have done. That way, when it transitions to Eggman, it hits that much harder. You just hear it transitions to Eggman and the ocean's waves, and then it plays Father Eye.
Yeah. Yeah, that
Perfect.
Yeah, that sounds like it could be done very well.
But then it shows them leaving the world on the tornado. I'm excited to see where they go with the characters. It really seems I
really
agree.
am.
I agree with what you said earlier that they're setting something up. All the characters are going on a journey of all on their own. They're setting something up. I can feel it. I pray to God that they take another 5 years. Please take another 5 years to make the next game.
Please, take your time.
They're getting more people.
Just take your time, man. You don't have to. We will be fine if the game takes a bit longer to come out. If the game is good.
Yes, and they're getting more people. They're getting more people to work at Sonic Team. Thank God. Like someone shared so I think it was like the Sonic Team like Twitter account that said we are hiring. Send us your resume. Someone shared that and all they said was we won. We won.
Oh my God.
Texans, they actually need a team in Sonic Team for real. And then we see the cutscene of them leaving the island. One-way dream plays. Then we see Eggman engaging in some tomfoolery with Sage. I really wonder what that's gonna be like. Oh man, that's gotta be. So that's how you do a after credit scene. That's how you do it. A sudden reveal and loads of implications. That's how you do it, man. A lot of people make fun of Marvel for that, but man, Marvel used to be really good at that.
Yeah.
Marvel, like, man, when I remember years ago seeing Iron Man in theaters, and then you see Nick Fury enter in an after credit scene. That went so hard in 2008.
That was so good. It was so crazy.
But yeah, that's Sonic Frontiers.
Sheesh.
We did it.
And I guess all I can really think of is, do we have any final thoughts you want to give?
I guess for a final blurb, Sonic Frontier, more like Sonic Tears. Yeah, bro, people actually cried. Texan, people actually cried to this game, and
that's not a joke.
I don't blame them. I do not blame them a single bit.
Seriously, bro.
And one last thought: Eggman resurrects Sage, we think, but it's not clear if it's resurrection or what it could be. We don't know yet.
Yeah.
We have been starving. We have. Imagine if you were in the desert for like 3-4 days. You were starving, and then some good Samaritan climbs out of their like luxury car and gives you a steaming hot Big Mac and a Big Red. Oh my God, I would marry that person. But this Big Mac and Big Red, it doesn't come with fries. But that's okay. We're willing to wait for more. That's the situation. That's the situation. No, they don't drive off. We're driving with them. We're seeing the wait where they drop us off. That's where we're at in Sonic Frontiers. Sonic Frontiers, a final blurb. The gameplay leaves me wanting more. I feel like it could be... No, I know it could be a lot better. It is very close to what I originally theorized in my Part 0 stream. I really think they need to go back and brush up on the fundamentals of platforming. Really think about what makes platforming fun. Stop focusing on speed. Speed is an element. It should not be the full course. Um, make the movement fun. Like, make it to where I'm in an open field and it's fun to move around. Like, Super Mario 64, it is fun in the open area to just jump around and just move around. Do focus on that. In terms of story, logistic wise, they need to brush up on stuff. They have a lot of stuff in this game that doesn't make sense upon further viewing or further thought. But what works really well. They've expanded the lore, they've recontextualized lore in good ways. That's the best kind of lore, is when it makes things better in retrospect. They've done that. They've done immense service to Sonic characters. This game has some, it doesn't have a lot, but it has some of the best songs in the series. The Titan themes, like,
oozes mid 2000s angst middle school. It's just, oh my god, it's so freaking good.
After this, I'm gonna make a Naruto AMV with one of the Titan songs. Bro, and I guess if you don't like Screamo, you won't like the songs. I don't know, because the songs, they do have Screamo, but they use it tastefully. The only song I could think about that has, well, no, I was gonna say the only songs that Imagine doing, or he says some more stuff. I think they should focus more on movement, because I think they tried to make it on more on combat, which was okay looking. The combat was decent. It was okay.
That was the most, like, it's okay.
There's not much I can say about it, man. It's it had to be there, I guess. I don't know, man. They had to have something. One thing that I do like that the homing attack is on a different button and you could do it from the ground. I like that. That's a good addition. Bring back momentum. That's essential. Imagine with some cool tricks and jumps with Sonic. Yeah, tricks and jumps. Get clout with the Naruto AMV. Yep, I'll do that. Get right on that. But in terms of story, like logistics, there's some stuff they need to work on. Plot and characters, great. Love it. I love the plot. Once we got past the main reveal, when you accidentally release the end, and you're on that last island, it felt like the bulk of the story was over. I mean, you were just in the end game, which is fine.
Yeah.
I think that they could have done more character development with Sage and Sonic. It didn't feel like Sonic and Sage got their talk moment. Like, there was a special cutscene where Sonic and Amy talk, Tails and Knuckles, but never with Sage and
There wasn't
Sonic.
really one with Sage, yeah.
I wonder what they're gonna do with... Oh! One thing I almost forgot. They better incorporate the Ancients into all Sonic games. They have just discovered a just a treasure trove of insurmountable technology. Inconceivable stuff. This stuff is gonna change the galaxy. Like, it's not even just the world, the galaxy, the wisps. I hate the wisps, but even they need to benefit from this. This is unheard of levels of technology. If they don't bring this into other stories, that's gonna be a flaw. That's
next game. Ancients, what are the ancients?
Oh my goodness, dude. At least say that they're studying it. At least say that cyberspace was lost, that it was powered down, and they can't, because of that, they can't extract a lot of information from it, because most of it was powered by the Chaos Emerald, and that's not like material, so there's nothing to like what's it called? Reverse engineer. There's nothing to
Reverse engineer, yeah.
Something, a throwaway line, something. Because if they don't, not only is that a huge plot hole, but also if they don't, that means that there's room for the ancient stuff to still be working, and Sonic Team just left Eggman there with all of it.
Yes.
So,
like,
really hope that they do something with that. Imagine we go back to Mystic Ruins. Yeah.
Yeah. Sheesh. Do you have anything else, or do you want me to go next?
I'm trying to give it a rating. Out of 1 out of 10, with 5 being average, I would put this game. So, character-wise, it's a 9, just because of some stuff with the just some stuff with the logistics.
Let me join this call. Hold up, you ain't even in this Discord, Texan.
What's it called? For gameplay, man, gameplay, it's below average, that's for sure. I'll give gameplay a 3. So, what does that average out to? 9 plus 3 divided by 10. That's not what I wanted at all. That's not what it. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, divided by 20. I'm an idiot. Hold on. Oh, I'm doing some stuff with my model on accident. One sec. 3. Stop it. So 9 plus 3 divided by 20. A 9.15. Okay, so I'll just say a 9. I'll give the get that off my. I'll give this game a 9. Well, no, that doesn't feel right, because that puts it way up there, and I don't feel like this game gets that. I'll just put it at a 6 or a 7. Because yeah, no, not a 9, Texan.
Texan's like, hey yo, bro, hey yo.
That's not right. A 6 or a 7, because the gameplay is below average, but the story and characters put it up there. Although, man, I wonder if that's gonna stand the test of time. So I'll put it at a 5. It's average.
Okay.
Because that's the thing. We can't just look at this from the scope of Sonic. We have to look at this from the scope of all games. A lot of games have better characters and better story. We're just so stoked about this because it's Sonic, and Sonic hasn't had it this good since, in my opinion, because I haven't played a lot of the games, is Sonic Adventure 2, which is over 20 years.
Fudge.
But so it's great in regards to Sonic, but when it stands against a bunch of other games, I'd say I give it a 5, which is average in.
Okay.
And that's it for me.
So for me, so literally, I played a bunch of Sonic Adventure with a streamer about a month ago, and then I'm playing Frontiers, and when I initially started this game with its movement, it didn't scratch the adventure itch, but it poked it. Yeah. Just a little bit. It poked it. And again, this is the best 3D Sonic has ever controlled in a long while. I still think Adventure and Adventure 2 are the GOATs for movement with Sonic. Like, running around in the overworld is dope, but the fact that you can literally alter how Sonic moves within the options is still kind of unheard of for me. Jeez, these cyber levels need work. Call it, like, I don't want to say lazy, because they had a story reason for why the levels were pretty much copy and pasted. But having new ideas with level design, because there are some levels in there that are original. They're completely original. I can't fully tell which is which, because there are still some levels that people are finding that is from this game and not original. So I still don't fully know which ones are original, which ones are not.
The fact that one that you played was City Escape and I didn't even recognize it That
Oh, dude, I recognized it
jeez.
instantly, bro.
That like that's a testament to how unrecognizable they are. They look what they've done to my boy. Jeez.
Yeah, the controls for Sonic when it comes to cyberspace, they do need work because it's too freaking stiff, bro. You make a jump, you are somewhat committed unless you dash backwards, which is honestly not the best way of handling it. Uh, let's see. We've talked about the music to death. I really enjoy the music in this game. Let's see. Characters. Amy, thinking back on it, Amy was the weakest, but they are gonna fix her, hopefully. Knuckles, they brought my boy Knuckles back.
For
Bro,
real.
Knuckles is here, and I'm waiting to see how they handle him. Tails has a lot of work he needs done with him, but they're putting him in the right direction. They're bringing the boy back. They're bringing Tails back.
Yes.
A lot of people were kind of joking but not joking about there being remakes of like Tails Adventure and Tails Sky Patrol, which honestly I'd be kind of interested in something like that.
Yeah. That's a little side story.
I'm surprised they just removed that feel from SA1 and 2. Like, why is it gone for good? Yeah, I said this earlier in stream because it seems like the devs are more focused on speed and not so much as platforming, which again, Sonic, it's speed. Dude, what's speed? But like, oh, we need platforming to round it out, because if you just have speed, there's not much really else that can really be done.
All your levels become hallways.
All your levels do become hallways.
And I think the reason why that feel that Texan is describing, I think it was removed because at the time Sega was rushing them to complete Heroes, which was going to be a multi-platform game on all the available platforms. So they probably had to just ditch that engine and do something else to completely like get it out as soon as possible. I think that's what happened.
When they told the devs, I heard this from Game Grumps, but it was like when they told the devs, if there was a bug in the game that doesn't break the game completely, then just leave it alone.
Jeez. I don't know if I trust Game Grumps, but
they looked it up from a source. I gotta look it up again, but it's not just like they weren't just pulling it out of their hat.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't trust them, but that's something I could completely believe that Sega said.
Yeah, cyberspace levels are not under control, but I do like controls in the overworld a lot, except for the wall climbing. The wall climbing can die in a fire. Boss fights in this game, the Guardians, the smaller mini bosses, they're varied. A lot of them kind of don't hit. I think my favorite boss, honestly, is the sumo. We're enclosed in this arena with this giant wrestler dude, and you literally do the Sonic the Hedgehog movie ending where you're ping-ponging off of everything. It's honestly really freaking fun. The music for the Guardians is dope as well. The actual Titans, everyone just like, each one just like up the game and with how like epic and awesome it is. Even if I was starting to get stale with it, like you mentioned the night you were starting to get a little stale with it, I didn't feel that. I felt like, okay, I know what to expect. I know what to do here. I didn't get tired of it. But I've seen a lot of people saying like, okay, we fought this boss, it's done, it's over. But then when Sonic side loops the sword,
oh, bro,
Sonic, it literally calls back to, it's not, I don't think they legit called back to this stupid Flash game, but talking about freaking like bringing back Flash game memories of like, what was it called, Sonic X Final Fantasy something or other on like Newgrounds or some junk. It was like so freaking amazing.
I should say this. I should amend that statement. I didn't get tired of the spectacle. I got tired of the mechanics themselves. The actual spectacle was amazing. It was so raw.
So freaking good.
He grabs a sword, then it says, oh, you're grabbing the sword, huh? So he like slams the sword into a wall hoping to crush Sonic. Then Sonic just completely flings the sword out of the way. The sword crashes into a volcano. The sword is also the size of the volcano. And Sonic just grabs it like nothing. It's so raw, bro.
So good. One thing I wish they did in this game, though. One thing I wish they did in this game. Why did they add like a portal on like the final island where you can do like a boss rush?
Yeah, someone had to
That
mod
would've
that
been
in.
so sick.
Someone had to mod in
Oh,
like file
man.
saves that like let you play against the bosses.
Because I'm just thinking like, okay, I'm done. There's not really much else. Like even just something as simple as that, and like it would add a little bit of extra replay value. Okay, so the bosses are dope. The characterization with Sage, I really like Sage. At first, I thought it was going to be like, okay, we got a new robot friend that Eggman has made. I wonder how they're going to screw this up. Also, they made Sage look like a little child, and this is the Sonic franchise and the Sonic fan base. So.
I'm not going near that. I'm not gonna touch that. Holy cow.
Yeah, but they handle Sage very well. I feel like they could have gone a little bit deeper with it because while the relationship with Eggman and Sage was good, it could have gone a little bit further in my eyes. But I still really enjoyed it. The voice work in this game, it's not the best. I still think Roger is not the best voice for Sonic, but he does a lot better in this game. Voicing Sonic, I really enjoy it. Tails sounded a little awkward in some places, but it wasn't bad. Amy sounds the weirdest to me.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't as high voiced and preppy and stuff. But she was fine. Knuckles has not had, just like Tails, well, for the most part, Tails has had the same voice actor for a while, but for Knuckles has not really had the most consistent voice actors.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that Knuckles sounds different almost every other game. I didn't like, they changed the voice actor in Team Sonic Racing, and I was like, oh wow, yeah, that is a different Knuckles.
Jeez.
Yeah, Egg. It is weird hearing Eggman this day and age having a lower register and lower attitude instead of just
Yeah. He actually sounds like a genius.
And I welcome it. I welcome it. It is so good. The final boss, the end, I still find it kind of weird, but after talking more with you, I appreciate it a little bit more. I do appreciate it a little bit more. The final, it's literally called "With You." I'm with you. The final song that plays for it, I really enjoy it. It's a very simple melody. It has the exact same chords throughout, but it still gets me. I was like, it really hits me.
It's very similar to Undertale, the song in the game called Undertale.
Oh, okay. Not exactly, because Undertale can make me cry almost every time I hear it. That song hits me. And that's what I look for. That's also what I look for a lot in songs. I actively try not to listen to a song.
Yes.
I wait for the song to grab me. If the song can grab me instantly, I'm like, okay, this is a good song. And in the end, or I'm With You, that's what it's called, does that.
Yes.
It's still really good. Yeah, thinking about it, overall, I give this game an 8. It still has work. It still has a lot that needs to be done. There's jank, but it's a Sonic game. Jank is bound to happen. I just need to. They have a good baseline in terms of story. They have a good baseline in terms of story of how they can branch off with it and make it work. They need to. They need to make this work. The gameplay for the overworld stuff, if they were somehow able to have the overworld controls and allow you to customize it and made levels around those around those overworld controls, like I said, the SA2 levels in cyberspace honestly feel the best tailor-made with that control, but you still need to have good controls and have levels that suit those good controls. Otherwise, you'll have issues with you playing the momentum mod where it just literally breaks the game.
Oh yeah, I didn't get to
Uh,
say this before, but for people who have played this game, on the third island, I was just able to jump across those huge gaps between islands. I was just able to jump those. It took me a little bit to find the right trajectory and the right place to jump from, but I was able to just jump, bro. I jumped onto a squid, not while it was where you were supposed to jump on it, mind you. I jumped onto it while it was like high up in the air.
wow, that's pretty freaking crazy.
Momentum goes wild when you have it turned on.
Oh my god. Yeah, I just. And there was another point. Dang it. Yeah, and I don't know what the hell's happening with like Sonic in the future and stuff like that. I want because this is a game where like okay, it's a 3D Sonic game. There are some 2D levels and 2D sections, but I can still see this as a 3D Sonic game. I want a full 3D Sonic game.
Yes.
Get Christian Whitehead and the other folks to work on 2D Sonic, and you literally have with like Nintendo and Zelda, you have the freaking 2D top-down Zeldas, which the most recent one was like Link's Awakening remake, and then you have the standard 3D Zeldas that we have. Why can't you just do that? Have one side of the team do the 3D Sonic stuff, and then another side do 2D Sonic stuff, and and they don't need to mingle ever again. I don't want, at least for the next 20 or 30 years, I don't want to see classic and modern Sonic together.
They used to do that anyway. I don't see why they don't just do it again.
Also, one more thing. They gave us so much control over what we can do in the game with the controls and stuff. Give us an option to turn off the freaking boost filter.
Oh yeah, that's another mod that comes with the Hedge mod manager.
Yeah, I know that's like one of the first mods in the Hedge manager, but yeah, like literally, I get why they have some sort of filter or thing to go with it, but like just make a little sound effect when you boost, but don't change the music.
Or
we all love the music.
make lightning surround Sonic while like the movies.
I mean, yeah, they literally have the he grabs Max rings and he literally.
Or here's a tip: just make the music louder. Do that.
Yeah, especially with games in like Generations, they add extra percussion to the songs when you're boosting, but they still have that boost. Yeah.
Oh, the boost filter.
No, like they legit add extra percussion to the song itself when you're boosting. But because the boost filter is still on, you can barely hear it sometimes.
Yeah, that's probably why I never noticed it.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah. But yeah, overall, I give this game an 8 out of 10. I would have given it a 7 like a couple weeks ago, but after talking, I give it an 8.
Is that like with what is your average in that score?
Same with you. 5 is straight down the middle, average game. Yeah, a lot of people say 7 is like the average, but like no, 7 is not the average.
Yeah, like once if 7's your average, there's no point to going below 7, and
there's
like,
no point.
That makes like the majority of all other games horrible, I guess. Like, yeah, there's not a lot of flexibility with that scale.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to give it a 5 just because, man, those two parts of the game are at odds with each other. The story is high quality, meanwhile the gameplay is lower quality. But I understand your score because holy cow, the story it carries the game, dude.
It does. It does.
The character work is that's the thing. The character work is okay at times, but then it like becomes great at times too. Like just the fact that we're getting good character work again in Sonic. Like when when I turned this game on, you saw my Part Zero stream. I thought this game was gonna be terrible.
Yep.
And yeah, we're still going, Bubby. Good to see you. But I was pleasantly surprised. Like in my Part Zero stream, I thought the gameplay is gonna be terrible, which I haven't changed my mind much about that, to be honest. And I thought the story was gonna be okay. And when I say that, I have high standards. I don't know if that's been conveyed through this stream. I have high standards. I hate it when things are just okay. I'm so tired of okay. My papa, he used to say good enough never was good enough. And man, he does have high standards. But yeah, I thought this game was the story was gonna be okay. I did not expect it to make it. This game made Sonic Adventure 1 better. Think about that. This game made Sonic Adventure 1 better.
That's pretty sick.
If Texan said, if Gruff says something is good, then it's good. I'm glad that you think that highly of my opinion. Oh man, but yeah, that's Sonic Frontiers, everybody. I wish this game had multiplayer. That would complete this game.
Ooh,
I need a Sonic game with multiplayer. It doesn't have to be co-op, but it could just competitive multiplayer. I would love that. Racing.
So interesting.
It needs racing. Man, Sonic win.
Just wait a minute.
Just wait a minute. Oh my goodness. Whenever my brother and I play Sonic Adventure 2 multiplayer, he picks Amy and I look at him. And I'm just like, what are you doing? He says, just wait a minute. If my brother picks Amy, you're gonna have a bad time, dude. Holy cow. Gruff Chow versus with me when? Huh? Like my Chow versus your Chow? I don't know how we're gonna do that, because man, sharing files with between PC saves on Sonic Adventure 2 Mecha Battle. Huh?
Oh, you can play as the Chow Max.
Oh!
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll destroy you, bro. You're gonna die.
Also, Texan, no, the game does not suck. It does not suck. Frontiers is not... I can comfortably say that Frontiers is not a bad game. It does not suck. If we were playing Forces, yes, that's a bad game.
I think the gameplay is serviceable. Oh, you're talking about the Chow Karate. Oh yeah, Red. Bubby did the unthinkable. He leveled his Chow's stamina to 99. All his other stats are at like 0.
Why would you do this? Why would you?
The mecha stuff, bro. Your Chow doesn't get in the mech. Those are like other Chow. Those are just like default Chow. They're not like... So the blue Chow, if I remember correctly, I don't care. He said, I don't care. Stamina Pog, let's go.
Oh my god.
What's the name of your Chow, Bubby? Tell me the name of your Chow. I want to make a joke.
Oh god. I'm watching this. I am waiting to.
Also, I think it's weird, Sonic. Imagine naming your Chow's level. He didn't name his Chow, bro. Your man's just walking around nameless. He has 100 stamina, but no name. He's literally the main character from Dark Souls. He's like, I know not who I am or where I am. All I know is that I must kill.
This is my child's name. His name is Beep.
He's my orphan. Let's go. Oh yeah, Texan pointed out a thing I forgot to point out earlier. The cyberspace is based around Sonic's memories. However, he goes to Skyrail, a place he had never been to.
I mean, technically, if you wouldn't be like that, Sonic was at Skyrail in the beta stuff of Adventure 2 before Shadow was deemed playable. So technically, if you wouldn't,
oh man, round kicks, dude, roundhouse kicks you, bro. You just
come at me, bro.
On the ground in the Peter Griffin dead pose. Man. Oh yeah, that's what all of the references in the dialogue, it always felt like a Family Guy joke. It's like what's the name of his wife? Peter
Lois.
Griffin. Lois, this reminds me of that time we fought Dark Gaia.
This reminds me of the time I fought Knuckles in the Mystic Ruins.
Hey Lois, these waterfalls remind me of the Mystic Ruins. Cue comedy sketch. Oh man. Oh man.
Oh my god.
I think that's it. I think we've
Yeah,
completely gone over this game.
5 hours and 50 minutes in.
Oh man. Well man, thank you so much for taking the time to do this.
Yo, this was a lot of fun. Like,
absolutely.
Holy crap. I didn't think it would be this much fun.
I would love to do, not necessarily with you. You don't have to do a 6-hour stream with me every week, but I would love to do these type of streams where I just talk about stuff for a while. I like these types of stuff, this type of content.
Yeah,
this reminds me of the time I was watching General Robotnik's death sentence on live television. Hey Lois, this reminds you of the base bumpkin base that is Pumpkin Hill Zone. Ayo. I think you need to work on the delivery a little bit, Bubby. I don't think Peter Griffin talks like that, but you're on the right track.
This reminds me of the time we saw Shadow the Hedgehog holding an AK.
Hey Lois, this reminds me of the time Shadow fought his eldritch brother while a dead scientist was harnessing the power of a dead religion to destroy all of known life.
Oh my god.
That actually happened. I have to remind people that happened. The time Shadow cocked an M14. Yeah, he cocks an M14 like it's a shotgun, bro.
Apparently, after that game got released, some dude actually made a freaking M14 that cocks like a shotgun.
Oh my god, what a Chad. What a Chad. Oh my lord. What a legend.
Oh my god.
This reminds me of the time Shadow enslaved all of humanity and waged war across the galaxy. Oh man.
Oh man.
But yeah. Sorry if I like was really what's it called? Shadow, you did what? Yeah, that happened. But sorry if I was too long-winded in this stream.
You mean passionate? No, you're fine, bro. You are absolutely fine. No, the moment, like, after I saw your your stream before Frontiers came out, and then after I played it, I was like, I gotta talk to somebody about this.
Oh man.
I know just the one.
Oh man, thank you so much. You have no idea how much that means to me.
Yeah, dude. I was like, yeah, this is a lot of fun. This is really a lot of fun.
Well, hey, if you ever want to play Sonic Adventure 2 multiplayer online, I'm the guy, right?
Hey, yo, let's go. You finna lose? Okay.
We're gonna play Among Us on the Ark, for real, for real. Let's go. Poggers,
Hey.
based, shadow pilled, epic, poggers. Bro, Gruff, you better rep your family. Represent! Represent!
I'll take both of y'all out. Y'all ain't ready for me.
I'm gonna kill you through the screen, bro.
Oh my gosh.
It's refreshing to hear actual critical thinking about a story, series, concept of what type of gaming should be. Is based. Don't ever apologize for having good opinions. Oh, thanks, Bubby.
Yeah, we had a nice we had a nice, civil, adult conversation about a children's game.
Yeah, and absolutely. Talking for 6 hours about a children's game based
Base, base, base.
Game
Now
of the
fight.
year.
Don't they say now fight? Your bounty hunter armor sucks. I'm just
Excuse
kidding.
me. Excuse me. What did you say? What did you say? Explain yourself.
You heard me. I'm just kidding.
Explain yourself.
Oh man.
Sonic Adventure 2 was a child's game, bro. Sonic Adventure 2 made me cry as a kid. That's the game that made me realize what games could be. By the way, I'm stuck on the Tails level versus Eggman on SA2. I'll have to show you how to get past it. That one, I was stuck on that too when I played it for the first time. We then bounty hunters. All right, well,
all right.
we gotta end it. We don't want to get to 6 hours.
I'm a dip out the call and say some last minute stuff to the stream. But thank you. Thank you for coming in, bro. This was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. Let me know if you have any other ideas, or maybe I'll come to you next time.
Okay.
Yes. Shout out to RedFlashDrive. He's the one who approached me about having this talk about Frontiers. He is the GOAT. Everyone go check out his channel on Twitch. It is the first link in the description below. You should all go and check.
Can't wait for that. But yeah, that's pretty much what I do. Yeah, and for those in my chat, the person joining with me is Gruff. His link is already in the chat. Again, I can't do my usual proper shout out since he's streams on YouTube. He's not a Twitch streamer, he's a YouTube streamer, but please go check him out. Bro has streamed. You streamed Resident Evil at one point.
Yeah, I streamed Resident Evil 4.
Hey yo, that's dope. He streamed Resident Evil. He's tried to stream Sonic Frontiers.
Yeah, that was rough.
But yeah, dude does an awesome stream, so be sure to go check him out and subscribe.
All right, man. Well, thank you so much. I thank you everyone who joined in. I hope you all have a wonderful night.
Alrighty.
You take care, Red.
You too, Gruff.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, y'all. Y'all have a good night. See y'all later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.